job, man. I'm so proud of you.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen, new spectators, old spectators. Welcome to the RXP 2v2 Invitational. Today I will be hosting a first TBC Beta Arena 2v2 tournament. Right now, I am joined with my co-host Caitlin_UK. We are also going to be joined by Cargos later. He will be joining us in a couple of minutes. Before we start getting into the nitty gritty, introducing you to the bracket as you can see on your screen right now, Caitlin, introduce yourself.
Well, obviously, I'm Caitlin. You can find me at Caitlin_UK at Twitch. I am basically the only person mad enough to try and play Shaman at a top tier in TBC. I did, in fact, actually attempt to bribe a couple of teams today to play Shaman as opposed to their natural comps. But unlike most professional sports players, these guys do actually have some integrity and morals. So they were unbribable, and there will be no Shamans today, unfortunately. I'm quite sad about this.
Thank you for that introduction. As well, we are not going to see any paladins today, sadly, in the bracket, and I would like to point out, chat, to the bracket right now that you can see. On the bracket, I'm going to introduce a couple of the teams and the players that will be participating into the tournament. Icyfresh, the team captain. Jixo, Uzb, Himeyo, Reality, Danny, Willerton, and respectively Rivah. Icyfresh is a mage player. He's going to be playing a rogue mage into Jixo's rogue mage. Uzbeki is playing with Mir. They're playing priest rogue into the first bracket of Himeyo, which is going to be druid warrior. Reality is queued together with Bobka as Lock Rogue into Danny Gaming's Priest Rogue. Willerton piloting the Warlock, playing Warlock Priest with Lemarki. And last but not the least, Rivah, a veteran Frost Mage. Some of you guys know him. If not, you get to meet him today. Is playing Frost Mage Rogue. We have a lot of similar matchups today, for the best or for the worst. Let's get into the first one. Let's get into the first matchup. What do we know about these players? Can we get an introduction about Icyfresh from you, Caitlin?
Well, technically, Icyfresh is an American player. He a while back decided that obviously the best thing he could do is come and play with the best mages in the world, who are obviously all in the EU. So he's metaphorically traveled across the pond to be training with the likes of Rivah, etc. And he has been doing some fantastic progress. I played some threes with him recently, and I was thoroughly impressed with him. He's forgive the pun, he is ice cold when he's playing. A very calculating guy. He doesn't panic. He always feels in control. And certainly I can say playing with him, you always feel confident.
Absolutely, I know Icyfresh myself. Some of you know that I have been collaborating with him on the Shokadin Mage thing that we have put up on YouTube. He is a veteran Frost Mage. He has almost played it all through all different, let's say, interesting Voldemort servers. He has been a gladiator, he's been rank 1, and he is playing with the rogue that he has brought himself into the tournament, representing that rogue mage. What can we say about Jixo? I think you know a little bit about him as well, Caitlin UK.
Yeah, no, we had we would call it a beta run of this tournament last weekend, and it was actually Jixo and Deadly that won that one. So those guys are coming in certainly with both a lot of tournament experience in this particular bracket, in this particular version of this game. All the gear, they're going to be feeling incredibly confident and comfortable coming into this tournament today. There's really no question marks over these guys. Again, a very calculating team, and I'm very excited to see who actually comes out on top here between this mirror match.
Absolutely, and we can see a little bit of the infographic right there. Right now on the screen, you can see a little bit of the comp breakdown, just a little teaser for you guys in the audience. What the mage and the rogue comp has everything. It is absolutely brutally intense to execute all of the crowd control that both of these classes bring to the table. Caitlin, in your opinion, is this one of the hardest 2v2 comps to execute?
It's definitely one that looks a lot easier than that it is. The entry, the barrier to entry is pretty low, to be honest. You can maybe get 1850 with it, but as soon as you're hitting those higher levels, as soon as you're actually playing or even watching someone that's a true master of the comp, you will simply be blown away with the possibilities. That is the nature of the comp. As we can see, the amount of control in particular and utility that both these classes bring to it. Each of those is just a question mark and an option that they a card in their hand that they get to play around and use in an inventive way that maybe their opponents haven't seen before, maybe they're not expecting it, and it's that sort of the unexpected innovative plays that A, you see at the top level like we have today, and B, it's that difference that really makes the real masters of the comp.
Absolutely. Masters of the comp, some of them are going to be participating into this tournament. Let's take a look back onto the bracket and introduce a little bit of the other players. Some of you know them, some of you don't. In the second game of the tournament, the second best of 3 series rather, we're going to have Uzbeki and Mir. Both of them are veterans of TBC PvP scene. Mir as well has participated in 2 different tournaments hosted by Asmongold and PDD respectively. First one by Asmongold. I believe his 3v3 team finished second. But the PDD tournament that was hosted, he finished first. And there is a little bit of rivalry with Rivah himself in this tournament, Caitlin.
Yeah, as you said yourself, it was in both grand finals of those previous 3v3 tournaments, we had both Rivah and Mir playing on opposite teams. So the first one went to Rivah, the second one went to Mir. So this might be the decider. This will be the opportunity for the one, at least so far on beta, to see who is the top dog. If it is, in fact, those two that get that far, there's a lot of competition here today. And there's definitely nothing that can't be said about the Warrior Druid they're going up against.
Yeah, it is going to be very much an interesting matchup that you can see right now. It is going to be Uzbeki and Mir, Priest Rogue, both veterans going against a very strong team from Himeyo and Lumax. It is a Warrior Druid. In your opinion, if you were a betting man, gun to your head, who do you expect to win the second best of 3 series in this tournament?
I mean, going off of past history, part of me has got to say it's probably you got to look at the Priest Rogue taking it. However, I was having a conversation today, doing a little bit of research and scouting on these guys, and Himeyo in particular, speaking to Gucci, a very fantastic druid who was playing with Hydra recently in the 3v3 tournament, and he definitely recommended these 2 French chaps as absolute masters of the class. So I think if anyone's going to put it off playing what is arguably maybe one of the weaker comps in season 1, certainly at this level, it's going to be these 2 playing it. We've seen them warm up as well. Very, very impressive placement. How they managed to live as long as they did in pre-match, I do not know. So I still got my fingers a bit. I'm not sure I'm going to put my money on either at this point.
I agree. It is anyone's game. It's going to be very hard to execute Warrior Druid in Season 1. Very much so harder comparatively to Season 3 or Season 4. But nonetheless, it is going to be an interesting matchup. We have some best of the best guys. Some of you know them. I've seen already in the chat, Reality and Danny. Reality on Warlock, Shades of Reality. Some of you guys know him. He's very much a figure of community. He's been putting insane, godly amount of hours into his Warlock Rogue. Bobka as well, playing with him for Team Reality. We've seen them both streaming, grinding, putting amazing show on their streams. They're going in this tournament hot as it gets, the Florida man himself, versus Danny Gaming, representing that Eastern Europe block. Up and coming Priest, very strong talent, playing with Reckles, also representing the Europe. Caitlin, give me a rundown.
I mean, you said it yourself when it comes to reality and Bobka. As a community, as people watching these guys stream, we've definitely seen them come on leaps and bounds. I can remember reality first started playing, and let's be honest, when you first start picking up a class or a version of the game that you're not very familiar with, you are a little bit clumsy, and he is just ground it out. It's 24-hour stream after 24-hour stream after 24-hour stream of nothing but constant arena. This man has had his head to the grindstone, along with Bobka, doing everything they can to improve, and that improvement has become incredibly visible. I would say, especially in the last month or so with Beta, he's had a chance to play against some of the absolute best, and he's definitely improved for it. And Bobka has always been an impressive guy. I played with both of them. Very, very, calm guys. I'm looking forward to it. And as for Danny and Rekka, well, who needs to introduce Rekka? If you're a part of the Rogue community at all, the man is verging on a living legend within the Rogue community, one of the absolute best. And again, Danny coming from that Eastern Bloc, and as we sort of experienced with the PDD tournament, coming from different regions, and this is one of the things I'm really excited about today, is coming from different regions. We've got EU and US playing. There is drastic cultural differences between play styles, between comps, what you expect to see, what you don't expect to see, and I'm really excited to see, what some of these, maybe wider, lesser known guys are going to be pulling to the table that we're just not going to be expecting because we don't see it all the time.
100%.
What's up, guys?
Oh, and there he comes, the Cargos himself. Welcome to the show, Cargos. A little bit of introduction for everyone in my chat, if you would be so kind.
Absolutely. This was all Fark's idea, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. Fark is the mad scientist who came up with the final beta tournament, and just really, making the strongest effort to put this all together. So thank you, Fark, for that inspiration, my friend. It's good to be here with you. I was talking to my chat as well about you guys. We got Caitlin TP, legendary shaman, great content creator as well in here, and Farkface, legendary Shakadin, and overall just great human being. My name is Cargos. I am a content creator, Andy, for YouTube and Twitch. Been in the game for a little bit. I'm a student of the game, learning TBC Arena. Just started playing it about 6 months ago or so, and I'm just so excited for season 1. I got a chip on my shoulder. I want that Infernal Gladiator title. It's great to be here with you guys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that introduction. And before we continue, one absolutely humongous thanks to Cargos and RXP for sponsoring this tournament. Guys, if it wasn't for them, this tournament would not happen. Everyone who's right now tuning the stream, check out restedxp.com. Check out what they're about. It is amazing add-on/guide. Once again, many, many, many thanks for sponsoring this and making this happen. On that note, we have briefly started talking about compositions, and we have started slowly unveiling the tournament and how it's going to happen. Reminder, all series, all games until finals are going to be best of 3. The first map of each series is going to be on an egg round. The losing team picks the second map. If it's tied, the losing team again picks the third map. And the grand finals is going to be a full best of 5 series. But until then, we're going to have best of 3 double elimination. That means all of those gentlemen fighting right now with their respective team captain names, even if they lose their first best of 3 series, they still have a chance to climb back up to the grand finals and win that first place reward through the losers bracket. Now, we have mentioned about Reality and Danny recently. Maybe we'll do a little bit of recap. I want to talk about a little bit of Willem and Rivah. Caitlin, give us the introduction, please.
Well, I mean, I've said it from the sort of get-go. I mean, Willen is where's my money's at. I think currently, Priest Lock is just, an absolutely top-tier team, and we've got some absolute pros playing them today. They've been very impressive. I've been impressed with their play. I've played against them a couple of times on beta. It is a nasty comp to play against, and I think it's one that the community has really been sitting on for quite a while. I'm really expecting to see it blow up in the beginning of TBC. In particular, I do know quite a few people are practicing it on the sly, keeping their
You're talking about
strats a little
DPL,
bit,
right? DPL?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I love DPL, and I've been playing the variation with Ore Control. Brandon and I were calling it Duratar Cleave. It is so powerful. It is so much fun. And just moments ago, folks, we were hearing from Rivah in the comms, and he was joking around saying, "Oh, yo, can we ban DPL?" So I don't know. Here's the thing. When I think of the top tier, like super S plus plus tier twos comps, DPL usually isn't included in that conversation. It's usually Rogue Druid and Disc Priest Rogue, sort of as the two kind of S tiers. And most of the time, people will consider LD just an overall stronger, more consistent comp than DPL. I love DPL though; it feels so strong. What's your take on it, Galen? Do you feel like it's an S tier comp?
I mean, it's certainly in season one. I think Priest is about as powerful as it's ever going to be in season one, just because of some raw mechanics it has. The way that it scales, in particular things like Power Word Shield. Power Word Shield doesn't take a lot of impact, obviously being an instant cast. From your plus healing. So your Power Word Shield in season four isn't actually that much better than your Power Word Shield in season one. So as a result, the way it scales, it just has so many options. And as we've developed, as a meta and as a community, as you said yourself, with your own Duotark League, we've been adapting. Particularly Troll Charms have been coming into play in a massive way. Not Troll Charms, sorry, Troll Priests. There we go.
Absolutely, and I want to just remind everyone that in 5 minutes we are going to go live with the first match, best of three series, Icyfresh versus Jixo. The two captains are playing a mirror matchup. Rogue Mage into Rogue Mage. Maybe this is a perfect segue to check a little bit of the infographic on the screen of the Rogue Mage. Cargos, you played with Bran. You are a veteran gladiator with the Lock Rogue. Let's talk a little bit about the Rogue and what do they bring in this matchup.
You're saying Rogue Mage versus Rogue Mage, right?
Correct.
That's okay. Rogue Mage versus Rogue Mage. Oh man, these are going to be lightning fast games of hyper aggression. So usually, at least IMO, how it starts is the mages. It's similar to like a Rogue Lock Mirror IMO, where the locks are going to kind of do their own thing, and the rogues are patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. If one lock gets too far ahead, then the strat can change, and you can jump on the lock and just go all in on the lock. I assume it's a similar thing with Rogue Mage. The mages are going to be 1v1ing each other, trying to outvalue each other, and the rogues are basically playing a game of chicken fark. So they don't want to come out, right? Like they have to play this mind game of who's gonna, maybe you're gonna get sapped and dodging the perception value and all that. But eventually, the mages are gonna start fighting, and it's a game of chicken. And usually, the first rogue to make a move that's gonna open on that rogue on the mage is gonna get totally controlled and not be able to do what he wants to do for the remainder of the entire match. It's just like this kind of scripted. Scripted kind of back and forth exchange of cooldowns. So that's what I'd be looking for. There's a lot of RNG in TBC though, with frostbite procs, with kidney shots and cheap shots resisting. It's going to be lightning quick, super bloody matches.
100%. The execution is also going to be crucial and very, very quick. You can expect some brutally lightning fast reflexes coming from these players. Caitlin, can we get some input on your matchup as we have 3 minutes on the clock until the first match?
Oh, 3 minutes, man. Well, the first off thing, I'm really curious to see whether we've got Horde or Alliance coming on these Rogue Mages. I'm fairly sure that Jixo is probably playing Horde. That seems to be what he favors. I know Rivah playing. Wait, I know he's not playing in this match, but obviously he favors Alliance. And then obviously we have Icyfresh, who I think actually tends to favor. You might be able to correct, but he tends to favor Horde. So I think this actually will be a Horde mirror. So we won't be seeing things like Perception coming
He
into
is
play.
playing a gnome. Sorry for the excuse me for interruption. They are playing Alliance.
Oh,
both
so
playing
we've got a
Alliance.
perception rogue here versus what most likely will not be a perception rogue. This is going to play a massive choice, I think. How are we going to see these rogues playing now then Cargos with one perception and one without?
Yeah, it's so interesting, man. Like, first of all, I just want to say it. I love TBC Arena. I really do, and I'm not just saying that for no reason. I'm making a point here. I actually kind of really enjoy the impact of racials and how dramatic of an effect they can have on the game and the strategies. Like legitimately, if the priest is a dwarf, you do something else. If the priest is an undead, you do something else. If it's an alliance team and they have perception, you do something else. There's different lines all over the place. And it's so interesting to me that they're playing alliance here. Because like you said, both of these teams are known for playing horde, but there's a mind game here, right? Like you have to calculate how many fears you're up against, how many locks are in the tournament. It's a small tournament. How many warriors, because the warrior fear is a concern as well, And this is also season one gear, right? So it's very bursty. So many considerations, and I think Alliance just seems more attractive to them for whatever reason, even though they normally play Horde, and I really enjoy that. What do you think, Kate?
Yeah, I think it's a really clever decision, as you said. When you know who you're going to be playing, or certainly not necessarily who you're playing, but who's in the pool. The possibilities. We're not seeing, as we discussed, some of those more traditional comps. The Shadow Priest rogues, the Lock Druids, where these spheres become massively impactful, and having Will of the Forsaken and even having that little bit of shadow resistance can make a difference. Compared to the heavy amount of rogue we're seeing played, even the Druids with perception. I think the human rogues are obviously going to come out on top in the current tournament. So, definitely respect and props to any guys running Horde for these mage rogues, and we will see how it turns out pretty shortly. I think as we're about to get into our first game, if I'm correct.
We're about to get in the first game. I'm just making sure that both of the openers of this tournament are ready. One last look at the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Icyfresh representing Team Icyfresh against Jixo. They're opening the tournament. I'm just making sure that they're both ready so that we can open this match. One last ready check going out.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Who's your predictions, chat? I know some of you are familiar with Jixo. You're familiar with Icyfresh. Vark, who is their partners, though? I know the team captains now, but do you happen to know who they're playing with as well?
They're playing with Deadly Coward, representing the team Jixo, and they're playing also, Icyfresh is playing with Shadow Will. On that note, it looks like we're about to enter the match.
Right.
And we are in the first match of the series, Deadly and Jixo against Icy and Shadow. You can see them right there. They're preparing, they're conjuring as much forward as they can. Here is the pre-buff stage. We've talked about it. Gun to your head, Cargos. If you were a betting man, who would you bet for in the first opening match of the 2v2 RXP Invitational?
No, Jixo is an absolute monster, and I swear to God, Vark, I'm not lying. I think it's completely even. Jixo and Icyfresh are the same tier of mages, and that is the highest tier. They're both extremely good, so it's going to come down to the rogues. And when I was asking Pepe's the other day, I was asking him, whose predictions? Who do you think is going to be the rank 1 team in 2s, right? And he just said it's going to be a rogue team. I don't know what it's going to be. It could be rogue mage, it could be rogue lock, it could be rogue priest. It doesn't matter. It's all about the rogue. So this is going to come down. IMO, these mages are equally matched. The rogue carries the torch to victory, and I don't know Deadly Coward. I've never heard of him, and I've never heard of the other dude as well. So your guess is good as mine,
have
brother.
seen a little bit of what Deadly Coward can do in the 2v2 tech demo that we have done last week, but on that note, let's see what's going to happen. We are opening these gates. Jixo is behind the pillar. Icyfresh is playing a little bit more aggressively. We can see how both rogues are going over there. There is an aggressive sap on Icyfresh. He trinkets that, and here it go. There it go. Bang, boom, early CS onto Jixo. He cannot do anything for 1 second. He's starting to cast the Lice Lances into the Nova. The rogues are opening right now. You can see the Garrot is onto Jixo. Jixo is falling down, but he does have defensives. Cargos, can you believe the amount of damage coming out right now?
Very, very bursty. As you can see, these rogues playing this game of cat and mouse chicken, they both opened and then went for an immediate vanish, looking to see what could happen. Maybe they could get a sap on the other rogue. Maybe they can make a big play happen. It's just lightning fast. So much to digest. Looks like Jixo's a little bit behind. Is able to sneak around the pillar, though. Look how fast he was in the block. Avoided that with that lance. If that lance hit him there, that's legit. Like maybe.
Oh, and Icyfresh goes down!
Oh my God!
That was some insane damage going with the Noah. Wow, this looks really, really bad for them. I don't think there is a way.
Yeah, dude, the tables were turned. That was unbelievable. He actually blocked and prevented that Nova from hitting him for like 2k. Like a slower mage might would have hit 2 Ice Lances there, right? Would have hit him in the face. Instead, blocks off the CS as well, and then turns it and then Ice Lances him in the face back. Oh man, that was so sick. What do you think, Kate?
I mean, the first 20 seconds of that match was the most mirror thing I have ever seen. Legitimately, you could put a mirror down the middle of the match and everybody was doing the exact same thing. And the divergence came, as you said, with this chicken game with the rogues, where we had Jixo's Deadly Coward opening back onto the Shadow World with a cheap shot, but he doesn't continue. He just stuns him periodically, giving Jixo actually a time to poly him, which creates that initial pressure as a Deadly starts with the opener, just stuns him for a second, then he has to sit in a full poly. He cannot trinket that. If he trinkets that poly, he's just going to sit in a blind. So he's got a choice of two things. He ends up sitting in a poly, which allows him to create this really aggressive pressure, which in turn forces an early block from Icyfresh, which is why he's actually killed from those lances. He can't get out of the Nova the same way Jixo could because he had hypothermia still going on him.
Big true, man. I'm so excited already. I'm getting nerd chills, guys. TBC esports works. One's in the chat. If you're a believer, if you're a bloomer, if you think we can do this, guys, make TBC actually an awesome, competitive, kind of like esports vibe. You know, doing tournaments all the time. Like, oh man, the excitement is real. It's in the air. You can cut it with a knife. Fark, how you feeling about things, brother?
This is absolutely insane. The lightning speed of that match was through the roof. Right now you can see, guys, Jixo has 1-0 on Icyfresh. We are going in the match 2. And that match is going to be Ruins of Lordaeron, selected by the loser of the previous match. Guys, are you ready? The last ready check is going out. This is going to be absolutely huge. This is the match point right now. If Jixo manages to win on Ruins of Lordaeron, this is going to be it. They're going to the next series. Let's see what's going to happen.
Let's see indeed.
And we're in.
So here okay, they're in?
They're in.
Still in the starting room. Starting room there. There you go. Okay, nice. All right, let's think ruins here. So mages are we'll see which team decides to push out and contest the tomb first here. The mages, I assume, are just gonna be running around, trying to like LOSing each other around that small little construct in the middle. Rogue's playing chicken. I'm curious to see if one just sprints out on mountain, pre-vanishes, and goes for the ultimate Zug line of play here. You look for that as soon as these doors open, chat. Look for a yellow running out, pre-vanish, and going for it. Just full send. Very curious to see that. And let's see if that aggression gets punished, if that does happen. I do believe in the first match we did see pre-vanishes coming out of both rogues. Could be wrong, but everything happens so quickly. But I'm excited. Let's see it. Jixo EU, Icyfresh NA, the battle.
The battle is real. The battle of the Atlantic, one would even say. We can see a full mirror matchup. We talked about it a little bit during the pregame show, but let's not waste any more time. We are going into the game right now. You can see that Shadow Will is taking a little bit of more defensive approach there, while Deadly is on the offense right there. It's human into human. Oh, and he manages to get clutch sap, opening right with the kidney. And there is an early trinket. He tries to retaliate with a nice cheap shot onto the Deadly, and he's running away for a potential little cheeky reset. There is a shadow step with Deadly. He does go into the vanish, but there is another trinket coming from Deadly, trying to counter. This is really interesting. 1 versus 1, 2. Both rogues are equally low on HP. Clutch gouge onto Shadow Will, but here it comes. Shadow Will is getting really much lower than Deadly, but Deadly right now is also falling down. This is absolutely insane. We're looking for a potential 1 versus 1 as Jixo is in a sheep. 1 versus 1, Icyfresh and Jixo.
This is redemption. This is payback. The battle of the gnome magi. Fight duking it out. Who knows what's gonna happen? Who's gonna get frostbite procs? Icyfresh, very seasoned in his mage 1v1s, and so is Jixo. They're on the TR, constantly battling it out. Lightning fast blocks, spamming instants into each other. No one's trying to get locked out on Frost. Frost ward's coming up. Icyfresh trying to duck around.
Oh, but Jixo becomes really low with HP, and that is really clutch. Can he get it? Can he get this kill right now? Jixo is running behind that pillar. As you can see, there is some gnome action. Best of the Gnomergan measure right now. Full evocation. He wants that mana, and there is a CS. He cannot do anything for 2 seconds. 1 second. He does have that ice barrier right now on him, but there is the pet punishing him.
That Ellie's gonna get him, bro. That Ellie's
he needs to get him right now, and he gets him. Icyfresh ties the
water
series.
elemental with the MLG no scope right there, finishing it off.
Absolute insanity, ladies and gentlemen. Are you watching this right now? We have a tied series, best of 3, full 3 games, complete value. Wow.
Hell yeah. These are fun, man. I can tell this is going to be a fun game already, Fark. Now
On that note, let's check the brackets again. We are 1-1, Icyfresh and Jixo. What a series, Cargos. Let's analyze it a little bit while we give the team 60 seconds to prepare for the game 3.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's just really good at the video game. I don't really know what to say. You know, a lot of times these things are determined by RNG. Like looking at that game, right? I think it was Icy's partner that got sapped, right? Icy's partner got sapped, and they still salvaged that game. Oftentimes, like if you're doing a roguelike mirror or a rogue mage mirror, whoever's getting sapped first is just so critically on the back foot, and it's so tough to recover from that position. And they somehow turned it, man. Somehow turned it. It's the little things. Icy, you know, not maybe pursuing him there and chasing Jixo when he knew he couldn't connect, going for a little bit of Evo, going for some Evo value, just squeezing in a tick or two of bandage there. Yeah, just really well played to both, man.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things for me in that game, and something that, you know, comes quite often, you know, whether I'm coaching people or whether we just, you know, people ask, you know, an honest question, what's important, what can I improve in my game? And I think one of the biggest things in TBC in particular is how to use your PvP trinket. You know, in the previous game, we had, you know, the rogues, the mages were the targets. So in that situation, the rogues have to save their trinket for the blind. However, in this situation, when the rogues are the target, they can use, we saw them using on the kidney shots to stop them taking damage because they know they've already got bleeds on them. They can't get blinded. They can't get polyed. And, you know, and respectively, the mages can block them. So, you know, if you want to become a student of the game, if you want to improve, if you want to watch these VODs, and I would advise anybody that wants to improve, watch these kinds of matches, watch these VODs, you know, and really look for those clutch moments when it's a trinket, whether it's a blind, how they use preparation, how they use sprint, and, you know, using your cooldowns effectively is what is going to improve your gameplay.
On that note, we are right now in Game 3, Best of 3 series opening match for RXP 2v2 Invitational. Jixo versus Icyfresh. There is nothing between them. The deciding match of the promotion of the first team into the winner's bracket. Cargos, are you hyped or are you hyped? On that note, looks like we have a small technical difficulty with the Cargos. He will be coming back as we're getting.
Oh my god, I'm here!
Match.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm actually so hyped that I can't contain myself, man. If I go silent for too long, I'm gonna need you guys to dial EMS, okay? Because my heart exploded or I had an aneurysm or something. This is actually so exciting. Who's gonna take it, boys? NA or EU? Let's hear it, man. Let's. I mean, it's all.
Let's have some predictions
right?
in the chat, everyone. Come on, NA or EU? Whilst we're going into this match, let's go, everyone in the chat.
Let's go, Icy.
Let's go, Jixo. Come on, a little bit of EU representation. Come on, guys. As we can see, this is going to be a
playing like an
reprise.
absolute rogue in the corner by the just back to the thing. He does not want to get sapped. Icy's like, bro, don't get sapped, and we win this match. That's probably what he's telling him. So Shadow playing very defensive
But
here.
they're opening already. You can see the Gyro coming out on an Icyfresh. He was silenced for a little bit, but he's going for the double extra Shadow Wheel, staying a little bit defensively. Look at the HP on Jixo. He's under so much pressure. This is amazing opener from them. Icyfresh is currently creating insane plays. Deadly is in full sheep right now. He's not trinketing and he is going to be going to the farm. Old McDonald is really proud with Icyfresh for creating that sheep opportunity because Jixo looks like he's going down, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 for NA.
Uprising, dude. What happened? I thought the EU mages were the best, man.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. 2-1 for Icyfresh, and in one moment we'll be joining back the bracket section of the tournament. Take a look right there. As you can see, Icyfresh and Jixo have fought the first series, which means that Jixo is not out of the tournament. If you support Jixo, stay tuned in. He is not out. There is losers bracket.
Double elimination. And I got mad love for Jixo. Jixo is honestly a big mentor for me with TBC. I've asked him a million questions. He helped me improve my Lock vs Mage matchup. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Jixo, and honestly, I think he's gonna do great things in TBC. I really do. I think he's gonna blow up. I mean, he's a you know, a handsome dude. Like, you know, he's got the whole persona on point. Like, everything is gonna be good for him, and he's gonna crush it. And he could still crush it in this tournament and come back and win right now. But Icyfresh, I'm gonna say he's the underdog, because not in terms of skill, but in terms of like fans and viewership, he doesn't have like a huge following or anything like that. You know, like he has a few people watching him and he has some loyalists, but he is an amazing mage. And he deserves more support and more views and stuff. So if he's able to come out with a win for this tournament, man, or get pretty far at least, I think it's going to be huge for his channel, man. What do you think, Caitlin?
Yeah, no, Icyfresh definitely has the least clout and least number of followers on his OnlyFans. But I believe we're going to have an interview with Icyfresh and Jixo coming up very shortly. So I'm very interested to see what the pair of them have to say. It was so many close matches. The 1v1 in particular on Lordaeron was absolutely nail biting. I mean, what can you do in those situations? Microsecond decisions are making the difference.
Absolutely. Are you going to drag him in here, or do we want to jump down there?
No, we're going to be getting Icyfresh first. Caitlin, you have the honors. Let's hear from the winners. One second. Sorry, technical difficulties. A small delay.
No worries, no worries. My chat's used to
it. I need
There
permission
you
to
go.
drag him in.
There you go. There you
I
go.
can't drag him in.
It has been solved.
There we go. Hey, Icyfresh, congratulations, mate. What an absolute boss of a series. You've got to be feeling happy after that performance.
Yeah, that was a great series. What can I say about it?
Walk us through what happened game one. So game one, it looked like you were off to a great start.
Yeah,
right?
I went a bit too aggressive.
Yeah. So what happened in your mind there when you were pursuing Jixo and he turned it on you?
I definitely shouldn't have blinked in when I went to stop him from first aiding around the pillar. It was a little too aggressive. He punished it by getting the Frost Nova on me, and I couldn't really do anything about it at that point. It was a little slow on my gnome ratio at the start as well. But it's a fun series overall. Very good mage and a really good rogue.
Game 2, your rogue got sapped, right? He got the worst
Yeah,
possible nightmare scenario for you. How did you salvage game 2?
Extremely unfortunate. Just tried to peel for him as hard as I could. Polly's on the mage. We turned on the rogue when we realized there was no way we were going to be living long enough to get a swap onto the mage after having an opener like that, and we just tried to salvage it, did what we can, and came back with the 1v1.
That was absolute insane series. Icy, thank you very much coming for a quick post-game interview. On that note, guys, let's take a look at the bracket again. Coming up next, we have Uzbeki and Himeyo. Both teams, veteran teams. We are going to do one more ready check. Caitlin, Cargos. We have Rogue Priest into Warrior
Druid, right?
Warrior Druid. Guys, give me a rundown.
I mean, how does it feel to be Himeyo right now? Like, they're fighting. It's like David and Goliath, man. Uzbeki Mirror? What are their chances? Like, somebody start like a pool or something. Like, what are the chances? WD Andy, Warrior Druid Andy, B tier comp, versus Uzbeki Mirror DPR. I mean, I
think this is going to be, I think to a certain extent, I think this is going to be an eye-opener for a lot of people. I mean, if you talk about the classic 2v2 comp, the 2v2 comp that apparently is the most ridiculously overpowered thing ever in TBC, it's going to be Warrior Druid. And I think, a lot of sort of commentators and creators have been really sort of coming to this understanding that certainly in season 1, Druid is just a little bit weaker than what we expect it to be. But when it comes to absolute classic matchups, Warrior Druid versus Priest Rogue, it's about as TBC as it gets, seriously,
Yeah, so I mean, Uzbeki Mir, absolute powerhouses. If you don't follow the TBC scene too closely, maybe you're new here and you're just getting you're just earning your stripes, getting your bearings in the community. They are, I want to say, widely considered maybe in the top 10 human beings, that in terms of skill level that play this game. They've been playing private servers for, I believe Mir's been playing private servers for almost 10 years now. He's from Sweden, and you know how Swedish gamers are. They're quite good. So
they're animals, man. I swear they're all like raised by bears that give them Xbox controllers the second they just come out of the cave. They're just absolute animals when it comes to gaming over there. And Mir in particular, one of the things I would when we're watching Mir play, the thing to look for, and I think the really amazing thing that he does better than any rogue in the world is he is so fast with saps. You drop out of combat for even half a second, this man just seems to be able to have a ticker in his head. Anybody drops out of combat, vanish sap, doesn't matter whether you're in the middle of the map, whether you're miles away from him, he just seems to know that you are out of combat, and you will get sapped if you're vulnerable to it.
On that note,
Yep.
let's segue right into this beautiful matchup that you can see. We have Mir and Uzbeki going against Himeyo and Lumix. Amazing representation of both matchups. Veterans throughout and out of these comps battling right now on your screens. Cargos, Caitlyn, tell me that you're hyped right now.
I'm super hyped, but I almost feel I don't know what's about to happen to Himeyo and them. Like, I really kind of hope they can take a game or two off him. Like, I honestly am low key because Mir and Uzbeki are gonna like win 9 million tournaments like in the coming months and years. So I'm kind of low key rooting for Himeyo. You love a good underdog story, right, chat? Like, let's chat. You know,
Well,
nice
this is the thing
nice
is, they might not necessarily be favoured, but, as you said, we're talking about one team that are absolute veterans that have been playing the game competitively for years versus some guys that are definitely up-and-comers, so
And we're in.
experience. But what is fascinating in particular is that he knows he's against a human rogue, so he's not starting in cat form, he's already in tree, he doesn't want to get sapped, and the aggression is coming straight onto his Becky. The druid is just chilling in tree form, in shadow mode, and it doesn't look like mid even knows that he's there.
Yes, you can see Uzbeki is under onslaught coming out right there from Lumex, but he will manage to handle that. Priests are really, really resilient, but it looks like Mir is gonna go on Lumex right now, opening there with a cheap shot, providing some control for his team. And there is a cheeky little gouge. Looks like he's gonna use Berserker Rage to get out of that, and he wants to keep the pressure on Uzbeki as much as he can. There is early pain suppression going out, actually. Really interesting, Caitlyn. Right now, this is a lot of pressure coming out from Lumex.
Yeah, we saw what I think was actually a parry from Lumix. You can see the way he's jumping and moving. He's trying to put his front towards Mir the entire time, trying to get those parries. He parried the kidney shot, which forced that early pain stuff from his Becky. But I'm so impressed with Hamir's positioning here on the druid.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Look
at that. He has that Berserker Rage. He is going to remove that sap, but there is a cheap shot already on him. Mir is going in while Uzbeki is drinking as much as he can. There is that kidney shot. He's not going to remove it. Mind Blast to put even more damage onto him, and Himeyo needs to... Yeah, he needs to heal him up. There is a regrowth, and he's going through, actually. He's healing him really, really, really nicely. But he has that remove poison, and looks like there's going to be a little bit of recall right there, as there's soft reduction of the damage coming out, but Mir is really good at reducing the damage. And
tornadoes!
You've seen it, tornado into cyclone, not the most interesting thing that has been implemented in esports history ever, but nonetheless.
Oh my lord, here we go. But
there we go.
That puts Mir in a very uncomfortable position. You do not want to be Mir right now. Lumix can kill him incredibly quickly with a couple of crits, but here we see the aggressive play coming from his Becky. He's going to be looking for the fears and possibly dispel, because we have actually got an innovate running up on Himir the druid currently. He wants to get out of the line of sight of his Becky. He does not want to get that dispelled.
Yeah, Lumex is really, really low right now, and there is a Shadow Fiend on him as well. He needs to intervene. He just did that. There is a beautiful Shadow Step from here just to keep that onslaught going on Lumex, but looks like they are going to manage to survive as well and really, really keep themselves in the game. There is a Trinket as well coming on Himeyo, and looks like the onslaught is switching back onto the druid right now. He has very little to no mana, while as Uzbeki looks really, really healthy. Look at those power levels. This is looking really, really bad for the warrior druid matchup.
Yeah, we got another tornado here just to ruin everybody's day as Uzbeki goes flying. But yeah, we saw a very quick snap onto the druid.
Oh, this is brutal. This is critical. Here is the holding on, and he goes down. That is all she wrote, as we have a cheeky tornado saying, hello, I am here. Wow, Cargos, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's Mir and Uzbeki being Mir and Uzbeki. It's tough. Like, the thing is, against warrior matchups, how it feels like, okay, if you're new to TBC, you might think, oh, warriors are like the Chads of TBC, like they charge in a hamstring, mortal strike, massive pressure, massive damage, plate armor, like they're beefcakes. It's really kind of the opposite. They're running. They flirt with you for 1 second, hamstring, run away, intervene back to druid, run. They're constantly running in a state of panic until randomly, it's some time, they flip the script and like are suddenly winning and are super ahead, and you just like can never close out the kill on the warrior. And it's the nature of rage generation that it is an infinite resource. And so I guess my point is, it might have looked a bit one-sided, but oftentimes the games that you beat warrior teams look one-sided until they don't, and they just beat you. Like,
Yeah, what was fascinating to me actually there was looking at the statistics is we had Mir doing 20,000 damage, but we had his Becky doing 19,000 damage. The priest, the disciplined priest, almost out damaged his rogue. I mean, come on, that is some aggressive priest play, and he didn't even seem that taxed when it came to mana. His mana looked very healthy throughout the game. There obviously was that early pressure. I don't think he wanted to pop pains up when he was forced to, but in general, it looked very in control and very calm play from Becky and Mir.
And right now we're going to have another matchup on Nagrand map. They won't really abuse as much of those beautiful pillars and open field that we can have in Nagrand. Cargos, Caitlyn, this is your baby. Let's go. What do you think about it?
I mean, he's playing a dwarf priest. Every time I see it, I think I'm traumatized from dwarf priests. They're so powerful. Such a short, compact package. The desperate prayer, the stone form, they feel so much tankier than any other priest. Nightmare fuel. So
Chastise as well. Let's not forget about the Chastise.
I can obviously see why they've gone for Nagrand again. Nagrand is arguably the girthiest arena. I think I can remember someone described it as once. I believe it might have been you, Kargas, actually. But it's very, very broad. There's lots of open space for the druid to maneuver around and take advantage, and especially keep away from that priest. He does not want to be getting mana burnt. And again, super aggressive start here from Lumix, going in straight onto the priest, looking for the early damage. And again, a very clever little shadow meld. We will see if Mia gets fooled by it twice in a row, as he spent the first 20 seconds of the previous game doing nothing, and it looks like it's going to be happening again.
Yeah, he does not want to open.
Why is he doing nothing right now? Can somebody break this down?
He's doing nothing right now because he doesn't want to open just yet. He wants his priest to 1v1 right now because there is a lot of potential pressure going out of the warrior. That is kind of the script that you kind of have in this matchup that everyone is running. But there you go, he's not doing nothing. He opens with CS, and there is that early blind that is getting trinketed by Himeyo. Trinkets being popped right now already. That means that in 60 seconds Mir has opportunity to go for the full blind and sap. As they're kiting, you can see Uzbeki drinking again. Nice reflex. Lumix is getting on top of them, although look at this beautiful execution from Mir, just perfect maneuver. It's almost like he is not a rogue, but he is the leader of Assassin Squad himself. Silent Shadows, are you in the chat? Because this is just amazing to watch.
Yeah, as you said yourself, when you see that very early blind going on to the druid, this is when the DPR or the priest rogue are basically saying, I'm going to force you to trinket this, and then in 90 seconds, I'm going to be able to blind you again, and you're not going to be able to trinket the second one. And they're creating the pressure. However, Lumix is doing incredibly well. You could see that, the thunderclaps going off, the demo shouts going down. They know that this is the game that they're going to try and play, and I wouldn't be surprised if in about 15 seconds or so, we see him intervening back because he knows the blind's going to be coming up.
And you could see there was a little mini reset right there that just happened, and there is a mana burn that I'm not sure, I'm thinking that went through, and we need to watch the replay a little bit at a later point of time, but you can see there's Mir really controlling and just making sure that he's slowly, bit by bit, putting pressure and trying to burn as many resources and reset as much as he can, and really creeping out on the HP bar from Lumix right now as he's dropping to 30%. And there is that sap, 8-second duration. Lumix is in a critical position right now. As you can see, Uzbek is putting even more pressure. There is nothing that can heal him. There's, if anything, Tornado that's going to finish him. And into a blind, Lumix goes down to win the series.
Wow.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's well played. Like, you said it too, Caitlyn, right? Like, one thing is just playing for second blind. Like creates so much pressure. Like that's just the thing you're so worried about if you're fighting them. Like the warrior doesn't really have access to that. They just have like less control. It's tough to compare a rogue and a warrior, right? Like I don't know if I fully understand it, but in my opinion, blind is the most powerful spell in TBC. Let me know if you have a different opinion, chat. But it's something that almost always forces a trinket, except for like very unique circumstances. Maybe if they're in bear form and they can't get punished into the sap, or maybe if you're a warlock and you have a pet and you can't get punished into the sap. It's just so powerful, and it's something that is so consistent. As soon as the game starts, Mir's doing his things, taking his time, and then as soon as he just clears blind on the druid, and it forces the trinket every time, man. Every time.
All right. On that note, we would like to have a chat with Uzbeki representing the team Uzbeki plus Mir. Caitlin, please introduce us to him.
Okay, it's Becky. Well done, and obviously, first off, congratulations on that very what looked like quite a comfortable 2-0 victory for you guys. Were you, worried at any point, or did you just feel, confident the entire time?
I feel like we had no worries at all. I mean, we knew it was a good team. Obviously, like Lumex and Himeyo are like one of the best, Warrior Druid teams in TBC, I guess. But we were pretty confident.
And then in the first game, it seemed we couldn't work out whether it was a resist on that first kidney shot or a parry, but it was. I assume that was what forced the early pain suppression on yourself.
Yeah, he popped Death Wish, and I held my paints up for a while. But as soon as the kidney resisted, I knew I had to pace myself, basically.
Do they have a way to win? Like, it's tough to know. I don't really know much about that matchup, Uzbeki. Like, is that a fight, or do you feel like you counter them pretty well? Tree Druid Warrior versus
I would say
DPR.
in season 1 it's very hard for them, but they can still win. They need some good RNG regardless, though. If they want to win, I think they need good RNG and things going their way. Maybe those tornadoes hitting us a few times or something. But I think it's pretty hard for them in season 1.
And is that just because the lower Brazil levels, or what goes through your head about season 1 that makes that tougher for them?
I guess druids just don't scale, or like druids scale really good with bonus healing, and they don't get enough of it in season 1, so their healing is kind of scuffed and they go fast.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
That is exactly what we saw in the game. The Druid went and you applied a lot of crucial and beautifully executed crowd control, if I might add myself. On that note, I wish to express my thanks for coming in for a short post-game interview. You are going up against Icyfresh in the winner's semifinal. On that note, let's also segue into the next match. We're going to be having Reality and Bobka against Danny Gaming and Reckles. Caitlin, Cargos, what do we know about them? Let me hear it.
Well, it's Reality and Bobka, right?
Correct.
I was going to say, we're going to talk. I'm going to pass it over to the Lock himself when it comes to the Lock Rogue matchup. It's your baby, is what you know.
It's true. I'm not gonna front. Like, if I ever had any worthy opinion, it'd probably be towards this, just because I played a lot of it. So it's like, I'm really excited to see it in action. This is going to be so much fun to cast it. Both Shades and Bobka are, no joke, like close friends to me. Like, I talk to them all the time. Shades helped me out learning a lot of stuff with Warlock. I helped him out in some ways too. Bobka, I played with both of these guys on the TR many games. We I just had fun messing around playing different comps with them. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit biased towards Bobka and Shades. They're my homies. But Danny Gaming, I've never seen him play. I've never seen him on the TR. But he is a full-time streamer, and people, you're familiar with him, right, Farkface? And you say he's a really, really solid player. So I really don't know what to expect here. I really don't, in terms of who's favored.
All of them are either veterans or up-and-coming players that have potential. And I'm really hyped for this matchup because we're going to see a lot of crucial execution coming from that Warlock Rogue script. What I want to know right now is, you're a very much veteran of this comp yourself. What is the key for Reality to win here with the Warlock Rogue?
I'm sorry, what is the comp they're fighting against? So I was focused on the
It is Warlock Rogue and Priest Rogue.
Yeah, so this is what we're gonna see. I assume they're playing Horde, right? Against DPR, I'll tell you one strategy that works pretty well. You can build the car in different ways. You can go for the Priest and all in. 2, you can apply pressure to the Rogue and try to kite him between kidney shots and just deal damage and the Priest, exhaust the Priest, and you actually do have some gas in the tank as Lock Rogue. My favorite strat of the 2 is to go all in on the Priest. So it's very scripted, and people talk about 2s and say 2s are scripted. It's true, but only when you know what the script is and you know every single ability people have, and it is kind of chess-like, rock, paper, scissors. So my way of approaching this matchup with my partner Bran would be to run in hyper-aggressively. Warlock takes the path of least resistance, running straight to the Priest. You run in the path of least resistance, just like how water finds a crack. What's going to happen is you're going to get sapped out in midfield. The rogue is going to get ready to open on you. The priest is going to come out, clean you up of your buffs, but you don't really have a lot of buffs to get cleaned up. You have underwater breathing, fire shield, stuff like that. Then he's going to open up on you with Shadow Word Pain and some dots, and the rogue is going to open on you. Now, your rogue has to peel you insta, because every second counts. You're getting absolutely monster mashed by that rogue. So he goes into full peel mode. He goes to cheap, into gouge, into kidney shot. After he cheap gouge kidney shots that rogue, he moves to the priest and starts putting big pressure on. In that time, you're getting to get started on the priest. You're putting up dots on him. You're trading globals with him. The rogue will soon join you. You fear out of that rogue's kidney shot on the priest. The rogue is going to join you on the priest, and what you're trying to do is prevent the gap. What I mean by the gap is pretty much any millisecond, microsecond of time the priest has to breathe, he's going to press one button. What button is he going to press? What button is he pressing? With that one global, pain suppression. So you're preventing the pain suppression at a high level, at a high health total. You want to prevent it as long as possible, and ideally get him to pain sup when he's about 50% health. If he pain sups and like trinkets cheap shot and immediately pain sups, it can actually put you in a really bad spot. So no gap. You go spell lock, coil, spell lock in addition with the rogues combo, and you absolutely just all in the priest, and you pretty much. Sorry if I'm talking too much, by the way. I just love this matchup, you know?
Absolutely. You're a veteran on this matchup, as I previously mentioned. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the match. Right now, it is going to be Reality against Danny Gaming, aka Dakata. As you can see on your screen, they're about to start very, very soon.
All right, man. I'm super excited. And then pretty much as Bobka, he has to eat one cheap shot, kidney shot by the other rogue and survive that. And as soon as he can survive that, he can cloak off the poisons, he can Hellstone, he can cloak, all the damage stops at that point. But he has to survive through one entire cheap shot, kidney shot combo. And in season 1, you never know. Maybe he doesn't. But most of the time, I'm actually going to go ahead and say Bobka Shades are favored here. They've played 2K games, maybe more 3K games with each other. This is their partner. In the Real Thing TBC Classic, they're expert roguelike players. I've talked with them at great length, and I'm trying my best to not be biased here. But
also something that I want to mention really quick before passing it to Caitlyn, it is indeed a Shadow Priest, not a Discipline Priest, so this is going to be a very bursty matchup. Caitlyn, what are your thoughts right now? You love this matchup.
I mean, I love Shadow Priest Rogue. I've said it multiple times. I love Reality, but here we go straight on. They're going on to the Rogue. That's going to be bold, especially with Stone Form. He is a dwarf. He is still a Shadow Priest, but he can also use Desperate Prayer if he wants to. He's just got away. I think that was a Stone Form, which has given him the distance he needs, as he's out of Shadow Form as well, going for the heals. But this is when the damage might come in. He's not in Shadow Form. He doesn't get the reduction, and here comes a lot of pressure onto the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's Shadow makes this so much better. It's so much better, especially in Season 1. Shadow Priest can get beefy later on, and on the TR right now, most people are in S4, and S4 they're very chunky, especially as Dwarf, but in S1, I'm going to go ahead and say, heavily unfavored right now for the SPR team versus Roguelock. He's basically just going to be playing budget disc, as you saw right there. They're just tunneling damage to him. Yes, he has the Stone Form that keeps him up, and Desperate Prayer is really nice and makes it a little bit more interesting, but they're just on the wrong side of the math. He's just running around a pillar playing budget disc, getting just absolutely trained by the rogue. Warlock's tankier. Also, if you think about what the Shadow Priest utility is, it's the 5-second blanket silence, right? The Warlock just goes yeeters and just uses Spellstone and clears it off him in 1 second, you know? Or that forces them to have to stagger the dots and also the silence. So they try to make you use the Spellstone on one of the two. I always just use it for silence because I know I'm chunky enough, right? I have Shadow Word. So yeah, I mean, the fact I wouldn't play SPR Season 1, but I don't know, man. I might be a little. The fact that he's dwarf makes it more interesting, is what I'm saying, because then they are a lot tankier.
Yeah, it definitely makes training him down going to be a little bit harder. And, I think one of the telling signs from that one is at the end we could see what the cooldowns were like actually on the Shadow Priest. And he basically had everything up. He didn't even get to play the game, So going into this second match, Kargos, what do you think the Shadow Priest can maybe do to get back in and, at least do something slightly more aggressive?
They need to go rogue. They need to go rogue. Ideally, they find the rogue and go rogue.
Well, that's the thing is they are actually alliance. They've got the perception, so they can go for that aggressive jump onto the rogue. Arguably, at least they've got that advantage. I think it was a little bit nullified. Quite obviously decision from Reality to go for that hyper aggression, knowing that if they hang back, they might become susceptible to the perception. So one of the ways of dealing with it is either to hide away for the entire duration or just go completely ham, get in there.
here's the thing. All right. So the Shadow Priest's rogue has to try to kill the rogue because he can really shut the rogue down. And if in that match you saw the Shadow Priest rogue killing Reality. Reality is the warlock, right? So it's basically both warlocks training the casters. He needs to get on the rogue because the Shadow Priest and the warlock like have a hard time killing each other if they're just running around the pillar, right? So that's my 2 cents. I would like to see them play super hyper aggressive. The Shadow Priest's rogue, but just because they know that they're going to be going for the Shadow Priest, that's where they're doing the go on. And I would like to see him consider blowing the rogue up.
And on that note, we are going into the game 2 of the series. They opted into Blade Edge map. Cargos, Caitlin, what do you think is the impact of Blade Edge map in the tiebreaker? Sorry, excuse me, match point.
If I'm the SPR team, I'd probably want to fight up top to start, and then when they get into a situation, as the match develops, they're going to jump down. That's going to make the pet have to run all the way around and delay the impact of like, devours and blankets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cargo said exactly, what I was thinking. When you play up top and you've got that warlock pet, you can just jump off. It's going to be basically out of the game for the next sort of 10 to 12 seconds. It won't be able to spell lock you. It won't be able to, devour. However, that also is when you do become a little bit overconfident sometimes, and you might even see a fell dom into a second pet. But we are going into this match again, and again, hyper aggression from Bobka looking for. However, perception is coming out from Reckles, and I wouldn't be surprised to. There we go. The preemptive vanish to improve his stealth, so he doesn't actually break the sap and damage straight onto the Shadow Priest now.
Yep, it's looking good. Getting the pre-vanish worked out for him. Getting the sap on the human rogue that always just feels so bad as the human. That's why you went that race, right? You're getting some meaningful damage onto the priest. Divine Prayer, Desperate Prayer already used, and he's still getting absolutely trained. They're just on the wrong side of the math, man. Like the way this matchup pans out is that the priest is just playing budget disc, and I mean he has some signs of life here, stabilizing a lot better than I thought he would. He's getting some really clutch flash heals. I'm not sure how they're letting him get here. It's because they got a sap on Bobka. That's how. That's insane.
Yeah, they got a full lock on his Shadow Skull, so he ran to heal, and then Bobka sat the blind. I forget if he trinketed something into a full sap. He's got the Hellstone, and I think that might have been a misplay from the priest getting too close to Bobka, and he's gonna go down.
Yeah, him walking all the way back in there, just waddling right in the middle of all that damage was kind of questionable, right? Like you maybe would have thought you just want to stabilize, drink a little bit, play it a little bit slower. You stem the initial.
This is not over though. This is a 1v1. This can still very be much won by Reckles. He just needs to maybe run a little bit for another 40 seconds until he gets his Cloak of Shadows back up. Who are you thinking it's going to here currently? Who's the advantage?
The rogue, if played perfectly, can almost always win. If you're playing, but he got the agony off on the rogue. Cloak is already down. It's already over. Like it all came down to getting those dots. If you round those corners perfectly as the rogue, you can slowly crawl your way out of the mud and come back. But he landed those dots on him there with no cloak, and that was Nicky Night Night.
I mean, so there we have Reality taking it 2-0. We will be dragging him up for an interview very shortly. But overall, I mean, you've got to be feeling quite stoked right about now, Cargos. Your boys are winning.
Oh yeah, Shades and Bobka, man, you love to see it. They're gonna do great things in TBC, and they're just they're awesome people. But shout out to Danny Gaming, like definitely well played. Reckles, any Reckles fans in the chat by chance? Reckles, a lot of fans. He's on the rise. He's one of the young prodigy types coming out of I want to say Eastern Europe, but it could be French as well. Somebody in the chat might know.
He's from Poland.
Okay, 0 for 2. Yeah, hate to see it, but he has a lot of fans. He's on the rise. He's like one of those prodigy types like Gucci, that a lot of people have high hopes for, and still young enough, has all the gray matter in their brain, so he's probably going to do amazing things come TBC.
100%
so I
amazing
think
things.
we're dragging Reality up, or are we going straight into the next match?
No, we are dragging Reality up. You have the honors, Caitlin. Let's have a little bit of a post-game interview with Reality, the man, the myth, the legend himself, as he will be joining us in a second.
Yep, just there's so many channels. There we go. I got him. I pushed him in. Congratulations, Reality, mate. You've got to be feeling happy right about now.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a cleaner game for sure, There were a few mistakes I made, but like overall,
I mean, in the second game, one of the, the pre-vanish from Bobka, as Carlos pointed out, was an absolutely, a stellar little play. Feels bad, to quote Carlos. I mean, he can say it himself. I'm not going to take his words.
Oh no, man! Well played, yo, Bobka and Bobka Shades. You guys are S tier homies. It's so nice to see you win. Just well played, nice execution, man. It was a little spooky on that game on Blade's Edge though when that priest slipped away from you. How did Bobka get sapped? What happened? It was actually looking bad for a second there.
yeah. So there was a little miscommunication whether I wanted to finish off the priest or like try to keep the rogue in combat, and I was like back and forth about it. So I was like a little hesitant when I should have been like Rain of Firing or Hell Firing by him to prevent the sap. But eventually, like we got the trinket out of the rogue, so we knew we could eventually peel him off and dot to cover the dispel and kill the priest, and that's what ended up happening. So, but definitely a little sketchy.
The funny thing is, Shades, I'm curious your thoughts on this, right? But if that dwarf priest, changed his talents around just a little bit and went discipline, that matchup is looking a whole lot different from the roguelike perspective. How would you feel? How do you?
Oh, 100%. Because like the moment it's a disc dwarf priest, it's like, yo, we got to go for the other target.
Yo.
Like they're so tanky that, like you said, it's just like you see a dwarf priest and you immediately change your game plan to CC him. Like that's the play is roguelike. So.
Reality, that was an amazing series. You won clean 2-0. Good job representing the NA. You're making them proud. You are promoted in the semifinals of the winners bracket. Next match, we have Willerton against Rivah. Who do you expect to see joining you in the semis of the winners bracket?
I mean, it's hard to bet against Rivah, man. He won the Asmongold tournament. This dude is hungry. But again, Bob Willerton's is also a gamer, so it's gonna be a great match, regardless of who wins.
He is, yeah. Willerton's is a really good player. He
is.
He plays with Energy Man and Sim Shady and all them. They have their own little squad, and they are very good players. So this is going to be a good one, I think.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup.
Congratulations again.
Thanks, man.
Congratulations again, and thank you for coming here. This is going to be a hype matchup. A lot of you know Willerton. A lot of you know Rivah. Without further ado, while I'm doing the last ready check, Cargos, Caitlin, give me a lead.
Quickly say, okay, so my mind is conflicted. Riv is a mentor of mine. Our threes team on the TR was called Disciples of Rivah. He's helped me out so much, and he got my foot in the door with talking to some of the private server legends and stuff. I have mad love for Rivah, and but the thing is, he won the Asmongold tournament. Like he's favored to win. People know him. His brand is doing really well. I'm kind of low key rooting for Willerton's here. Willerton's is a sleeper. He's trying to make it in the streaming world and grow in his stream. He's hungry, and I think just a tournament win like this would be so huge for him, And the thing is, Rivah said in the pregame, remember he said jokingly, "Can we ban DPL?" Well, isn't Willerton's playing DPL right now versus their team? So as a DPL lover myself and running Duratar Cleave and stuff, a part of me wants to see the DPL come out on top because it's such a fun comp. What do you think, Kate?
I mean, yeah, I think we've agreed from the start that DPL is going to be an absolute monster in season 1, and I think this might be the beginning of something fantastic. As you said, if Willerton can pull off the winter date, which is completely possible against such high, even if he doesn't win, making top 3 today, he gets some money and he definitely gets a lot of clout with it. Most deservedly, deserved clout. But I think it's going to propel DPL into the next level of perception of what is a competitive tournament winning twos team.
Yeah, I'm curious how he's going to build it too. Sometimes you can splash into Shadow, sometimes you can go Holy and pick up Holy Nova and some crucial talents there. The fact that he's dwarf is actually a huge deal. It's a humongous deal. Right, chat? I'm sure there's some big brains in the chat. The fact that he's dwarf is so big here. I remember talking to Genghis, talking to Spank, talking to all these big brains. They were saying Alliance DPL is so incredibly strong, and it's because against the really good teams, they're just going to kill your priest, and they're going to all in your priest, and being dwarf and being able to have that extra gas in the tank is so crucial. So I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. DPL is going to win.
DPL is going to win. Okay,
Yeah.
Calgary, let's get into this one. You say DPL is going to win. Interesting. I would like to see a little bit more from Rivah. He is not a lover of this comp himself, but he is a very good mage player. Let's see if he can conjure up an interesting victory over this comp. It is very hard for a mage to go into a warlock, not the easiest of the comps in the world. For sure he would prefer to have a little warrior so he can send him to the sheep farm for around about half of the match. But as you can see, there's early sap going from the rogue, and they're opening on Willerton really fast. Willerton, and they're going to be dashing some high amount of damage, and the damage is through the roof. But there is an early PS going, and he's scorching. He doesn't want to get himself interrupted whatsoever, and just applying that damage. Look at that, he is going down. This is super clutch. He's low.
No.
If he goes down with the sickness, damn, Rivah, mon Dieu, c'est quoi, coming from the Switzerland, executing perfectly, 1-0.
Dude. That's not even supposed to happen like that.
Lightning fast. Told you don't.
A good
man.
rogue mage,
The
is
Rivah.
so different from just a medium one, bro. I remember we went against this one team called Hogwarts Man and Ugly Betty. We played them on both the TR and on Windrunner, and I'm telling you, there was something special about their damage synergy. They would hit the spikiest, most bursty little damage windows I've ever seen, and just global you, legit global you. And like a good rogue mage can kind of just, I don't know, maybe win no matter what if you're able to do that with perfect synergy. I mean, they just did so much damage to that warlock. Did he even get pain supped? I don't even think so.
He got
did-
pain sub
he did
straight
get
after
pain
the
subscription.
slap. I mean, I'm just going to jump. That was Hogwarts the mage by any chance? I think I've come across him a few times. He's a nasty opponent. But yeah, I think what was maybe an error there from Willerton was splitting up as much as they were. That allowed Rivers rogue to actually get the sap off because they're too far away, which means that even with perception and paranoia, which is the reason we're seeing a human warlock as opposed to a gnome, that anti-rogue synergy, when they're so far apart, even with the pre-vanish, he still actually got him out of stealth, but by then it was too late. The sap had gone off. He can't trinket the sap because he's just going to get blinded, and the pressure was on too early. So I'd like to see them stay a little bit closer together in the next match.
And the next match is confirmed, going to be Ruins of Lordaeron. Just as we're waiting for the last confirmation on the ready check, Cargos, give me a lead up to this matchup on Ruins of Lordaeron. Who do you think is in favor?
Ruins is a worse match for the priest lock. Definitely a worse match. There's not as many places to run and hide. It's more out in the open. You can't really kite as effectively. So this is going to be even tougher. But at the same time, double DPS they're kind of like you blow your load, then people know your load after that. If that makes any sense. Like if the more and more you play against the double DPS, the more and more you kind of figure them out. I feel like there's a sort of shock factor with your initial load has some shock factor to it, and maybe they just kind of have a sense of how the damage is now and can course correct. I don't know. I still think DPL is favored versus Rogue Mage, especially when Dwarf, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Last game was absolutely insane. Sap into immediate action. He's in middle of the map. Bullets are raining all over that spot. Let's see what's going to happen on this map. It is Ruins of Lordaeron. 1-0. This is a match point. If Rivah and Avishan manage to secure the victory, they will be promoted and they will be facing reality in the winner's bracket. I'm so stoked. Chat, I hope you're with us. I hope you're hyped as well.
Who's having fun, by the way, dude? This is a hell of a weekend.
This is so amazing. This is so amazing. If you're a fan of World of Warcraft, even if you just play PvE, you love to see it. You love to see TBC PvP is back in action, and you can see Avishan is going out very, very aggressively in the corner tactically right now, pulling himself a little bit back, using sprint.
Yo, Willerton's just chilling, dude, jumping around in his little cat mount. Like if I'm him, I'm scared right now. I'm shook. I'm
Oh, there's the sap and engage on Willerton. They wanted to have a reprise from the previous match. They're pumping him like a gas station right now. Geralt, he cannot cast, and there is the ultimate damage coming on Willerton. There is early pain suppression on Willerton as well. He needs to ride behind that pillar, and he needs to LOS Rivah. But Rivah with the clutch missiles as well to keep the pressure as PS is going down. Searing pain, but won't be doing anything. But he is in full fear right now. He cannot remove it, and there is a little bit of pressure going away from Willerton because he was a fear. Blocked it. Beautiful. Recasting the fear into, oh my god, counterspelling fear duration. He cannot do anything, and there is Avishan. Execute. Eviscerate crit. Dead. 2-0. Parfait execution.
They almost stabilized.
You love
they
to see
almost
it.
stabilized, bro. That's so
That was so
frustrating. As
clutch.
the Warlock,
Don't
the
blink
mage just has
twice.
too much gas, as you can see. He feared, then he like trinketed, then he feared again, then he blocked, and then he couldn't get that third fear up because the CS was up, and he ate a full lockout on Shadow. Like it's when you fight Rogue Mage, man, it always feels like you're this close to stabilizing, and they just have too much.
That was one hell of a
damage,
matchup.
Mark. 20k coming out of Rivah, 11k out of the Rogue.
That
Less
was
than 10K
absolutely
between the Priest and the
insane.
Lock.
That
Priest
was
and Lock are
absolute-
known for doing a lot of damage as far as healer DPS combos go.
That is
Nutty.
through the roof, and in 1 second we will be back to see what does the leaderboard say. We have fixed second set of brackets. Let's take a look right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, they got that they're getting this sap off that certainly, as we sort of discussed when we're talking about textbook 2v2 play, when people say it's formulaic, if you look at the textbook, that shouldn't be possible. But when you're playing the comp to that level, you create these possibilities that people just don't otherwise see. What we actually saw there, what I thought was quite interesting from Willard's team was rather than going for clustering together, they went for a tactic that, quite a lot of healer DPS as we do against rogues, where the idea is you're going to get sapped, you accept that fact, but you try to keep your partner so far away that by the time the rogue actually gets to them, maybe half of the sap duration, the first 4 seconds have just been used up by pure travel time. That's the reason one of the reasons we saw Willard so far ahead and so spread apart, as it literally takes time for the rogue to get onto him. And as a result, this time the pain sap did come out straight after the sap, but he was at 75% as opposed to 50%.
Yep. Well played, man. DPL going down. You hate to see it, but
Right.
I mean, it's Rivah.
Caitlin,
Rivah's an
could you
absolute
get,
monster.
Could you get
Who do we want
Rivah?
to see in the finals, by the way, guys? Is it going to be a Mir versus Rivah finals? And you told me something crazy the other day, Fark. Maybe you want to tell the people about it because they may not know about the rivalry.
Well, yeah, there is a little bit of rivalry going on in the TBC beta because the first tournament that was organized and hosted on TBC beta was the Asmongold 3v3 Invitational, where in fact Rivah was the one who claimed the first prize. And then in the PDD 3v3 tournament that was hosted by a Chinese League of Legends veteran, it was Mir who managed to get the first place. So right now they're meeting in a 2v2 tournament again. Most likely, hopefully, but not, this is the last tournament that we have on the beta. Technically speaking, this will decide the tiebreaker between Rivah and Mir.
Yep. So they both won a tournament, and they're amazing players. They kind of have big egos too. Like they have a title to defend. They have this reputation for being so successful on private servers, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, retail players are better than the private server players, are trash," and all this. And this is they're definitely going to care a lot about this match if it comes down to it. Finals between Rivah and Mir. Rivah, Mir, Uzbeki. Oh man! All in the
Speaking
finals. I would
about
love to
Rivah,
see that.
Caitlin, can we get a little bit of a post-game interview, please?
Yep, I've just got him here. Just dragging him now. Oh, well, again, congratulations, Rivah, man. I mean, before the start...
I was not ready for that.
apologies.
No problem.
Yeah, before, as we sort of discussed, you can obviously hear it, but we were discussing your previous comment of wanting to ban Dispriest Lock. So you seem to certainly have, hit your stride when it comes to fighting them. At least this team. Were you that nervous going in against this comp, or?
So yeah, I think they were thinking that usually Rogue Mage they go on priest, right? So we said if we get a sap on the priest, which we got, so we decided to go on the lock then and tunnel him forever. Stack 5 wounds and just tunnel and do a lot of damage. Hold my CS for the priest, so he couldn't do anything apart from shielding and pressing the instant spells. So yeah.
Rivah,
That's it.
félicitations. That was a
Merci, mon frère. Merci, mon frère.
beautiful.
Thanks, bro.
performance. Everyone was betting on the Lock Priest. I was kind of
because it's a counter comp, that's why.
I was kind
especially as
of
dwarf,
betting.
right? With
Yeah,
dwarf, and you guys
exactly.
being human
Yeah.
too, so those fears, those psychic screams are just going to be that much punishing for you as well.
And I don't know if you saw it, but the last fear on Junes on my rug didn't play the beta, right? So he was like, yeah, I saw the fear coming, but I wanted to sit it because I had full dot on me. So he thought that it would break, right? And it didn't break, so it was a bit unfortunate, but we still won. So
well played, man. How would you feel about a mirror final versus you, Rivah? Do you think you can take him as your current setup with Rogue Mage?
Oh, of course. I think if we win next game and he wins next game, we're gonna face each other even before the finals. So I can't wait, bro. I can't wait.
You're gonna beat Mir Uzbeki, dude?
It's gonna be. I mean, I played so many finals against them, so
okay.
It's not gonna be the first. I think it's the fourth tournament that we facing each other in. I mean, in finals, if we face each other in finals. So yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, well, thanks for jumping up, mate. I do apologize for jumping on you, but
no, it's all fine. All good. Thank you.
And we will see you in the semi-finals. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man. Big Rivah in the house. You love to see.
Let's see what we have for the next matchup. We're in the losers bracket. We're going to have Jixo against Himeyo. That means Rogue Mage into Warrior Druid. Caitlin.
How much time do we have? Do we have 1 minute to run a commercial real quick? Or are they starting right now?
We have both players currently ready.
Okay, all good. We'll do it. Better.
I'm doing the last ready checks. Caitlin, gun to your head. Warrior Druid into Rogue Mage. Who do you see winning?
Oh, this is a tricky one. I mean, you've certainly got the alliance racials on the side of the warrior druid. If you want to be doing a warrior druid against a rogue mage, so you want to be the gnome and you want to be the night elf, you definitely you want that escape artist. I think it's going to come down to how this pressure, if they can get pressure onto the druid early on, if they could just keep the warrior controlled and damage onto the druid, then we could be seeing a very short game. However, I've been thoroughly impressed with Himeyo's performance against Uzbeki and Mir. His shadow melding, his just general positioning and movement has been fantastic. So I would be very surprised if he gets caught out. But I mean, what about you, Kargus? What are you looking to expect here?
So you guys hear about TBC having counter comps, right? Rogue Mage against Warrior Druid is one of the most severe and extreme counter comps. The Rogue Mage just keeps the Warrior like perma CC'd. He cannot play the game at all like he wants to, and it's so frustrating and so cringe for the Warrior Druid team that they just short circuit if they fight too many Rogue Mages. So they are heavily unfavored here, the Warrior Druid team. Keep that in mind. It's still winnable. I've watched enough Aussie God X to see him crawl out, and scrape victories from the bottom of the barrel here. But just know that going into this, that the Warrior Druid is really unfavored. So,
I mean, if you think the Warrior Druid is unfavored, we need to play some Warrior Shaman against some Rogue Mage, and then you get to feel some real imbalanced comps. But we are going to go into this first match here, and as always, starting in Nagrand, I'm very curious to see what this druid decides to do, whether he's going to go for the cat form. I don't think he will. He doesn't seem to be confident. Well, we'll get straight away into the tree. So here we go, early regrowths, getting those hots up, and we'll probably see some early aggression maybe from Lumex as well. He seems to be favoring that style.
yeah, I don't know. Is tree form better here than our druid? I want to say no, but
I mean, it's just a little bit safer. He can't be sapped. He does have a bit of armor. He can shadow meld, and it is not so much at a risk of getting caught out by perception. If he was in cat, he can get caught out by perception, and then he hasn't got the additional armor and the additional healing that he gets from tree. But here we go, straight onto the druid, and some very nice line of sighting instantly from them, taking advantage of the pillar straight away.
Ooh, look at that little band-aid on the rogue. Just like the match just started, he's already going for a band-aid as a double DPS. You can just really feel that that they know this game so well that they know that that's an appropriate time to do that. They're just controlling the warrior sitting in Novas. He's so frustrated. That little gnome just chilling in the Nova forever. Probably gonna get polyed now. Drew just getting absolutely trained and tunneled, man. It's brutal watching it, man.
Well, he's still out of the NS, and I think he needs to come around for a feral charge on the poly. He needs to stop those polys coming. He has actually now blinked, so he can feral charge into a bash if he wants to go for it, but I think he's just trying to fight for his life at this point. He does have the regrowth going, but unfortunately he drops down to those arcane explosions.
Oh, it's painful to watch actually a little bit, right? It's just it feels so hopeless oftentimes to the warrior druid. It was well played a bit. Like you can tell they were trying their very best to not get punished. Like you mentioned before, Lumix ducked around that pillar just to LOS that sheep, doing everything they can to stem the relentless crowd control. But that's kind of just how she goes, man. But a lot of times people say Warrior Druid isn't an S tier 2v2 comp. That I'm sure you can still hit rank 1 with it, and I'm sure Ozzy God X and a lot of the other Warrior Druids are going to be really successful with it. But if you're playing in a tournament, a 2v2 tournament with money on the line, it's actually a low representation for warrior teams in general. But you know, never say never. I mean, they can still win here. It's not over.
I mean, we can see them actually picking that ground. I'm quite surprised by that. I was expecting to see Blade's Edge, get a little bit of distance and use that bridge to jump up and down, and especially play around the water elemental. But I mean, I don't think certainly the first sort of opening 15 second looked quite promising for the Druid. He was getting away, but eventually I think he needed to maybe pull away from that pillar, do something that at least pulled the mage, because the mage at that point is either then the mage can either sit on the warrior, keep polying him, or he can follow up onto the druid and do damage. He's got to make a decision. He won't be able to keep polying and DPSing the druid if the druid goes to the opposite pillar and stays on the opposite side of that pillar. He can't just stand in the middle and hit both of them. He's got to make a decision. He probably will stick with the CC and leave it down to his rogue, but it's better than having both of them on top of you as a druid. So I'll be intrigued to see what they do and how they adapt into this coming match.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Man, I just don't know what you even do here.
I mean, I think, as I said, I'd like to see them play split pillars, one on the left, one on the right, get the distance. You don't want to be seeing double novas. You don't want to be seeing both, the druid and the warrior getting hit by novas. Obviously, that's quite challenging, when you're trying to DPS as the warrior. You've got to pick your time to go in and out, and dart in and out. But I think there was a little bit too much of a cluster in the previous match, and I'd like to see that druid use the girth of this map, use the distance and his natural mobility, rather than just playing up, going for the pillar hump. But we will see how they go in as they start this match now. And again, it looks like he's sat in his tree form quite comfortably with some pre-hots. He knows the damage is coming his way, and we're looking for an opener here from the rogue.
Mage is flirting with the druid. Rogue about to open up here. He's in bear form, which is nice. He's not in tree. He's not in cat. He has regrowth and rejuve ticking on him, so this damage, as you're seeing, his health isn't he's not getting bursted really so much right now. He actually has all the proactive healing applied, which is quite nice. Still hasn't cleared blind on anyone yet. And that's still good. Ooh, nice feral charge to duck around the corner there. What do you think, Ed?
Yeah, no, there was a really nice fear from Lumix there, most importantly, hitting the pet, reducing the number of novas he's going to get and the damage the pet's going to do. And that's a very aggressive blink that can be cross-pummeled if he's not careful. And I think it was actually a very nice cross-pummel onto that polymorph. He's still in it, and again, full. We look onto the feral charge stopping. It was fake casted on the polymorph, so Lumix is going to have to sit, but he's certainly looking more healthy, and we're seeing what we wanted to see. He's playing both pillars very, very tactically at the moment.
Yeah, this is looking really good. They stemmed all that initial tempo and burst, but here's the thing that's so brutal. The mage food, just resetting it, just kind of resetting the health totals right here. Mage food is seriously an underrated aspect. If you have a mage on your team, you're able to eat, right? Nobody else has food. Everybody has water, and that's just so nice. The rogue's able to regen some health there, and they can go for a reset. Thing is, those rogue cooldowns are precious, right? Vanish, evasion, blinds on cooldown. They might wait to do this go until blinds up again. Prep has already been expended as well, so they blew over half of their cooldowns, and they're essentially starting from scratch on this warrior druid where the cooldowns are much shorter.
I mean, this is looking really good for the Warrior Druid right about now. We're looking at some insane fail charges this entire match. I think we saw a nice little sneaky resist there as well, maybe a surefoot proc. But again, solid, amazing reflect there on the polymorph, forcing the ice block, and the ice block was straight into a cyclone. They are just slowing down this pressure from the Rogue Mage so much this game.
Good druids know how to squeeze damage into. You see how he's always getting Moonfire, double dot on everything, even while he's under pressure, still knowing that he needs to do that because you need to win eventually at some point. This druid is actually insane. If there's one thing I've noticed from this match so far, it's feral charges. The feral charges are so creative and so clutch, and just the little things like getting that regrowth right before the opener started on him, it's really helping him live here. But he's almost out of mana. Innervate is down. The mage is almost out of mana as well. Still has Evo though, so just looking at the cooldowns right now, if the rogue can just chill stealth, get a eat back up the full, mage has Evo, still, I think that they're looking better than the druid warrior potentially. They can swing it.
Yeah, I think they just need to hold out a little. This is going to be dangerous, though. He's drinking in caster. He can be sapped. He knows it as well. He's just going to run for it. That's fine. But we've got Fear coming back up on for the Warrior in 25 seconds, which can be quite significant. Again, I think they need to just keep this discipline, avoid sitting on both pillars. But, I want to see the stats when it comes to... Oh, here comes the tornado.
Stop the Evo? Stopping the Evo with the NATO? He was going to Evo there, right? If it wasn't for the NATO, I think he was going to Evo. He finally got around the corner.
And Lumix has used the tornado to actually bounce himself onto the maze. That was a deliberate play there. That was not RNG. He chose to take the tornado. And another fail charge. This is going to be going down.
That was so nasty. Best game of the tournament right now. I actually love this game. That was so sick. The Druid doing everything in his power to swing this horribly unfavored matchup to them to in their favor. Getting the preemptive healing with the regrowth and rejuve right as they're making their go on them, right? The warrior preventing that mage. He knows that Evo is down, is not been used, right? Like that's a cooldown you're very much keeping in the front of your mind. Mage has not evocated right now. He wants to Evo, doing everything in his power to stop him from doing it. Then that clutch tornado, he finally got distance from that warrior and was about to pull the trigger on the Evo and couldn't because the NATO was just blasting him.
I mean, I think tornadoes is one of the most discussed points currently in the meta. The randomness of that is the first time I've seen someone deliberately use a tornado purely as a movement mechanic. The mage, as you said, would have got away, got a full Evo up, maybe even a bandage, and been ready to fight again quite happily. But no, Lumix sees the opportunity, sees the tornado, and just bounces himself literally halfway across the map in a matter of seconds.
That matchup is so fun. And you've guessed it, the last map is going to be Nagrand. 1-1 for both teams to their name. Cargos and Caitlyn, this is all yours.
Oh man, I mean, I think we both came into this with an expectation, and I think my expectations certainly had just been blown away. No pun intended when it came to tornadoes, though.
Yeah, I mean, the warrior is clearly a great player too, but maybe it's just the druid plays are flashier. But that druid was so high impact there, man. I mean, the feral charges. When you play against druid, do you notice that there's like a bit of creativity on how you use the feral charge? Like it just yoinks the momentum back in your favor so quickly sometimes if you do a creative feral charge. And when you play basketball and somebody breaks your ankles, have you heard that expression, guys? Like they juke you to break your ankles and you fall over. That's what like feral charge feels like, a good one, right? It breaks their ankles and takes them in the wrong direction.
Cargos, I don't know really about that, but in the Eastern Europe, the ankle break you.
I see. Who's gonna win, chat? Who predictions, chat? Warrior Druid or Rogue Mage, chat? Throw it in there. Make some noise. Show who you're supporting. Let's get some hype, boys.
I mean, I want to see this Warrior Druid go through now. I don't think I've been impressed by. I wish we had an interrupt count for how many polymorphs got cross pummeled, got intercepted. The cyclone instantly after the ice block. These unbelievable clutch timings, from night and day from game 1 to game 2. Let's see what happens in game 3, Cargos.
Let's see indeed, my friends. They're pushing up here, getting they're flirting. They're flirting a little bit with the druid. Druid looks like he has some, like a rejuve on him or something. Ooh, catching the druid in caster form though.
Oh, that is going to be some nasty damage. He has got Bark Skin, but he intervene on the intervene took the kidney shot off of the Druid. The Druid is now completely free.
That was sick, dude. Being the kidney. He's
I
still
mean, the
looking
Druid
a
is going to be
little.
feeling so strong right now. He just he failed charge the polymorph as well by the looks of it, or tried to. I think, you know, he's still going to be sitting there. He's still taking a lot of damage, though. The Ice Lances are coming in. This might be an unfortunate end. Here comes the NS. I think he's going to live. He's looking comfortable. He has finally stabilized.
No. Oh no, this is the end. Oh, you hate to see it, dude. Druid goes down. It's like you see these two battle buddies fighting for their life here. You can really like feel the abuse from the Warrior Druid side, like just against all odds, and it's just too much for him. They're trying desperately to stabilize and just couldn't quite get there. It seemed like in the last game, right, when they made the go on the Druid, he had a regrowth and a rejuve, maybe a life loop on him as well, was fully in bear form. Doesn't that stuff matter so much? They caught him out on caster. He felt a bit squishier. He took about 20% of his health on the opener. I don't know. He got a nice feral charge, but it wasn't as clutch. He didn't break any ankles. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that he seemed to have made this decision to shift from starting in tree and being fully pre-halted to going into bear, and it seemed to me that he was actually going, you know, full on aggression onto the rogue, trying to put some pressure onto Jixo, and you know, maybe force some early mistakes when the rogue was a little bit unsure what he wanted to do. So you know, I'd be very interested to see why he chose to maybe change what arguably could have been a winning strategy.
Yeah, well played to Himeyo though. Like clearly great players, right? Can we get like some E claps in the chat for Himeyo and Lumex? Well played,
Caitlin,
guys.
while transitioning in our last match of the losers bracket, the best of 3 series, we would like to hear a little bit from Himeyo playing that Warrior Druid comp. Can you give us a segue, please?
I will just drag the gen up right up, and welcome to the caster's desk, Himeyo. I have got to say that has been one of the single most impressive performances I have seen from a Warrior Druid, you know, in 10 years of playing TBC, you know, on and off. You know, absolutely fantastic second game.
Thank you. It was intense.
Beautiful performance coming from the Warrior Druid. Sadly, you didn't win the last tiebreaker. Nonetheless, thank you so much for participating in this tournament. It was nice to see some representation coming from Europe, especially coming from French community. A little bit of departing words from you. Let's promote you a little bit, you and your partners, social media and streaming channels. If anybody wants to find you, where should they go?
Yeah, so we're streaming both with Lumix. His channel is Lumix Live. He's playing mainly Warrior. On TBC is very good. He's been Gladiator on most serve. So just give him a follow, it will be nice. And for me, it's Himeyo TBC. And yes, we are playing together since years. And it was a very good tournament. It was very nice playing against those guys. Very cool.
Well played. Himeyo, it's nice to meet you, man. The whole chat was rooting for you, man. We were feeling your pain together, fighting a rogue mage as Warrior Druid.
Yeah.
Just like you're fighting for your life, man, and you don't have anything to work with. And you had some sick feral charges, the Veen on the kidney shot, some really flashy plays, man. Honestly, I'm a Himeyo fan after today for sure, man. Amazing play, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Okay,
joining
well,
us.
Thank you for jumping in, mate, and I'll drag you down. Obviously, commiserations, but no, it's one of the, I think, as Cargos said it, best match of the tournament so far by a considerable way, I think.
Yeah, it was really intense, and we already faced Jixo and Delhi in the past, and those guys are really good. Hope they will do good in the tourney, and yeah, it was intense.
Okay, thanks for jumping up, man.
Thanks,
Best of
guys.
luck in the future.
Thank you.
Care.
Guys, right now we have the second losers bracket, best of 3 series. This is the knockout stage. This is as well where it is real. We have Danny Gaming playing Priest Rogue, Shadow Priest Rogue to be specific, going against Willerton. We saw Willerton play Warlock Priest. This one, I'm leaving to you, Caitlin and Cargos. You did a magnificent job. Guys, let's have some hype. What do you think? let's have some infographics a little bit
Okay.
for the community as well. Let's start talking a little bit for Priest Lock while we give teams 1 more minute to get ready. Priest Lock.
So it's Priest Lock versus, what was it again, SPR?
Correct.
Yeah, SPR versus Priest Lock. So it's DPL versus SPR. Ooh. Ooh, you don't see that much, man. You don't see that much, especially with the the priest being dwarf. It's a really interesting one. It's going to be very entertaining. I don't know, Kate. What do you think? Initial thoughts? Who's gonna take it?
I mean, you know me, I'm normally full of opinions, but right now I am scratching my head at this one. You know, I gotta say, I'm still loving the Dispriest Lock. I still think it's a very strong comp, but I just do not know with this matchup. It's not something that we really get to see very often. So I am, you know, I am very excited to see how the Shadow Priest Rogue play it. You know, you imagine they want to, you know, kill the go straight onto the priest, the discipline priest, but you know he's a dwarf. He's got the stone form. But I just don't know whether, you know, with Spellstone, with Shadow Ward, with Shadow Protection, which they can't dispel, whether they're going to really have the opportunity to burst the lock in the time that they're going to be given, even if they get a full sap.
I just remember having conversations with Genghis, right, and Spank and some of the big brains, and asking them, just picking their brain, you know, about their thoughts on Horde DPL versus Alliance DPL, because I play Horde DPL, right, with Brand, we play Troll and Orc, and they were saying that if you go, this is verbatim, if you go Alliance DPL, any double DPS comp is free win. I think Pepe even said that as well. Free win if you go Alliance DPL. Thing is, we saw DPL just lose to a rogue mage a second ago. That could be some season 1 action. Maybe that's just some Rivah action that they were able to get there. But
well, you know, undoubtedly Rivah is, you know, a true master of the mage class, but I think one of the big significant factors is the nature of the damage as well. Obviously, warlocks, you know, they have that shadow ward, they have the spell stone, and the shadow priest is going to be looking for those dots. So they've effectively, you know, got to put up 2 sets of damage, and they're going to be playing into that shadow protection, which, you know, they can dispel, but I'm not sure whether, you know, as the Shadow Priest Rogue, you know, how long do you want to spend trying to get rid of that shadow protection? If you get it in your first dispel, then you're laughing. But you know, 2, 3, 4 dispels in, you've spent, you know, nearly 1,000 mana, and you haven't got it. They're still going to be sitting there with over 70 shadow res. That's a really significant buffer against any damage that they're looking to do. But we will be going into this match now on Nagrand, obviously, and I think I'm passing. Oh, who am I with this time? I'm with you, I believe, Fox.
I believe this is Cargos, and I will take over for the next one. You have all of the privilege and honor to take this one, while you do have a little bit more experience on the priest part, especially.
So who do you think's going to take it, chat? We have, again, just to clarify, we have SPR, Shadow Priest Rogue versus Discipline Priest Lock. They both are Alliance teams, I believe. Right? They're both Alliance. Yeah, they're both Alliance. They're both Alliance. Curious your thoughts, chat. We're going to go ahead and pass it over to the game now. Like I said, I'm going to predict DPL here. We got Willertons and Lamarki on the DPL. And we have Reckles, the Polish prodigy, with, that is Danny Gaming, right? Yeah.
Yep, it is. It is indeed, Danny. I mean, I think it's going to come down to the opener, as you always kind of expect from a rogue team. It is such an intrinsic part of the class. You know, it seems, you know, from a time frame, it is milliseconds, but it, you know, it dictates the pace of the game in such a massive way. So I'm intrigued to see whether they get the saps off, and if they do get the saps off, how much damage can they do in the time that it gives them?
Absolutely. Here we go. Coming out of the gate. Let's see how they just position, getting that palm going. Willerton likes to just jump around on the little kitty cat mount, just chilling, looking like not a care in the world. Look, an early vanish on Reckles to get the sap on the priest seemed like an kind of an unnecessary vanish. I wonder why. Maybe he found him with the Fell Hunter or something like that. So they're putting damage on the lock. Dwarf's playing keep away. I don't see the Shadow Priest getting much work done on the priest, man. Okay, he's eating the fear. Choose to eat it. That's monk-ass. Can't he sap out that? No
Yeah,
way.
you
Don't
can
get sap
it.
Oh no.
I mean, the Shadow Priest isn't even in shadow form either. You know, he's full caster. He's going for the heals, and down goes the lock. I mean, I think if he trinketed the fear, he was just going to end up sitting in a blind. So I don't know whether. I mean,
True,
it just looked textbook. But
But blind was used though earlier already, right? So he trinketed the blind, I guess, and then had to eat the fear into the sap. Yeah, makes
yeah,
sense.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the start was particularly interesting. From records, what we saw was he went for the a sap onto the warlock, a shadow step sap onto the warlock. He then got broken out by the feral hunter that was on aggressive, so he then vanished and sapped the priest who hadn't got the opportunity to cast on the feral hunter and get into combat himself. So he did this little bunny hop through the middle of sap, vanish, sap, because obviously he wants to get the sap onto the priest, but he couldn't get it because the feral hunter and perception lock was in the way. So he did one sap, vanishes, and gets a second sap. I mean, I've not seen that before. That is a very innovative way of getting that sap off.
Yeah. You know how priests resist fear a lot. Like there's something about either their talents or just the shadow resist or whatever. Like if that psychic scream resisted, I just imagine another world, because then it doesn't snowball into a sap. Like that could have 100% just been the opposite, right? And the DPL would have cleaned up shop. Oftentimes in TBC, it can come down to that, But,
I mean, I think the one thing we can say is I don't think that Willerton and Lamarcky are going to get caught by that sap trick again. But we will see, obviously, going same arena. So, they're definitely feeling confident. And I don't know whether they, maybe a bit bummed out by that loss. But we do actually see Dakard starting this time in Shadow form. He's not going to go for... He is actually going to play a Shadow Priest rather than a pseudo Discipline Priest like he did in the previous matchup.
Yeah, that's what I'm
they're
saying.
feeling confident.
When you play Shadow, oftentimes it feels like the majority of the time you're playing budget disc anyway, because you're not in Shadow form, as you noted, Kate. So it's like, I don't know. I'm struggling to understand the appeal of Shadow. I mean, it looks really cool. I mean, sit in Shadow form, do big damage, but Discipline, you just swap out the Shadow with the disc, and every comp feels like it improves. It has less bad matchups and is more well-rounded of a team. So
certainly from a dwarf perspective. I mean, obviously, when we're talking about things like Troll, Shadow Priests, etc., and certainly things like Shadow Play, I think Shadow's going to see a little bit more love. But yeah, I think as we sort of discussed, when you've got so many rogues in the tournaments, I think you're sort of obligated to go for that human. But here we go, opening into the round 2 in Nagrand.
Yep. So getting the sap on the priest there on Lamarcky. Opening up hard on the lock. As of right now, he's going to fear out of that sap. Oh, coil! So it doesn't line up perfectly. There's a gap and Lamarcky slips away. Massive!
That coil was absolutely fantastically timed. He wasn't in position to fear, so he blinded him, but then he trinketed the blind instantly and managed to run away, so the fear didn't even land. This is looking very positive now for the Disc Priest lock. They're feeling very comfortable, beginning to stabilize. Really nice spell lock onto the Shadow Priest as well, and Records is looking very low.
Rogues, because there's no bleeds or anything, a cloak into a vanish is a guaranteed escape. So if they can just kind of buy time and somehow the rogue can get some healing in and stuff, then they could potentially go for a reset if the priest can create that space. But it looks like Reckles re-engaging right now on the warlock, but it's just looking so over. Honestly, he has no cloak, he has dots on him, there's lethal on board. The priest can... Yeah, it's over.
I mean, all you can say in a word is death coil. I mean, that coil was, the game was over if they landed the CC train that they were going for, as in, they're going to go for the sap, full dispel, then into a fear, then into the blind. He's got to trinket something. If they get all three off, he's dead. But, an absolutely phenomenal death coil, forcing the priest away and giving, Lamarcky that distance he needs so he can just run away and not get feared. What a phenomenal choice of a use of vulnerability.
And the thing that is so sick too is that you have to factor in the projectile time of the death coil. It's not an instant, right, folks? Like an instant's like a fire blast or something. Bah, you hit him immediately. The death coil, you have to launch it and it's to travel through the air. You can see rogues vanish it and stuff like that. He timed that perfectly so that when that was ending, it was going to disrupt that CC chain, right? And the priest may have greeded out a little bit trying to get perfect, full value out of their CCs. You saw him kind of just strafing back and forth right by the enemy priest, getting ready for it, right? And he had an opportunity to pull the trigger there and maybe just get half value out of that fear. But slipping around the corner, full stabilization, and totally different beast at that point.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, a little bit of greed. Maybe he could have cut. He would have lost maybe 2 seconds on the snap, but he would have got it off. He clearly was not expecting that death coil play. It definitely came out of a way and surprised them. But again, we saw that little bunny hop with the sap into the sap. I predicted it wouldn't happen again, and he still gets it off. So, I'm very fascinated to see how this goes, and especially what arena they pick. Whether they're all feeling comfortable with this Nagrand, or whether they want to go for something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think. So it's loser picks the next match, right?
Yes, so it will be the Shadow Priest Rogue picking.
So they're gonna pick Lord. They're gonna pick Ruins, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
that was my thought.
Yeah, 100% Ruins, right? That's the most DPS, double DPS friendly. Going to Grand.
Okay, so that shows us what we know.
That's all right. Well, all right then. They want payback? They just lost on the Grand.
I mean,
They want
it was an
retribution.
incredibly close match. Literally came down to a single death coil. But and maybe they're, I don't think they're forfeit twice. We might see maybe a faster trinket from the Shadow Priest. I don't think he was expecting it to happen. He clearly, was positioned for something else to occur. And as you said, whether it's the breaking your ankle concept, or just something out of the blue that you're not quite expecting, your reaction is not going to be as quick as it necessarily would be if you've seen something like that before. And it caught us off by surprise. It definitely caught off Danny as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, these
Guys,
games are
one more chance to show us who's gonna win. Sorry, Fark, go for it. Type in the chat who you think is gonna win.
absolutely who is going to win, chat. These games are hype. We got Cargos and Caitlyn commentating. Give them some love, guys. 2v2 RXP tournament, the last match of the first bracket loser series. 1-1, everything is on the table. It is Danny, represented under the kata, playing with Reckless against Lemarki and Willerton. This is the knockout game. This decides everything. Cargos, Caitlyn, let's get into it.
Get into it, brother.
And here we go. As always, we're going to be looking for maybe he's going to go for the double sap again. We're starting in shadow form, at least. He's maybe looking for that aggression. Or I think he's just going to get a straight up sap. No double sap required. Opening early onto the Warlock and running straight in for a fear. I don't think he's out of range, actually. Oh, spell lock to stop the fear, and he actually gets a return fear onto the Shadow Priest, blind onto the Discipline Rogue. Sorry, Discipline Priest spell.
Marky still has paint sub too, man. Still has paint sub. It's looking good for the DPL. They're fully topped up and still. Oh no, paint sub's up. Sorry, okay. Paint sub is up now. Paint sub is exhausted. Still have desperate prayer. PI's up. Still has Shadow Fiend. Already, I mean, this is the initial little burst of the double DPS. It's a bit of a dance, and they've stemmed that initial pressure, and it's looking really good for them. And DPL is looking at a really strong spot at this point. There's no cloak on the Rogue, so once they get a couple dots up on the Rogue, they know he's pretty much, he's dead. He's lethal on board.
Tornado is up. It's looking very dangerous for this Rogue here. It looks like records will go down. There was a full fear onto Danny, but he's back into the game now. He has got silence, which he just popped on. Cyclone kills him!
Tornado
Cyclone death.
blow.
There was a tornado death, wasn't it? I'm not saying things.
Look! One killing blow. Doesn't hold on. Or maybe the other guy left, but I'm pretty sure if the tornado kills you, it doesn't give you the killing blow.
I want to read chat.
I want to create like a tornado GIF that just rolls across the screen.
And in a second, we'll be looking at the brackets. That means that Willerton will advance. Let's take a quick look, guys. Indeed, Willerton is going to be going further in the tournament. He managed to secure himself another victory right there. On that note, Cargos, I believe there is a little bit of wiggle room until we go into the winners
Gotcha.
semifinals.
We're gonna run a little commercial, guys. We'll try to keep the shilling to the minimum, but this is
This tournament is sponsored by Rested XP. It's a site you've been maybe seeing a lot of streamers, use the guide recently. It's built with love by members of the community like you, Tactics, Tommy, Zarant, Seven Leaves, myself. It's a leveling guide. We have you covered for Dungeon Cleave. We have you covered for just normal leveling if you want to quest. And we're just gonna play a little funny video made by Platinum WoW. Any Platinum WoW fans in the chat? Made by him to help us out with the project. So here we go. We're gonna play it. Oh shit, I'm muted. Was I muted the whole time? Oh, well, I guess
Yes,
we
sir.
just got back, but all right. Yo, thanks for humoring us, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. Rested XP, if you want to check it out, you want to level with it yourself, go to restedxp.com. You can download the add-on for free, level 1 to 30, 58 to 60. Try it out. It's like having Tactics, Tommy, Zarant, Seven Leaves looking over your shoulder, telling you where to go, helping you out. And it's really, really fun. So
Apologies in advance, there were some technical difficulties on my end. I will do my best to replay the video. Do we have a potential link that I can post in the chat, Cargos, while we're on the fly?
yes, we do. I'll put it in there for you.
Yo, guys, we didn't see anything during the commercial. It was a black screen.
I am
Might want to run it again.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. There was a technical
Okay.
difficulty on
Okay,
my
cool,
end. I
cool.
will be posting that in the chat right now.
Okay, we saw it over on here, right? On this stream. So
Yeah,
it's all good. People heard
it
it
worked on your
probably.
stream, correct? It was.
Well,
on
I
your
mean,
stream.
I can give my personal experiences with it. I've sort of been using it. I say sort of about 24 hours played with it, and I mean, I've been playing WoW now since launch for like 15 years basically. I think I've probably leveled, 7+ Alliance Dwarf Priests on various servers and things, and since using this add-on, I must, today alone I did 4 quests that I didn't even know existed, and I would have considered myself a fairly knowledgeable guy when it comes to what quests you can do, etc. Just leveling at a reasonably fast speed. So going through it and just discovering content that even after 15 years I didn't know existed has been a fascinating experience to me. And it's incredibly smooth is all I can say. It's a very, very pleasant ride.
Hell yeah, man! You love to see it. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament too, and we hope to do more stuff like this in the coming weeks and months. Now that we got the format out of the way, so.
Yes, and as you can see on the screen right now, we're looking at the brackets. Icyfresh playing Mage Rogue will be facing Uzbeki, and Mir playing Priest Rogue. Also, Icyfresh is playing with Shadow Will. They're an amazing 2v2 combination. And Reality will be facing Rivah after this game as well. We are in the semifinals of the winners bracket. If all 4 of these teams lose, they have an redemption arc. Any of these 4 teams has a potential redemption arc through the losers bracket, round 2. But let's not focus on that. Right now, in 2 minutes, we have Icyfresh, Uzbeki, amazing players, veterans of TBC. Cargos.
I mean, it's time to face the music, or whatever the expression is. Like, this is the final boss as far as Icy goes. Icy's the underdog. He's coming up. He's growing his stream. TBC, he's been practicing for years playing it, and now he's fighting one of the high overlords of the TBC PvP scene, Uzbeki and Mir. If you can beat Uzbeki and Mir in a twos tournament against their DPR, you're capable of being the best player on the planet. So it's like the ultimate check for them. And if they do scrape a win here, you best believe, their names, Icyfresh and them are going to be circulating around, and it's going to be a huge for them. So
absolutely huge. There is nothing else at this point that matters. Everyone who is a competitor has their heart pumping 300 beats per minute. I am about to do the last ready checks. Caitlin, are you still with us?
I am indeed. I am gonna sit back, and I think let you and Cargos do this one.
100%. Before
mind.
we get into that, let us hear your predictions, Caitlin. Who do you think is the favorite going into this matchup?
I mean, the paper favorite is obviously got to be Mir and his Becky. They won their previous round 2-0. However, I think they were definitely, in a favorable matchup coming here. Mage Rogue versus DPR, so Discipline Priest Rogue. I mean, it's a much more balanced matchup. So definitely a hard one to call, and I'm not sure I'd be putting any money on either of these players. Maybe after the first match, I can have a better understanding of what to expect. But I'm excited personally. I'm very excited for this one.
I think everyone is excited to see what is going to happen in this matchup. Let's not beat around the bush. Last ready check is literally going out right now. I'm making sure that all teams are ready and warm, hot. 9,000 RPM engine ready to burst into action. Last call. Cargos. We talked about underdogs. We talked about favorites.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the matchup. Rogue Mage versus Disc Priest Rogue. I do remember having conversations with Icy just as we were playing and chilling and hanging out in Discord, and he was saying that he looks forward to fighting DPR. I was expressing my frustration at the time fighting all these DPRs as Lock Rogue, because back then like Brandon and I didn't really seem to have a handle on the matchup, right? And he was like, yeah, as Mage, I don't worry about it, especially if they're undead. It's fine, because the Wotif does nothing. Like, the Wotif doesn't even give any value against the Rogue Mage. So I feel like Icy is confident going into this. He's told me in the past he looks forward to fighting DPRs. This is the DPR to beat.
This is the DPR to beat. Yes.
My NA brother Icy, man. So
if there is a DPR to beat 100% Cargos, this is the DPR to beat. There is Icyfresh with Shadow Will. They played a very, very good, solid series, but they are against veterans of the veterans. Mir, Uzbeki. Representing Sweden, Mir from Silence Shadows Discord, right here with Uzbeki, a veteran Russian player coming from multiple previous arena tournaments. Icyfresh, North American representation together with Will. Can they beat Mir and Uzbeki? This is a hype matchup. I can't wait to get into it. We have 10 seconds on the clock, even less than 10 seconds on the clock. Let's see what Mir is going to do. Is he going to be aggressive or defensive? We see an early sprint, there is a shadow, and he wants to go in. He has that human racial advantage together with the other human racial advantage. He popped it early right now. This is really interesting, Carlos.
Icy just fishing around, trying to get Mir taking his time, looking very, very collected.
Oh, there is a sap on Uzbeki. This is their opportunity.
Yep.
Oh, but there is a counter sap as well. No, this is a stalemate. There is not a lot of action going to be happening. There is a rank 1 arcane explosion he's going to drink that is not going to be producing any action whatsoever. There is an MD that has been fake casted into a Pet Noah counter spell, but there is a sheep.
That's a lot to expend right there. Already, The CS into.
Oh, and there goes Mir in, and he goes with insta vanish, fade away into blink, into. Oh my god, there is so much action right now. Look at this. Do not peel your eyes off. Everything is about to happen in the next 5 seconds. Kidney shots are flying through. Flash shields are flying through. There is a fear that cannot be dispelled because playing with the mage. Frostbolts are going to blizzards. Everything is going on to Mir right now. They want to control the living frick out of the priest who has been cyclone and interrupted into counter spell. 2-second duration. He cannot heal Mir. Mir is on 20% of HP. He is going low. He cannot be DPS because of the Cloak of Shadows, and he is going to run away behind the pillar. No, that is a
he's gonna
killer
get the re
tempo.
here. Yeah, he's gonna get the re. This is huge.
Oh no, he goes back in, and there is a gouge on the mage. The mage cannot do anything. He needs to sit on the gouge. There is a clutch too thick of the first aid and back into the action. Also full duration fear onto the rogue. There is a potential danger of the sap, but that will not be going through because he cannot connect whatsoever. There is a reset. If there is not a combat, there is thrown weapon to keep in the combat. Oh my god, this is so clutch. Both health frames are going very, very low. Icy, look at him. He has no mana. He's so clutching right now, trying to get that polymorph fear. Oh my god, look at the pain suppression. They cannot land a killing blow, but there is the last Noah going into him. The last clutch possibility. Shadow is so low. He is going to die if they not clutch it. No.
Oh, so close, man. Gets the cheat death proc. Wasn't that a cheat death proc on Mir? Getting Mir to cheat death, dude. That's an achievement right in of itself. Very well played. What an action-packed game. I love that cross CC into 2 bandage ticks. They had them both CC'd, and he felt confident to just stand out in the middle of the entire map.
Wow, Mir and Uzbeki get the first game. This is insane. I apologize if I'm a little bit I'm a very much fan as a commentator and organizer. This is one of my favorite matchups that I wanted to see. Wow. Kargos, what do you have to say?
Yeah. Yo, so first of all, Icy's a beast, man. He actually hung in there a lot better than I thought. Look at Icy's damage, 24.5k. He was pumping. And it was a close match, right? This could have gone either way, 100%. They're both playing super well at a very high level. And I bet you Mir and Uzbeki have more practice together than Icy and his partner there. You know, Icy plays, you know, he gets around and plays with a lot of different people and stuff like that. So really, really proud of Icy, man. I gotta pat him on the back later. And
yeah, that was really, very close. That was insanely close. We have ruins coming up as we're doing the last ready checks, asking the players if they're ready. Ruins obviously is going to be a little bit different scenario for both teams. Kargos, if you're a betting man,
Ruins will be more favored for the RM, right? It'll be more favored actually. If it was that close and it was down to a knife's edge or whatever versus on the Grand, which might be the worst map for the RM, they should do better on Ruins. So I'd love to see them take it to a game 3 and to crush them right now.
I would absolutely love to see game 3. Let's go. Let's get some hype in the chat. Last ready check is going through. Invitations are in the channel as we are queuing into the Ruins of Lordaeron map. Game 3 of this series. Roll the transition. Bada bing, bada boom. We are there.
Oh yeah. Can I just say, people in the chat saying brilliant, great casting. That was pretty much you casting now. And people love the Fark face casting. Great job. Love the energy, dude. Good vibes. Having fun, boys. Having fun. One's in the chat if you're having a good old time. What, you guys eating anything good? Drinking anything good? Throw it in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. Feeling good about things, man?
We're feeling absolutely amazing here. Before we start this match, everyone who is new, everyone who is tuning in, this is sponsored by RXP. Huge thanks to RXP. Guys, if you're new in TBC or Classic, or you're coming back, or you want to level an alt, you want to level Drena, you want to level Blood Elf, wherever it is, check restedxp.com. I repeat, restedxp.com. They are sponsoring this tournament. They made it happen. If it wasn't for Kargos and Rested XP, none of this would happen. Huge thank you for the sponsor. On that note, let's get into the match 2 of best of 3 series between Icyfresh and Uzbeki and Mir.
Let's get it. Icy, one of 2 of the final NA players left in the tournament. I think Uzbeki is from Russia. Mir is from Sweden. I'm not sure where Icy's partner's from. Here we are. They're pushing out into the middle. Just immediately, both parties running out to contest the tomb. Actually, it was a fake. Mir coming back a little bit. It was bluffing that he was going to run out there and get the pre-vanish. He has not pre-vanished. Okay. Neither rogue has pre-vanished. They're both kind of greeting out a little bit.
Oh, you can see Mir is trying to find something over there, but Shadow is all on opposite side of the map. The rogues are playing really defensive, but there is that sap. They cannot do a lot except spell steal, and he does have a little bit of a tactical blink right there, and I believe that means and then there's going to be another polymorph, and that's DR. It's really interesting what is going to happen there. They decide to go open on the priest a little bit and put some pressure onto him. That is unexpected amount of pressure right there in the counter spell. He cannot do anything, he is low. There is a potential to switch as well. As you can see, the rogue is already switching. Uzbek is trying to heal himself, but look at the Shadow. Shadow is really going low with 30% right now. They are really managing this well on this map. Fear on both targets. Shadow cannot remove it because he's playing Alliance. He does not have Will of Forsaken. Typically what you see Rogues playing is the Undead. He is gonna get absolutely gutted right there, but Mir is on the Pepe Lord's farm. Look at that, Mir is absolutely getting control. Nice, beautiful Shadow Step. And then, oh my god, there is so much action, Pat. Look at Shadow Will. Shadow Will is super low. This is all about Shadow Will right now. Is he going to die? Can Mir catch up? There is already Uzbeki. Oh my god, look at this action right now. 1 HP goes down with a sickness. Mir 2-0.
Yeah, there was a lot to talk about in that one. That was really interesting. So when Icy's partner, opened on the priest and went for the vanish on Mir. Mir was accounting for that already, so he was staying kind of far back and was anticipating he was going to do that, right? So he didn't get value from that vanish, and then he waited just long enough for him to give up on that little effort to try to find Mir, and then Mir immediately got on him. You saw it was just like it's cool watching it from this perspective. So you just see Mir's experience really shining through there.
Yeah, 100%. There were so many clutch moments. Sometimes we as casters can't even. It's not physically possible to muster the amount of words within 3 seconds that everything appears on the screen. For those veteran players that you can see, sometimes do bear for us casters. These are the highest elo games that you can possibly see, guys. It was absolutely insane. The performance from Mir. Really, Icy and everyone, they're playing top-notch game, but Mir managed to secure the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, so if Shadow did vanish, right, and Mir was a little bit closer and he sapped Mir, it was over, right? Because Uzbeki got down to, sub 20%, and he was behind that bottom right corner of that tomb. If he did get the sap off on Mir, game was over right there. But he accounted for it and took his time, was a little bit patient. I'm hung up on that because that was really the main thing that stuck out to me on that one.
What I want to know is, what would have happened if, after the counterspell onto his Becky, as he runs around the line of sight, if Icy had just instantly gone for the arcane missiles, they would have channeled through the pillar. He would have got a full set of missiles off, probably. I don't know if his Becky would have lived. He was, down to 15%. Maybe a couple of crits here or there from the arcane missiles. That could have actually been a kill on his Becky. I don't know though. It's one of those things we're never going to know. Well, I'm so very curious.
Yeah. So that's it for Icy, right? They're going down to the losers bracket by Willertons and Jixo.
That is not for them. They, as I said previously, they have one more redemption arc there in losers semis. We will be watching Reality and Bobka fighting Rivah with his rogue partner in about 3 minutes, which means we are seeing a very explosive matchup. Rogue Lock into Rogue Mage. Now, before we continue, once again, we talked about it, and I'm going to bring you up almost every single time we see this matchup. Rogue Lock, we saw Reality in the opening of the tournament. Cargos, you're the veteran of this comp. Collectively, run us through your thoughts.
Rogue Lock, I want to say Rogue Lock is favored generally versus Rogue Mage, just generally if you had to, but it depends a bit on seasons. I did notice that when Frost Nova was, or Novas in general were kind of buggy, and apparently they fixed that bug and addressed it, right? So I've heard. When the Novas were in that state, it was feeling actually really brutal. You normally feel pretty favored as the Rogue Lock going into it, but the mages were just putting out so much damage, these Novas were never breaking, that it felt actually pretty bad. But I haven't really played a ton of the beta since they fixed this Nova issue, so I'm curious, if you guys have seen, are the Novas breaking now? First of all, that's the first question, and if they are, then I guess I would feel like the Rogue Lock is pretty well positioned here. And then there's also one interesting thing is that apparently deep into season 4, Rogue Mage, it's like a roller coaster ride. They actually get really strong in final form with all gear, and it's because they both benefit so much from PvE gear. Both mages and rogues have so many defensive cooldowns that they don't necessarily need to stack up a bunch of resil, like a Lock, who's just kind of a bullet sponge. and they get really, really powerful towards the end of the game, final form with Skull of Gul'dan, and rogues might have Warglaves and things like that. So it's tough to say Roguelock is always going to be favored because there's that seasonality. But I think, sorry, this is a bit of a long-winded answer, Fark, but I feel like they addressed the Novus. They're breaking a bit more now, and I think Shades and Bobka have a good shot here, even against Rivah.
They definitely made a blue post about the Nova, admitting that it was broken. I do not know if they've actually patched it. I haven't followed it. Sort of similar to you, I've been playing on live a little bit too much. But I think one of the interesting things actually is I believe I am correct in saying that Reality and Bobka are the only Horde team. I think.
I'm not
Isn't everyone else
100% sure,
Alliance?
but I believe they are indeed. Overall, the tournament is surprisingly so very much Alliance represented. We've been talking about on different podcasts. You would hear Horde. No one is going to play Alliance. Yet in this tournament, even though it is very much lower caliber tournament and often event exciting, but nonetheless a little bit of a lower caliber. Maybe are they playing for fun or not? We're going to interview the players themselves afterwards. Last ready check is going in. Predictions, casters and chat. Who do you think is going to take this series?
Yeah, let's see, man. I mean, if I had to bet money, I almost don't want to say it because they're gonna roast me later. If I had to bet money, I'd bet Rivah probably would win because it's Rivah. But my heart wants Shades to take it, dude. Wants Shades and Bobka to ascend and to
Shades and
on the map
Bobka
here.
ascending into the victory. We can see them there already preparing with the conjure foods. We have 1 minute left until we get in. And here is a typical preparation that you can see from a Warlock. For those who are not necessarily experienced with TBC Arena, you can see that they want to summon Imp, create 2 health stones. Rumors on the street has it there is a 4 health stone meta. And you can see there is the 3rd one. There is the 4th one, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the 4 health
This
stone
dude has like
meta.
a level 13 health stone.
Correct.
Like a 20-minute match.
Correct.
It's like
correct.
80
Wow,
healing.
He's got a hellstone for each.
For those that have been around for a while, you know about the 4 health stone meta. That's a little bit of an inside joke. It's not really effective, but nonetheless. It's nice to see familiar faces and names for some of you in the chat as well. I hope you're hyped. I hope you're enjoying having a good time because we are for sure. Reality and Bobka into Rivah and Avishan. You love to see it. Look at that. Rogues
see it. Let's
are
go
going
look.
out.
I feel like I'm gonna do a good job with this one. Maybe or I'm gonna suck. We'll see. Okay, so let's take a look here. Let's breathe.
They're all playing
both
defensively
sides.
right now. You can see that he does have a sprint Bobka right now, but he's playing so defensively. Look
No
at it
vanishes.
right now.
Both sides want to greed out a little bit and not loot and get 0 value from a vanish.
Oh, and Reality got sapped. You can see him dismounting right now. The pet is...
Ooh, Bobka's actually out of position right now. This could be a lot of damage if they both were to open up on Reality there, but that timing window is gone. They're getting the full sap on Bobka. Oh, the Nova breaks him out of the sap, though. So, okay, that's massive.
Oh, and that goes early Healthstone from Reality, but he is in a Noah now, and there is a Frostbolt Ice Lance. Oh, that beautiful coil. There, Rivah is going into La La Land for 1 second, but he will be back onto Reality. Reality is suffering for Garrett a little bit, and there is offensive Ice Block. Reality is going to go down almost... No, he's not. Clutch. He's clutching it right now, but there was a matter of time before he goes down. Wow, fast match.
You cannot get shattered. You cannot eat a casted Frostbolt shatter as a Warlock. Like, you can never accept that. You never accept that.
Let's look at the damage breakdown a little bit.
So you need to do everything in your power to stop that. You have Spellstone, you have Devour, and if you're very, very quick with the Devour and the Spellstone, like, those are 2 things. You have Trinket, and I would actually consider, in that situation, if both of those things run cooldown, you might actually just want to Trinket to get rid of that Nova. You cannot afford to eat that. And if you are out of things to stop the shatter, your rogue partner has to know that you cannot afford to eat a casted Frostbolt shatter on the Warlock. It needs to do everything he can in his power to peel for you and to stop that from going out, because you saw it was like 40% of his health insta, and then you're just too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unfortunate. He was ever so slightly too late with the death coil, as someone pointed out earlier. I think it was Yukargos actually, when we were talking about the timing it earlier with the DPL. is it has that travel time. You know, you need to cast it preemptively. He did actually get the Devour on the Nova after the fact, but you know, he'd already eaten the Shatter, which you know was a really unfortunate issue for him. But what I'm curious actually to ask you, Kargas, is what do you think about the Warlock doing a second Fell Hunter almost instantaneously, just to really try and slow down the mage's cast with a second spell lock?
Yeah, you could. It's just tough to make that determination because oftentimes you do actually go for like a sack on the void, and yes, the mage can spell steal off that sack, but oftentimes you're like LOSing the mage with the rogue on you, and you're trying to survive a little bit longer. You'll find moments where you do get value out of the sacrifice there, but yeah, you absolutely could as well. It also feels like you're so behind on globals when you're fighting up against rogue mage that you're just running for your life, and any cast, even if Feldom, feels like kind of a liability. So what I would consider doing as the rogue warlock is I would actually send the Fell Hunter at the mage and stay back by the pillar and try to just devour off a few buffs. And if they start going on the Fell Hunter, you immediately resummon. You have your rogue by you, and you play it a little bit slower, and you tell your rogue, don't come out until the rogue's out, and you try to 1v1 the mage by yourself. And I don't know, just play as defensive as possible by the pillar, and just tell your rogue to keep the enemy rogue off you, and you're going to successfully 1v1 that mage, and you focus just your efforts on outplaying the mage. That'd be how I would want to approach this if I was the lock.
These games are going to be very, very fast. Don't blink twice. I mentioned it previously with Rogue Mage into the Priest Rogue. Those are very, very fast games. These are even faster. There's no healing. Usually these teams are not going to reset. Reality even has dots to to prevent that a little bit. Wow. +1 for Rivah. This is a match point. Can Bobka and Reality tie it out? We've seen them a little bit shaky last game. I would even dare to say a controversial statement right there. Rivah absolutely demolished on damage meters. Avishan as well. Now, some would say it is a very, very one-dimensional statement to talk about damage, but when there is 35,000 damage difference in a 40-second match, that does matter. Now, let's see if they can control them a little bit better this time. You can see that our Undead Rogue is taking a little bit defensive approach because of that human racial. It does not want to get discovered by Ravishan, but there is that perception right now. When he goes, oh, it's almost as if he knows where he is.
He's getting it, man. Sap on the rogue. This is horrible for the rogue lock. Oh, this is the stuff of nightmares. He trinkets it, tries to go into full peel mode. He has to play super careful, eating the full blind into the sap. GG. Game's over.
Indeed, you said the game is over potentially, but they're still in it. Reality does not want to give up that easily. This is his last chance. This is his last hope. Bobka is over there trying to create something. Reality is slowly going down. Avishan is kind of low, but he did cloak, and looks like they are going to just train Reality. He is helpless. He is in Piranha Lair. Going down. Yikes. Is there going to be Jaws 3 after this?
Yeah, perception. Just you saw it almost happen in slow motion there. The value from it. You know, you have to keep in mind both those rogues were stealth, but Avishan just shot such a nice angle where he was almost guaranteed he was going to get that perception value. Saps the rogue, and that just immediately freaks you out so much as the rogue lock team. It's they almost got full uptime on the lock while the rogue was sitting in sap. You know, if you get sapped a bit further away and maybe 2-3 seconds of it gets shaved off before they open up on you, it feels a little bit better. But man, that was absolutely brutal. And then Bobka felt like he had to trinket early to try to peel for Reality. Ended up eating a full blind. Still might have been worth it. You know, it's tough to say what he prevented by doing that early trinket. You normally want to trinket either a kidney or a blind. But oftentimes when you're the rogue, you have to only trinket. You have to trinket the blind because the blind will lead into a sap, right? So they were so behind there that he felt like he had to trinket something earlier. Anyway, it was rough, man. The perception really making huge plays.
Those perception plays were absolutely on point. You saw it right there. Stays a little bit back, plays those mind games, pops perception, and point perfect finds Bobka. Now, considering that the last match was played by Reality and Rivah as well, let's take a look at the brackets. We have Uzbeki and Mir in the finals of the loser bracket. Sorry, it's winner bracket. Winner bracket is up there on your screens. You can see it right now. Uzbeki versus Rivah in the finals. And in the losers bracket, we have Reality Jixo, Icyfresh, Willerton. The next matchup is going to be Icyfresh, Willerton, considering that Reality and Rivah play the last game. And after that, we're going to play Reality Jixo and find the losers finals. I'm going to pass that one to Caitlin. Caitlin, are you there?
I am indeed. I mean, the one thing I would say about the previous match with the with trinketing the sap is when you trinket the sap, you're breaking an 8-second CC, and you're going to eat a blind foot, which is just another 8-second CC. So there are advantageous positions to trinket a sap, most notably in that position, whereby the mage should come in very, very close to the rogue, and the rogue is very close as well, so he trinkets and he can instantly engage from a vanish. You know, it's a similar, especially on, you know, warlocks or most commonly priests. You know, you'll be sapped, they'll run past you, you know, the team will run past you, you trinket and get a big fear off because they think you're not going to do it. You know, you're still going to eat the CC. It still counts the same amount of time. But if the enemy positions themselves in a situation that, you know, you can exploit, if they go offensive, assuming you're not going to do anything about the sap, then, you know, you can break it. But, you know, as you said, it's very uncommon to see it. But there are these rare circumstances where breaking a sap is advantageous because of the position you find yourself in connection to, or in correlation to, you know, your opponents. But that said, we will be going into Icyfresh versus Willerton. I mean, Cargos, mate, are we still believing in our DPL? Is our money still there?
Yeah, it's Nightmare Fuel for Roguelock. Nightmare Fuel, DPL favored. DPL is so strong, man, especially as alliance with the Dwarf Thicky. Oh no, yeah, it is DPL, right?
Yeah, it's DPL versus Rogue Mage.
Real quick, who voiced Illidan Stormrage in World of Warcraft? First person to answer that correctly is going to get a full version of the guide. Just real quick, see if anybody's sleeping. Again, the question is, who voice acted Illidan Stormrage in World of Warcraft?
I do not know. I'm curious, man.
All right, Jack Lick got it, actually, with Liam O'Brien. Yo, Jack Lick, DM me, man. We'll hook it up later. We're going to be asking questions like this a bit throughout the remainder, too, so we'll be giving out some guides. Congratulations to Jack Lick. Got to be paying attention.
Oh, man, I love your chat, dude. Barack Obama, Chuck Norris, and John Wick.
Close.
I want Keanu Reeves to voice a character in a friend of mine I went to school with actually voices a character in World of Warcraft. There you go, fun fact. Gotcha. One of my school friends.
Okay, so we got Rogue Mage versus DPL.
F's in chat for Rogue Mage.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's Icyfresh, so you know, he's definitely pulled some rabbits out of certain hats, and that is a very intense gnomish stare he happens to have there. That is quite intimidating. But yeah, you know, obviously, I think, you know, from a purely I don't know what you want to call it, you know, a purely paper perspective, it's definitely, you know, the DPLs to lose, but that's not to say for a second that Icyfresh is, you know, you should be counting this man out. He can do some fantastic things.
Absolutely, he does a ton of damage. Yeah, I think you're right, though. More and more I'm thinking about it, DPL's got to be favored, especially because he's a dwarf. It's just as a double DPS, you're staring down a dwarf priest on the other end, and it just is going to feel bad no matter what double DPS you're playing. Okay, so a lot of aggression, immediate sap on the Malarkey, expending the sap, and they're going hard on Willerton. Willerton with the Hellstone early, he still has not used Pain Sup. Pain Sup coming out right now at a pretty high health total. Things are looking pretty decent, pretty stable for Lamarcky and Willerton. We're seeing if the Rogue Mage can connect with any really meaningful CC on the Priest now at this point. And the Priest's job is going to be really trying his very best to LOS that. You see him just peeking his head around the corner for just a tiny second, putting up a little palm on his partner, and has to be super careful, going within range to get that Psychic Scream. And there it is.
I mean that was just I'm very interested to see the damage from Icyfresh. You know, Icyfresh is one of these, you know, a true elementalist when it comes to his mage play. You're going to see scorches, you're going to see fire blasts. You know, there's obviously, you know, we know the memes, we know the Ice Lance Nova memes are going around at the moment. But you know, when you see these top mages playing, they're going to use every single thing in their toolkit, and we love a little bit of tornadoes there as well. But yeah, you know, see Icyfresh
That
doing
damage.
basically more damage than everybody else in the match by himself.
Yeah, mages, huge damage.
You know, as I said, truly playing a very elementalist style. He loves to scorch. You know, as soon as someone goes near the pillar and he thinks, okay, I'm not going to be able to get casts off, he'll just instantly swap to that scorch and get the fire damage going, despite obviously being, you know, completely frostbacked.
Yeah, I've noticed
But
that.
you know, very impressive performance.
He does love to scourge, 100%. Even in the last matches we've casted, like he's really good at timing his scorch too, in tight spots. So he'll gauge that he'll be able to get a scorch off right before the guy gets around the corner into LOS and squeezes out lots of little chunks of damage with scorch. It's one of the defining things about Icyfresh's play.
Yeah, well, one of the obvious advantages to it is, especially versus, you know, something like a warlock, you know, he can spam away with that cast, you know, and he's never going to get locked on ice. You know, he's never going to get frost locked, so he's always going to have his ice block up. He's always going to be able to, you know, cold snap and do things of that nature. He's not risking anything. So he's going to be casting on fire, and he's going to be using predominantly instant cast on frost. And it just makes him, you know, it just makes the mage that little bit more comfortable, a little bit safer, you know, and he hasn't, you know, there's one less thing to worry about. And, you know, it's a 1.5 second cast as opposed to, you know, a 2.5 second cast. So we can just, you know, slip them in every now and then and taking full advantage of, you know, everything he has available to him.
Weird thing is, it was looking kind of good for the DPL. I felt like they got the pain sup off and everything. Everyone, early Hellstone got full value from it, got the pain sup at a high health total. It was looking like they weren't taking too much damage, and it was looking good. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, you know, they just got rogue maged. It went from 0 to 100 so very quickly.
Yeah, I think there was a little moment there with a bit of unfortunate travel with the death coil. The rogue was death coiled and basically ran straight into the Lamarki, which forced him to run away and, you know, put himself on the opposite side of the pillar to his warlock. And, you know, kudos to Icyfresh and Shadows to, you know, take advantage of that, you know, that little bit of RNG. But they are changing their entire strategy up. They're stopping getting these saps. They're just going to stand on top of each other now and hopefully deal with the sap in a different way we've not seen them play so far in this tournament.
Yeah. When I play DPL, I usually play UA, and one of our little tricks is we'll stand right on top of each other, and whoever gets sapped, the other one will rip either the Howl or the Psychic Scream. You can't do that with just normal SLSL, but I like the idea of standing there with Hellfire. So even if they do get the sap, okay, here we go.
I mean, that was an absolutely massive fear for Shadows. I mean, balls to him for sitting it. He did end up in Africa, and yeah, we just very nice frostbite proc there onto the Warlock. But I mean, Shadows is just going down. This is looking so much more comfortable for the DPL this match.
It is. You see that Stone Form getting rid of the crippling there. So freaking nice. You can actually run away from the Rogue, man. The Dwarf Racial, like, it's so obvious when it makes big plays, right? He used the Desperate Prayer there. He used the Storm Form there. It's basically like NS. I remember talking with Pepe, who's a multi-rank 1 priest and a good buddy of mine, and I was trying to say, yo, let's play DPL, man. Let's play DPL. Go make a troll, right? And he was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can play without NS. NS, of course, Nature's Swiftness, and of course, priests don't have Nature's Swiftness, but it really is like effectively Nature's Swiftness. If you have Stone Form and the Desperate Prayer, it's such a big deal. And right there, removing that crippling. Crippling is normally what, a 7-second slow, or what was it, 9 seconds, 7 seconds,
6
70%
seconds,
movement
6
reduction.
seconds, 70%, I think.
Yeah,
It's 6 or 8. I can't remember. I
clearing
have toughness
wound
all the
poisons
time,
off.
so
You're clearing wound poisons off. You're clearing crippling poisons off. You get a juicy NS heal. You get more armor. You're taking off bleeds.
it's 12 seconds, Zero. That's broken, man. 12-second crippling. I'm too used to having toughness on a shaman. I only have to deal with half of this stuff, and then I cleanse it off anyway. Yeah, to apparently 12 seconds on crippling, damn. But you know what was immensely different in that match as well. You know, obviously we've discussed this before, it is purely just a statistic, but the damage done from Icy that time, he did 20,000 less damage than he did the previous game.
Yeah.
You know, 20,000 less damage. I mean, and I said, this play style, this, standing on top of each other. And if I'm honest, it's kind of what I expected to see from the beginning with Willow and Lamarki. So I'm really happy to see them now trying it, that they got their backs to the wall and playing, this more defensive style. I think it goes well for DPL. But, how do you feel about it from a Warlock perspective?
Yeah, it's it'd be nice to analyze these games in slow motion and try to analyze the subtle differences, because it can kind of go either way, right? And everything's happening so quickly that sometimes it'll look like a decisive victory for the DPL. Sometimes it'll look like a somewhat decisive victory for the Rogue Mage. I mean, you just see what kind of damage they're capable of. But I still think the DPL is favored here, gun to my head. Especially as Dwarf. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that, well, the VODs will be available certainly on my YouTube, and I also know that Silent Shadow, shout out to the Rogue community, will quite often do some pretty in-depth jumps into the Rogue play, but we're going straight into this match now.
Yep, I don't know if they found the Rogue there. Was it me, or he just missed this whole little wombo? Or they might have found
I think they might have put him, but there's still a lot of pressure, and that's quite an early pain suppression coming on. And here come the Scorches again. The Scorch Bram is just going in. Icyfresh, he needs to rename himself to Scorchfresh.
Yeah, Coil already expended too. It's a pretty big deal. Still has Feldom. Rogue's at about half and has no cloak, so that's they have lethal damage on that Rogue right now. He's gonna die. It's just a matter of time. He's probably triple dotted right now. And unless he can sneak away and get some mage food in him, he's toast right now. So that's what you see him doing. He's running off into Egypt, trying to get a few ticks of the mage food. Should be able to out heal the damage coming out. So that is gonna look like they're gonna seal the Rogue Mage. That's insane, man. So close, but no cigar.
I mean, this is the knockout round. So if I was Lamarki, I would be playing this out just for the opportunity. We've seen Orange Marmalade do it. Maybe Lamarki's going to do it, but I don't think it will happen. But we will just see what happens in these last couple of seconds. I mean, there was a very critical polymorph onto Lamarki, which he can Shadow Word Death it. It's a strategy we see, is Becky using earlier in the tournament. And for anyone not familiar with the Shadow Word Death trick, basically, the way Shadow Word Death works is if you don't kill a target with it, the priest then takes a little bit of damage. So what you'll do is you'll time your Shadow Word Death to hit the mage as he's casting polymorph when he's got like 0.2 seconds left on the cast. Your damage hits it, and then the damage hits you in return because he doesn't die, and that damage that you take from the Shadow Word Death will actually break your polymorph, which is why you'll see improved counterspell quite often used on priests if you're going to poly them.
Guys, people are concerned that maybe with the batching being changed that you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. You still are. Sorry, Fart, go ahead.
Before we go into the next matchup of the losers bracket, Reality into Jixo, Caitlin, will you transition us into a small interview with Willerton, please?
We will indeed.
Absolutely.
Both teams are here, Reality and Jigsaw are confirmed, but before we continue with the tournament and the semis of the upper bracket of the losers, we want to hear a little bit from Willerton. Let's just see.
What's up, boys?
There we go. The man, the myth, the legend.
What's good?
Willerton, you played your heart out in this tournament. We saw ups, we saw downs, we saw some clutch moments, but we want to hear a little bit from you. Your take on the last game specifically. Could you run us through it a little bit?
Oh, I accidentally shoved my last game was awful. I shoved the trinket, but I don't know, we almost won. In general, though, like DPL is a lot different with this gearing, obviously, versus like Season 3, Season 4. Like, you see the damage that mages are doing, like, into locks. It's absolutely crazy, especially with, like, the Nova bugs. So even, like, spell stoning, like the first Nova and getting through that, like, at the end, just so much damage, as you guys can see. But overall, a lot of fun.
So the Novas are still feeling pretty bad right now? I haven't played too much beta since they've apparently, changed that. I wasn't sure. I'd heard that they had nerfed it a bit, but they still feel pretty bad.
I think like we're still seeing like 3 lance use cases, like 3 lances in Novas. I haven't seen like any like 4 or 5 or anything like clearly broken yet, but even 3 is a lot. I mean, that's 6k damage with 9 to 10k HP pools without casting. So I don't know
yeah,
how
that's
it's supposed to be, but if 3 is normal, then it's probably fixed. But yeah, you're seeing usually about 3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean that seems a touch excessive to me. You know, 2. I'd like to see 2 at maybe sort of 85 to 90%. You know, breaking on the first one 80 to 90% of the time probably, and then maybe get 2 off on 10% on that's lucky. But one thing I'm quite curious about is you obviously in the last 2 matches you really swapped up your initial positioning. You know, you started with the very spread out style with you hanging back and your lot going forward. You then, as I said, in the last 2 matches you went back to the sort of the piling strategy. You know, what do you think about the 2? Is there an advantage or one that you particularly prefer?
The distance, I mean, works well with more gear, I think. Like we were playing like it's season 4 and I can't get one shot by a mage. Like, so we switched up. We're like, all right, let's just like chill, and that works a little bit better, it looks like. But I think with more mana, like on the priest, like if the priest can like MD random YOLO for combat like 4 times before the match even starts and get combat, then you're chilling. You know, lock gets combat, priest is in combat, and you're good to go. But like if you MD a few times, you're like pretty much
Well, I mean, thank you for coming today. It's been an absolute pleasure for me, at least, casting your games. I mean, as I said, my money was riding on you, so you haven't let me down or disappointed me at all with your play. It's been absolutely a complete pleasure, and I really would love to see you back in the future tournaments, and maybe with a bit more gear, we will, see some more success from yourselves and your partners. So, congratulations, man, and obviously commiserations.
Yeah, I'll play enhanced next time and just run it up. Don't worry.
Yeah, just make my day. Make my day.
We would love to see an enhanced shaman in the tournament for sure. We have
Absolutely.
0 shamans, 0 paladins. Maybe we're gonna see.
You got a 0 shaman because you banned me.
It's the perfect combination of fun looking and just sad. So good content there.
Any shockadins in the chat?
Well, I actually have got a $100 bounty to anybody that can make it to BlizzCon as a shaman. I'm standing by this. I've said it multiple times. If anybody can make it to BlizzCon as a shaman, I will personally pay them $100. That is my. I want to see a shaman at BlizzCon.
There it is.
Got it.
But thank you very much.
Willerton, before you go, please, I implore you, if people want to see more amazing shaman and priest gameplay in TBC, where can they find you?
Boston, Massachusetts. Just roll up. We'll hang out. We'll get a couple beers. It'll be a good time. And you can get on my Twitch, Willertons_, I guess. Like, that'd be good.
That would be amazing. Beer with Willertons_ on twitch.tv.
Yeah, I told Rec we should hang out, but he's ghosting me. So
yeah, I love the Boston Chinatown, bro. I've had some such good memories. They're going to PAX East and going to like the Boston Chinatown at like 2 a.m. and getting food. So
100%.
One day.
Reality and Jixo are about to step up to the plate. We've seen a little bit of both.
See you guys later.
Thank you for
Take
coming.
care, brother. Well played, my friend. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
Everyone.
Right, Reality
and Jixo. Okay. Lock Rogue into Mage Rogue. We're about to queue up. With no further ado, we talked about the matchups. You've seen anything throughout the tournament. Let's queue them up. Within a couple of seconds, we will be in Nagrand Arena. Nagrand Arena is the opener of every match in this tournament. Some say fair, some say scuffed.
Becky Rivah in finals already, or are they?
We have a little bit more to play.
I think.
Oh, so Uzbeki Rivah is no longer a possibility in the finals because one of them is going to eliminate them. And then the finals
they can be.
No, they can be. They can be. I'll explain the brackets after this one.
Gotcha. All right, let's go.
So this is it. They are playing to enter losers bracket finals. Okay. And this is everything. Everything is on the line. Everything is on the line. This is it. Either Reality,
pretty much Jixo, Reality, Shades,
Jixo with Deadly. There's no going back. This is it. Can Bobka make it? Can Reality make it? This is it for them. This is it for Jixo. There is no going back, guys.
For the Horde in chat, guys, this is the last chance for the Horde to actually make it through the tournament. So, yeah, shouts to the Horde. Any Horde guys in chat, give them your power.
I mean, we've seen reality streaming lock rogue games over and over again. You could redeem 15 push-ups for 1500 points on his channel. He is ripped, he is ready, he is bugged. Bobka also, coming from Quebec, very, very ripped. Can they carry each other to victory? We shall see.
Yep, we shall see. Both rogues taking their time, no one just aggressively running out there.
We can see Deadly is currently in vacation mode. He doesn't want to be too aggressive, doesn't want to burn anything. They both realize everything is on the line. They're going to get knocked out of the tournament. They don't want to fall.
You might be curious about that too, because you're like, he's a human rogue. He should be playing aggressive at
He got a
perception, but he's
sap.
delaying it a little
Let's go. There is a little bit of opportunity. Bobka gets absolutely destroyed with that early sap that he needs to drink it into a chip shot onto him, and there is so much action going on right now. Look at that coil. He cannot get out of the coil. He's going into Timbuktu. He's going back with the shadow step from Timbuktu, and he really wants to put pressure on reality. Deadly is there. He's a little bit melting. Bobka is completely fine. Deadly is the one who's under a lot of focus right now. You see he is managing to reset, but he does have dots sticking onto him slowly but surely, one by one. This is it. Who's gonna go down first? Reality, oh my god, we have 1 versus 1 on our hands. It is Bobka Jixo. Bobka versus Jixo, 1 versus 1. Everything is on the line. Can Bobka make it? Who is your favorite right now? You have 1 second to enter cargos. Let's go.
Let's see. I'm gonna favor the mage here. Just looking at the flow of cooldowns, he has another fresh icy veins, fresh water elemental. Bobka really has no cooldowns to work with right now.
Oh, Bobka is getting railed. 300 pounds of icy pressure are going to add this match. 1-0 for Jixo.
I mean, again, looking at that damage, you can just see, you know, when the mage gets his way, whether it's Icy, whether it's Jixo, whether it's Rivah, you know, when they get their way, the damage is just absurd.
It really is. Bobka getting sapped was pretty big there, just thinking of the key moments. He had to use his trinket there. But Reality didn't end up taking too much damage through his blind. Like, he hung in there for a bit. But you can imagine a world where Bobka doesn't get sapped there. So Bobka sapped the enemy mage, Jixo. And then I'm assuming the human rogue, Pop Perception, found Bobka and sapped him, which forced the trinket. And that was kind of how it developed, right?
Yeah, it's one of these sort of, I think, almost like an advancing meta within Horde Rogue versus Alliance Rogue, where obviously traditionally we had, you know, the Alliance Rogue just going forward with Perception, burning it, and the Horde Rogue will hide. What sort of we're seeing now is this, you know, certainly the higher levels, we're seeing the Alliance Rogues basically waiting because they know eventually the Horde Rogue is going to have to come forward, because one of two things is either going to happen. Either the eyes are going to spawn, and at that point, as it gets closer to the eyes spawning, you'll find the Alliance Rogue will position themselves very close to it, pop Perception, and probably end up getting the Horde Rogue up because they're forced to go for the eye. Or that will happen is, you know, Bobko is again forced to go forward and hip hop his Perception around about the sort of 30-second mark into the match. And but yeah, it's something obviously that's always going to change and vary from rogue to rogue. And the more you play against someone, the more familiar you are with their play style, the more you're going to adapt. So I'm interested to see how this changes into Lord
Absolutely. I want to say this is a worse map for the rogue lock, having played this exact thing many times. The lock really relies on being able to LOS that mage as much as possible, you know, and just go around certain corners to prevent the water elemental from hitting you, throw tongues up on it to slow it down a bit. The angles are a bit sharper here with the little tiny LOS you do have to work with, so the mage is going to have a lot more uptime on this warlock, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if Reality just gets vaporized a bit quicker. I think Bobka has more success when he just plays hyper aggressive IMO and just goes for a pre-vanish. I mean, I know he loves to do that play, and you know, just running at the human rogue and sapping him right now and pre-vanishing would be such a big play to get some momentum on their side for this match, but doesn't opt to do so. He's taking his time a bit, decides to pop the sprint, and now might go for the pre-vanish. Yes, he does pre-vanish, and now he's looking for the rogue. Doesn't look like he's going to get him, though. The rogue is behind him in, like, basically an 8 o'clock position. Gets the sap on the mage, which is not bad. Oh, gets Nova'd, though. Oh, yikes. Uses the step. Connecting with the mage now, but it's not a great start for the Roguelock. And as you can see, Reality.
No, you can
taking
see
a
that
good chunk of
Reality is
damage
under a
already.
lot of pressure right now, and Deadly is the one who is going to be pressured from them. This is the same deja vu right now. You can see that Deadly. Oh my god, that is a beautiful vanish. You can see he has no dots. He hits completely clean. Reality on the other side completely gone. This is it. 2-0.
Yep.
Wow. Reality is, as you can see, sadly, the time has come. Shades of Reality will not participate in the tournament
Shades
anymore.
down. Oh, the thing is that the Rogue Deadly was able to slip away there. I guess no bleeds on him from Bobka. I wonder if he had bleeds on him, he couldn't get a reader. Maybe he could have chased him down, got the cross kill, then dragged it out the 15 minutes, played for prep or done whatever.
That was
Close,
just clinical. That was really clinical. That they couldn't connect. They executed beautifully slippery slope down the drain. That's all she wrote. Let's look at our bracket.
Yep, Mage Rogue doing really well. Really well in this tournament. I think we have, what, 3 teams as Mage Rogue?
Yeah, right now we're going to be playing into Uzbeki and Rivah, and then Jixo Icyfresh. So we have the finalists for the winner bracket. If you take a look at the brackets, Uzbeki and Rivah, and Jixo Icyfresh. Uzbeki and Rivah, obviously, they're in the winners bracket finalists, and loser bracket finalists are Jixo and Icyfresh. So what's going to happen is Uzbeki is going to play against Rivah. They're going to decide the grand finalist, and then Jixo is going to play Icyfresh to decide their loser finalist. And then whoever loses between Uzbeki and Rivah plays either Jixo and Icyfresh for a redemption arc into the winner of Uzbeki Rivah. I know it's a little bit complicated. Excuse me for slippery. It's a little bit complicated, but just stay tuned. We're about to have all 3 places pretty much finished within the next 20 minutes. And as we're talking about that, I'm about to ready check players. Caitlin, if would you so kindly.
I mean, Rivah versus Uzbeki. I mean, this is Goku and Vegeta. This is what we're here for. You know, this is for all the Super Saiyans in the world. You know, I would love to see, maybe some different finalists, but I mean, there's not going to be too many people massively surprised as these guys duking it out in certainly the upper bracket final. That's not to say they're going to make it to the grand final. One of them will.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me. I really like 2v2. Maybe a little bit too much. Like, I enjoy just the dynamic of 2 people fighting against another 2. And I know 3s is more balanced, et cetera, et cetera. I love the 2s bracket. It's what I play the most. And there's something special about that. Uzbeki Mir versus Rivah, and that rivalry, the fact that they both won one tournament apiece in the beta. You said the PDD tournament was won by Mir, right? And Rivah defeated Mir in the finals of the Asman tournament with Tazar. It'd be a cool story. That's a pay-per-view event right there. That's a fight night, Mir versus Rivah. But we're not ruling out, Jixo as well. They can still get a shot in the finals as well, right?
It's anyone's guess at this point. All of these players are doing their best, but interestingly enough, we can see in the finals of loser bracket, we have the openers. Icyfresh into Jixo. They have redemption arc. They have the same thing going on. But without further ado, we have Uzbeki and Rivah. I mentioned before, ready check last time. It is going in.
This is Uzbeki Rivah right now?
This is Uzbeki Rivah right now.
Oh my god.
This is the hype shit, boys. This
is it,
chat. Who's gonna take it, chat? Make some noise. Can we get some more energy?
Come on, chat. Let's see some hype, chat. Let's go. This is the finals of the winners bracket. Let's get some hype.
This is the time to go get your dog, go get your mum, sit them down, and get them into World of Warcraft TBC 2v2. If you ever want to convince someone that Tuesday is going to be a legit bracket, it's going to become an esport, we're going to make this a thing, this match is going to convince you that this is the way to go.
Yup, absolutely, man. I am so excited. I'm so happy to be here with you guys, casting alongside you, Fark and TP Caitlin. Absolute legends, and here we are watching some legends duke it out. And maybe the final tournament of the beta, guys. This is a special time that we'll never get back. The TBC beta. where all these people from all these different countries can play together.
You're exactly right. This is potentially the final tournament of the beta. It is a 2v2, once again sponsored by RXP. Huge shout out to arrestedxp.com. Everyone in the chat, guys, if you don't know about it, if you're just tuning in, check it out. arrestedxp.com. Best leveling guide / add-on that you can find right now for both vanilla and TBC 2.5.1 patch. On that note, let's get into it. The gates are about to open in 5 to 10 seconds. We have RM into DPR, Mir, Uzbeki against Avishan, Rivah, two of the best teams that we can have possibly in the world. Some of the best teams in the scene. And we can see Avishan is going really aggressively over there. Let me scoot the camera over there. Look at that.
Fear, dude.
He wants to go on the mirror and he goes onto the mirror, slap into the face right there. They want to absolutely shatter him. You can see Uzbeki needs to fall off. There is a little bit of a fadeaway. There is a fear that completely kills all of the tempo going onto the mirror. Mir has been sheeped, cleansed onto it, and there is the retaliation of Mir. He didn't like that opener and he's going to make them pay right now. You can see they're putting a lot of pressure right now in Avishan. He's in that corner being punished by Mir. Gouge. He's going to sit those 2 full seconds. And Mir is the master of this. They want to keep the pressure on Mir as much as they can. They want to crowd control. You can see the sheep. Uzbeki is over there, but he's gotten out of it. Mir has pain suppression right now, and he needs to get healed. And by the looks of it, he is in the full duration of the blind. Can he get potentially a re onto him? This is next 5 seconds. Look, chat. Right now, it is happening. Everything is going to decide this match. If he manages to heal Mir, they win. If he doesn't heal Mir, they lose. Everything is on the line. There is a full kidney, but the fear into the trinket, into the execute, he goes down!
They got him. That was their final go, dude. That was the last gas
Whoa.
they had. It looked like they were just on the cusp of stabilizing. I thought they turned that corner. I really did, and they didn't, though. They had a little bit of gas left in the tank. I don't know who Avishan is. I feel like I should, but, dude, this guy is actually a beast.
That was the most disrespectful opener in a 2v2 tournament that we have seen in beta yet. Absolute slapped Mir early.
That was
Holy
who is
smokes, who is this guy?
I mean, we don't know who Avishan is, but I think after today, a lot of people are going to be wondering and finding out exactly who he is. But one thing I actually just realized, Mir is actually wearing 2-piece assassination. Every other rogue is wearing full PvE. He's actually wearing some PvE gear, which is, it's gonna. I'm fairly sure he's using the 2-set, which gives him a bit of haste. So he's obviously, feeling that he doesn't need the defensive, the extra resilience, etc. But I think that time, if he had a bit more resilience, he might have lived. But he's going for that PvE, going for that extra damage, and feels like that's the way to be playing. So
what an intense
he's the only
match.
rogue.
Wow, it's just insane. It's intense. Like, do not move your eyes away from the screen. Everyone in the chat, doesn't matter which stream you're looking at. Absolute amazing performance coming from both teams. So clutch the way he entered, and he just proved his point right there. He is not going to be dominated by anyone. This is so clutch. I'm doing the last ready check to make sure that the players are ready.
Which map did they choose?
And there we go.
Is it Ruins? Which map did they choose?
We're in the Grand.
Okay, sick. The run back.
I mean, yeah, well, I was about to say the exact same thing. The balls on Avishan. I mean, how does that man sit down with balls that big to just blind him, run all the way, and then wait? It must have been probably 30 seconds. He's just sat in stealth, waiting for that perfect moment to jump back onto Mir. You had Uzbeki doing Holy Novas, expecting him to go aggressive. He just sits there calmly. As soon as the opening's in, bam, straight in for the murder.
Yeah, that was just so intense. It was just beautiful to see. I mean, RM played, I would say, as good as it gets, really.
Yeah. I wonder if they try to slow it down a bit, Mir and Uzbeki. Like, I wonder what the absolute most defensive and consistent line to win is, because I feel like they're playing the games pretty quick.
Yeah, don't blink twice, because the game is going to be over. Even though there is a priest, we've seen that brain suppression being casted at. It was very much clutch. Mir was on the cusp of surviving, but they managed to. And he's like, and there we go, Mir going in. But look at Avishan. Avishan is pulling back. He's opting for a different strat this time. Last time he was really aggressive. This time he's pulling back.
The mind games, I like it.
No one
Oh,
popped
when
Perception
Mir
yet, huh?
gets the opener, the revenge from the last game. Look at this. This is 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and there is going to be a resup. And there is a polymorph on Uzbeki. Oh my god. This is a cross CC. Avishan is a lot of pressure, but they want to get into Mir, and there is a beautiful execution on that one. Pressuring the Mir kidney, and he's going to go. Oh my god, look at the beautiful movement coming from Avishan. Just, you love to watch this. And there is a
Damage on Mir.
look at that. And he's surviving somehow with Cusp at the brink of his... Is he gonna heal him through?
He actually gets around the corner though. They might stabilize here. This is good. They're moving together as a team. They're in full live mode right now. Mir gets the re.
Oh, and there is a cheap shot.
What have the Rogue Mage used though? They haven't used that much. I guess they used prep, but that's about it. They still has snap. Still has 2 blocks.
And here comes the re. Oh, and there is a full duration fear that is going to be ice blocked, and he's sitting a little bit, and he's opening on the Mir right now. There is a lance, and he's trying to cast a frostball. Or no, he opts into arcane missiles. They really want to punish Mir right now, but you can see Avishan as well. He's sitting taking a lot of punishment from Mir. Avishan, remind you, cannot restore HP whatsoever, and there is the... This is so close. Mir is really low. There is a counter spell. 3 seconds on Uzbeki. Mir might die here. Avishan might die here. Oh my god. You don't know. Look at this. No,
Yes,
Avishan
Avishan.
goes down.
The
Wand
wand.
from Uzbeki. The wand. Oh my god. Wow.
And actually, oh my god, we're looking at a priest mage. We could be here for a while, boys.
This is
might be
absolutely
rough.
insane. This is absolutely insane. This is 1-1 right now. In terms of kills in this game, we see 1 versus 1 mage into a priest. Rivah has been feared though. He cannot remove. Oh, he does have a trinket. This is a...
I want
I
to say
don't-
the priest is favorite here, right?
I don't know about you guys, but this is a
yeah,
very
I
hype match.
definitely
It
think so.
doesn't get more hype than this, everyone. This is as hype as it gets. They're trying really, really hard. It doesn't look that good for Rivah, but there is that poly. He cannot remove that poly. Rivah has option
he's gonna get
to restore his HP. Caitlyn, we have...
That's the thing. If they really
He's going
both
for
play
the res.
defensive,
He's going
and-
for the res.
Oh, he's casting the resurrection. Look at this. No,
He's gonna get
is
it
he
off.
gonna get it
He's gonna
through?
get it off.
1 second. No, it gets interrupted last millisecond. Wow. Do not blink twice. These guys know what they're doing. Caitlyn, we have 7 minutes on the clock. There is a rule. After 10 minutes, there is no drinking or eating, so...
you think Rivah,
Oh,
Rivah
he's
is
cleaning
on
him.
his
He's
stream right now
cleansing
is
him.
like,
There you
That
go.
was
He's
a
been
very
cleaned.
nice
Ice
spear.
barrier. That was nice execution right there. A cheeky Shadow Bird Death as well. Here is a little bit of a Nova in his face. Polymorph, fake casted, and...
the melee swing coming out of the dwarf, dude, just the
He's just trying to
slap.
knock back. He's just trying to knock back the
And that's a full duration. There is no trinket right now. Maybe he can potentially reset here. You can see both Mir
That was-
and both rogues are kind of next to each other, looking at each other, thinking, how did this happen?
The tornado
The
pathing.
tornado's passing. Oh, he does have full mana. Not a lot of HP, but full mana. Another poly, half duration. I believe that has been trinketed. There is a fear.
big fear. I don't think
Huge
he's got
fear.
the
Look
mana
at
to
the
mana
mana
burn though.
burn.
He's got 1.
And there's the wand, and you can see the skull flying. Oh no, frostbolt. Ooh, he's so
Ooh.
low.
The death had barely enough mana for that, almost.
First aid, but there is the tornado creeping up. Tornado is going direction of Uzbeki. Ooh, just
Uzbeki.
passes nearby him.
He can use it like a Mario Kart mushroom and get speed boosted over, and he'll get the death on him.
Absolutely, well, the clever use of game mechanics, some would say.
Ah, the full poly.
The full
We're about
poly,
to have
but
cooking stream, boys.
look at Uzbeki's mana right now.
I mean, he is going to
Oh,
get
that's
Shadow
it. That's
Fiend in
it.
2
He decided
minutes.
to pull the trigger. This is the .45 caliber that we have been waiting for. There is not a lot of mana to his name, but this should be potentially enough. Oh no, the the tornado!
Tornado.
Oh my god, no, he's going to get... But no, there's
Shatter!
Desperate Prayer.
Desperate Prayer.
This is it. 1 HP, 1 HP Rivah. No, he goes down.
What was it? Wow. Was it Shadowward Pain Tick?
I think
That
so,
was a
but
show. I
it was
believe
the
that was a
Honestly,
show.
Cyclone.
though,
I believe
yo, they
that-
played that honorably, right? So here's the thing, chat. They could have both if they were kind of... It's almost like scummy, I feel, in the honor code to just run away and just keep trying to reset and drag it off. Like, if the mage just blinked off into Egypt by himself and kept doing that with Pali and just kept going for, like, 1-2 ticks of food water, he could do that, right? At least up until the 10-minute mark. He wasn't doing that, and the priest at the same time was also playing aggressive. They could both go into just full live mode and eat and drink, and then we'd be here all day. So
I want to say that they had like an honor code there where they just went for it.
I mean, yeah, I've definitely been in positions like that where you just don't want to end up doing it. But what was really actually quite fascinating was there was a little bit of a mistake there from Rivah. So when he ran into the start zone, Becky actually did a shadow word death on him, just out of the blue shadow word death. I'm fairly sure, at least. I don't think Rivah picked up that he'd done it and it was therefore on cooldown, because he then spent a good deal of time fake casting his polymorphs, waiting for the death to come that actually was on cooldown. So he could have just straight polyed him. This is when we saw Becky doing the melees, doing the novas, giving the knockback, trying to get that time to get the Shadow Word Death back up, which eventually did come. But Rivah could have just polyed him then and run. So, when you haven't got add-ons in particular, tracking all of this stuff becomes very, very tricky.
And it is just being confirmed that the next map is indeed going to be in a grand. I'm just making sure that both teams are ready. I'm going to ask Uzbeki and Mir, are they ready? 1-1. Uzbeki Rivah. Winners finals. Match point. Thoughts?
That is
Cargos.
crazy, man. I mean, we're getting to a game. This game 3 is a treat, man. So hold on. The winner of this isn't the winner of the full tournament, though, right? Because there's
they go to grand finals,
and then there's one grand
and then we
final
have two
after,
more
right?
matches, and then we have 2 more matches after that, before best of 5. People have said they want 3 versus 3, but as you can see, this is a lot of content as well and a lot of fun. There's just so much hype, guys. Let's take a look. 1-1. We're in the grand. Let's see.
I just love
is
that
here.
they keep picking that grand. I mean, it's just more tornado fun for us to commentate at.
The tornadoes are absolutely hilarious.
I'm kind of beginning, having made an entire YouTube bitching about them, I'm kind of starting to love them as long as they're not impacting my gameplay.
Yeah, the tornadoes are kind of hype. I know that people feel upset about them, but it is kind of cool from a casting and viewership perspective, like the little wonkiness they can add.
Yeah, as long as I'm not in the match when they appear.
Some would even dare to say
casting other people's misery.
that outplaying a tornado makes you skill capped.
Well, yes, Lux earlier on the Warrior, using the tornado to buffer himself across the map. It can be done.
It is so beautiful when you see a little gnome just fresh out of Gnomer gun flying through the map and lands a perfect intercept just to get killed, because poor Warrior is just getting abused in that matchup. But let's not memes become dreams, and let's go back to reality, but not shades, because he has been knocked out. We can see that Avishan is deciding to play a little bit defensively here, while Uzbeki is just going to restore his mana and take a chill pill. Oh, Avishan behind Rivah. That is a new strat. You love to see it.
Yeah, they're just stacking with their backs to the wall right there, just chilling, abiding, taking their time.
Oh my god, Mir! That was a beautiful sap. And they're opening on Avishan. This is it. This is it. This is the trigger. This is what's happening. Everything is going to decide the last match. Who is going to go into the grand finals and who is going to go in the losers. Pay close attention right now. All of the cooldowns are being used. Trinket from Avishan. They want to go on Mir. Mir is their kill target. You can see over there, Sheep's Farm, Uzbeki is collecting those carrots while Mir is getting railed hard. He is on 10% and they want to finish him. There is that reset coming from Avishan a little bit, playing defensively. And is this BM or is this strategy?
No way. Mir's still alive after the cheap death proc, still hanging in there?
I mean, he's still alive. They're beating Hill. I really don't know what is actually going on, because Mir is currently in stealthy and he wants to really try to find Avishan over there, who is playing so defensively. We can see that he has Renew and Powerball Shield. They just passed by each other, did not see each other. There's full duration sheep on Uzbeki. Rivah is casting full evocation. Look at his power bar on the right, full mana right there. Uzbeki has half mana, another polymorph, half duration, 4 seconds on the clock right there. Tornado is passing by. He's gonna break the sheep. Look at this. He breaks the sheep.
No snap, and
there is a clutch frostball that landed on Uzbeki. He's being slowed right now. He's dispelling himself a little bit. Meanwhile, the rogues are playing Tetris in the background, as you can see. Maybe they'll probably investigate Peggle Stocks to buy the new add-on.
Picking up the eye though, so he can see where Avishan's at right now, or he can see where Mir's at.
And you can see Uzbeki right now is just sitting in the middle and playing with Rivah. And the rogues are behind the corner doing no action. There was a clutch little blizzard. They didn't find anyone though. This is pretty much 1 versus 1 at this point because both rogues are playing so defensively right now.
Dude.
Oh,
Rivah's so low right now, but Mir can't get to him. He's across the map right now. This is such an insane battle.
Uzbeki has 30% mana, Rivah has 20% mana, and there is a Frostbolt, I believe, max rank being casted on Uzbeki. They're opening on him. Makes this Mir decides to Shadow Step going to the CS on Avishan, and that is going to be a full blind duration. He does not have any trinkets. Is Mir potentially going for a sap? Oh no, he's been put into combat. He cannot go for
Pain
sap.
step up now, though. I feel like they're gonna stabilize through this. If you just look at the mage mana is almost out. Just get that pain step up. It's still
Mage has nothing. Rivah has nothing.
free
Oh,
from
there's
cooldown right
Tornado.
now.
He needs to ice block. The Tornado was about to kill him though. This is so clutch right now. Uzbeki has no mana as well. Avishan is putting all of the pressure on him. Mir is in full duration polypore. He cannot get out of it. No, he did get a clutch. Oh my, the Tornado kicks them both. Rivah is going low. Uzbeki is going low. 1-for-1 Rogue man. Oh my god, Silent Shadows, are you watching?
Rogue v Rogue finals game 3. I almost want Avishan to slip away and reset. No.
Oh man, that was that
Wow,
was
and
intense.
that's
what you want to
ends up
see.
being Mir's game.
I mean, I really thought at the end, because Uzbeki used his Shadow Fiend hyper aggressively, literally on the outset. They obviously wanted to go full pressure mode. He had his Shadow Fiend out straight away just for the damage. And then at the end when he was I was really concerned that was going to come round to bite him in the ass. But no, he lived just long enough to make it count. I mean, that's some impressive survival.
How did they not get Mir though, bro? Can we get the instant replay feature in the stream someday? Like, I'd love
That
to
is
just
being
watch that again
that
in
is
slow
currently
motion. Like,
that is
Mir was
currently
cheek death proc and then
under
almost
development. The instant replay, as we saw right there, that was just interesting. I don't know. The Mir didn't go down.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, they were so close to victory, hanging on by an absolute thread, and they somehow stabilized and took it. That is insane. That'll be a fun one to watch back like 10 times, right?
100%.
Really,
This is
Oh
going to
yeah,
be an
I'm sure.
amazing.
I'm sure there's going to be some
That's
interesting
going to be
takes
an
on that
amazing
match.
WOD. Yeah.
Yeah. So they still have. Is it the series over for these ones, or is it
This
best of?
series
Sorry, I
is
don't
not
really-
over.
where-
Let's pay attention to the bracket a little bit. You can see that Uzb and Mir have made it to the grand finals. That means no matter what happens, they're taking the second place. No matter what happens, they're taking the second place.
We can fill in this results thing now.
What, you don't have the latest
No,
bracket?
no, I'm just filling in this. So no matter what, you said who's been Mir second, right?
Correct, no matter what. And then we're about to play losers finals, which is Jixo and Icyfresh. Whoever wins that matchup is going to go to losers finals, where Rivah has a redemption arc.
I mean, we've got a repeat of literally the very first game of the tournament, arguably one of the closest games of the tournament as well, actually. Icyfresh versus Jixo. I know it's quite a few hours ago, so I won't always blame everyone for not remembering, but we actually did in fact end up with a mage on mage 1v1 in this previous game. It went 2-1 in the set to Icyfresh. So, I mean, coming into this, you've got to be feeling Icyfresh is definitely going to be feeling confident. What are you reckoning then, Cargos?
Yeah, Icy doesn't really get intimidated much. Like he's not really that excitable. People like that. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that endearingly. Like he has good nerves under pressure. Like if we brought him in here into a call and said like, so how you feeling about it? He'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty good about it. Feeling like just like really like blood pressure not moving at all. So
for some reason I have this image of like Elon Musk just being like on the Joe Rogan podcast, yeah, we dig a hole. We just dig a hole. It's like, what did you do? Just dig a hole. Just like complete monotone, like no expression, just this deadpan. I mean, but yeah, no, Jixo has obviously been fighting his way through the lower bracket from the get-go, but doing so in a very confident play and been a very dominant play style. But I mean, it is Mage Rogue Mirror. It is about a season 1 TBC classic as you can probably get, and yeah, I am excited. I'm hyped.
Let's hear it from the chat, though. Chat, who do you think is going to win? I know these are some fan favorites. You guys know him, Icyfresh. Big, he streams a lot. Also, Jixo has a lot of fans out there. In the chat, who you rooting for? Let us know in the chat. Let's get some hype going.
100%.
Personally, I'm torn because they're both good friends of mine, and I guess I'm going to give the edge to Icy because he's an NA Andy like myself, holding it down for the US of A. I think he's the last USA gamer in the tournament, but.
Yeah, he is. He is the pride of America right about now. So, if you believe in the good old US of A, then you want Icy to win. Unless you want to, see the good old standard stuff that happens in esports, which is European dominance. I mean, it does get a bit boring winning sometimes, but what can you do when you're just better than everybody else?
Oh yeah. And it's about to begin any second now, boys. They push out onto the map. Let's see what the rogues want to do. The mind games begin. Deadly surveying the map, both chilling. No one aggressively going for a pre-vanish or anything. Shadow hanging out in the back room, delaying that perception pop as much as possible. Rogues playing this game of chicken. Who's going to go first? Mages getting ready to flirt with each other.
Coming forward for a little high five. Literally, again, mirror on mirror on mirror as they are just. But that's some big damage onto Jixo early on. I mean, there is just ice lance going out, but it looks like Shadow is. That was a bit of miscommunication there. Shadow was polyed. Wild kidney shots of poly got instantly broken to. Jixo is now under an awful lot of pressure. However, Shadow's coming into play early. No, he's gonna die. He didn't even block. He died before block, did he?
No, he blocked.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, he had the
hypothermia.
Yeah, he snapped. Man, it's tough to cast these with the double rogue mage. There's just 47 million things happening at the same time.
I mean, this is the thing is, particularly with this mirror, I feel like it is, stylistically, I think the two teams have a very similar style, but and as a result, you can see almost mirror images going on. But the other thing, obviously, these guys have already played once today, so this is effectively turned into a, what would that be, a best of 6, I guess, isn't it, technically? So they've got, or sorry, best of 5 actually. But we are going to be going into Ruins, which was Jixo's pick last time, if I remember correctly, when we ended up with a 1v1.
Yeah, it's just it's tough, man. So much aggression coming out from both sides immediately. I feel like the mages flirt with each other. One rogue pulls the trigger and gets on the mage, and then the other rogue also gets on the mage. So the rogue isn't peeling the rogue. They're kind of both going after the mages.
Yeah, as I said, I would have been very curious to see what had happened if the poly had lined up. It was very unfortunate. It was a cheap. It wasn't only just the poly being broken. It was also that they'd done a full cheap shot kidney shot onto the target that was then polyed. So he did burn an opener and 5 combo points, for probably 4 to 5 combo points on a target that then gets polyed instantly, but then gets broken instantly. And I think that's maybe a tiny little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of a choke there that obviously would have impacted heavily later on into the game. But when it gets this stage of a tournament, when there's money on the line, they've been playing for an elongated period of time at this point, there might be these tiny little errors coming through. But we will see what happens on this match.
Absolutely. Show your support one more time in chat. Let's see. This could be it. This is an elimination match for Jixo right here. If they do lose this one, he is knocked out of the tournament. So let's see if Jixo can make a comeback here on Ruins of Lordaeron. He did pick this map. Let's see if he can do it for his supporters.
And as always, we're going to set up a different style. This aggressive start from Icyfresh going in, a little bit of a bait from Shadow, but Jixo definitely taking his time and Deadly turtling in the start, not feeling particularly like they're aggressive. But Icyfresh does have that 1-game lead. They can maybe try something a little bit bolder without feeling the pressure of getting instantly knocked out. But here's Deadly going in with his first sprint and probably a perception. Nice sap onto Icyfresh as Shadow goes in onto Jixo, lures him out early vanish running in away, and these Ice Lancers are just going straight into Jixo as they're going absolutely ham, trying to get this pressure. And it's only now that Deadly's actually getting into the combat, but there's a polymorph onto Shadow.
I feel like they can't get any damage going. I mean, there's no health bar has decreased on the left side. It's perplexing. So much pressure going on to Jixo early, and they look behind.
Yep, we just got a cloak out from Deadly by the looks of it, and Jixo just desperately trying to probably get a bandage off of some description. These polymorphs onto Deadly are just absolutely decimating and, you know, completely stopping anything he wants to do. Cheeky little bandage here from Icyfresh as he does another poly. So looks like a full 8-second poly, by the way. Unfortunately, yep, no, so down goes Jixo, dead and out of the tournament, it looks like.
Man, Icyfresh really come into play, man. He has played super well this tournament, taking out Jixo, a really formidable, amazing mage coming out of Germany, being able to take him out pretty decisively here with his buddy Shadow. I'm curious if this is going to be Icy's real partner. I knew he was considering going playing twos for real with Rek on Herod, but I'm not sure. He was still like on the fence. Really amazing performance from Icyfresh today, though. Who did they lose to again? Does anybody recall? How did they even get to the loser bracket? Was it? Oh, it was Mir.
Yeah, it was Mir's Becky, I think.
Yeah, it was Mir, and this is
There you
so
go.
hype.
How dare they lose to such plebeian opponents?
Before we get into a little commercial break, we have losers finals and then grand finals. You can see the bracket on your screen right now. Rivah and Icyfresh in losers finals fighting for that spot in the grand finals. Doesn't matter who loses in the losers finals, there will be the third place team, so they have already secured the third place reward. I've said before, we're gonna have a small commercial break, a sponsor break. Let's talk to Jixo before we get into that. Caitlin, transition is onto you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just dragging him up. Hey man, commiserations obviously, but you know, fantastic tournament all in all. How are you feeling at the moment? Obviously, maybe that's a bit of a silly question.
It was okay, like, we fall behind, like, extremely fast, especially in the last game. One of our problems is, like, that we are, like, not in voice. Basically, I'm the only one that can talk, so it's a bit hard to communicate. That's why we probably fucked up the first game, like, when he Deadly wanted to switch on the Rogue and the kidney shot, and I sheeped on top of it, because I saw that the cheap shot go on that. But overall, like, I'm happy. It was super funny, and yeah, congratulations to Icyfresh, and yeah.
Yeah, no, we obviously saw the unfortunate, you know, cheap shot, kidney shot, poly, bravado. I didn't realize there wasn't. We thought it was a communication, but obviously, if he's not being able to talk to you, then I completely understand it. So I think obviously the big question is now, who's your money on for getting into the grand finals, Rivah or Icy?
For sure, Rivah. Like, I know him so long, so I'm a big Rivah fan. Like, he and me, like, we played together for many times, like, on many projects, and yeah, I'm 100% for Rivah.
Jixo, brother, really well played, man. Like, I've been talking to the chat all day. You've been a big mentor for me learning TBC these past months, dude. It's so cool to see you in action. You played really well today, man. You're going to crush it in TBC.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Amazing tournament, bro.
Yeah, and the parting words from me, Jixo, vielen Dank, and amazing participation in the tournament. If anyone wants to see more of Jixo, where should they go?
To Jixo TV, basically. Sadly, my stream broke down at the start of the tournament. I had like 40-minute stream, and then I had some streaming errors, and I couldn't restart. It was breaking down all 15 seconds, so I sadly couldn't stream it. But like, I hope I can fix it tomorrow. So follow Jixo TV.
All right, I believe it is twitch.tv/Jixo_TV, correct?
Yeah, correct. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that is his stream, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see more of amazing mage action, go onto that Twitch channel and show Jixo some love. Now, we will be going into a little commercial break. Cargos, I believe we have some experience with technical difficulties. Would you be so kind and send me the commercial break over Discord? Well, in the meanwhile,
yeah, sure, no worries. I'll just do it on my stream right now. Again, so apologies if this is redundant because you've been watching the whole stream, but Rested XP is sponsoring this one. That's a community project. Tactics Law, Tommy Salami, Zarand, Seven Leaves, Brandung, myself. We've been working hard on it. It's an in-game leveling. It's a leveling guide. It has in-game add-on support. You can download it for free. It's open source, and a lot of people have been enjoying and playing with it. So I'm going to play a quick video made by Platinum WoW, and it's just a funny little 1-minute video, and we'll see you back here in a second, guys.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jixo. I'm just going to move you out, mate, while this is going on. But fantastic games, mate. Absolute pleasure to watch you play again.
Yeah, and let's check the commercial.
I'm just going to move you out, mate, while this is going on. But
and this is just
Yeah,
taking
and let's check the
forever.
commercial.
Sorry it's taking so long, guys. It should only be a couple more days, maybe, until I get max level. Guys, hello? You know what? I think I'm gonna hearth and get some rested XP. But not just any rested XP. Introducing Rested XP, the new leveling guide perfectly tailored to your race and class for ultra-fast leveling. All of these leveling routes have been meticulously crafted by some of the fastest classic WoW speedrunners in the world, so you can focus on getting max level and playing with your friends rather than doing the same content you've done over and over again. Check out restedxp.com for more information.
All right, we are back. Hope you enjoyed
Don't
that
worry,
little
guys.
one right there. If
I'm
you do want to
almost
check
there.
out Rested XP, restedxp.com. There should be a little panel down below if you want to check it out. We are back. You can
Hope you
just
enjoyed.
get in there right away and start leveling 1 to 30, 58 to 60. But excited to finish up this tournament. You guys still there?
Alive and
I am
kicking.
indeed. I am indeed. The again, I will just my own personal input from West XP. I don't know how many people are familiar with the bridge between wetlands and Arathi. There is a jump there where we basically have to jump across a gap to get a quest. Again, I had never managed it in my life, and it's actually it's on my stream if you want to see my actual reaction. I come across this quest and I sort of see it on my map and I go, I've never done this in 15 years. I'm not even going to bother trying it now. How do I do this? It comes up on West XP, and there's a little bottom tab. You click on that, and it literally just goes to a clip from a Twitch clip of showing you exactly how to do the jump. You don't need movement speed. You don't need pots. That level of detail on the add-on is just, it makes leveling a whole new level of pleasurable experience.
Yeah,
And
you can
something
thank
that's
Tommy
really
for
fresh and
that.
exciting.
He's been doing those videos for him, little tiny clips to help you with like the
Oh,
tricky
they're
stuff.
absolute godsend. They are probably my favorite bit. As an individual, single aspect, they are fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Both
Appreciate
team
that.
captains have confirmed
we got up
they're
next, Mark?
ready. Rivah, Icyfresh.
Rivah and Icy?
Correct.
And NA versus EU?
We have
Actually, Rivah's Swiss. I'm so sorry that I'm ignorant towards this, but Swiss is
Swiss
not
is
EU,
okay.
right?
Switzerland. Switzerland is part of the European continent, but not part of the European Union.
Okay.
So
Yep,
technically
got it.
EU.
Sort of got it.
Technically
Nice.
EU.
It's like
But
the
not
good old
really.
UK now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's
you
not go into
can't say
that.
So interesting info. As you're watching your screens right now, you can see that whoever loses this match will be securing the third place reward. Now, this is maybe a perfect moment to segment a little bit about the sponsorship, about Rested XP, Carlos, if you would so kindly.
Oh yeah, but I mean it's all good. We played the ad a second ago. You guys you've seen it. You've seen people stream it and using it. But yeah, if you do want to check it out, there's a link down in the description below in a panel.
And there will be
let
monetary
us know how you like
rewards
it.
for even the third place team as well.
Yeah, we're giving all the players guides, and let's do another giveaway. Think of a trivia question off the top of your head, Fark, and then whoever answers the trivia question will get a guide. Their fate is in your hands. Anything.
What is the first casting ability that mages start with? Is it Frostbolt or Fireball? You have 10
Alright.
seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
That was good,
One.
bro. I like it. Look how much reactions you got. Let me see the first person.
Or are we accepting Fireball or Fireball?
It's
Because
gotta
the
be
first one I have
fire.
is Firebolt, but
The first
then
guy
this-
didn't capitalize the F in Fireball though.
oh come on, man, you can't you can't be hating on him for that.
I just have a question.
Goose Chaser.
Is this
Thank
all-
you, man.
is this
Good
does,
job, bro. Goose Chaser 101. DM me, man. We'll
does
send you
this
a copy
only
of the
include your
guide, man.
chat, by the way?
What's up?
This is only for your chat, right?
No, your chat too. It's fine.
Okay.
Anybody, first person in your chat.
Yeah, Chill the Mage. Whisper me on Twitch, either tomorrow or today, depending. Chill the Mage, typing Fireball. You win in my chat. Who is winner in your chat, Cargos?
Yeah, we had my man. Sorry, I must.
Okay,
So
a little
many
giveaway from
answers.
rest
Goose
of the
Chaser 101.
Goose Chaser. Well, he does chase those fireballs as well. All right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's
Are we
queue
into
up
it?
the teams.
Okay, Rivah versus Icyfresh, guys. NA or Switzerland.
Some country in the continent of Europe.
Yes.
This is it. Here is the transition into it.
Let's see.
Oh my god.
All
Let's
right,
go,
here
guys.
we
Can we
go.
get some hype? EU versus NA. Come on, guys. Who are you rooting for? I want to see NA or EU in the chat. Doesn't matter which chat. Doesn't matter if you are mobile, if you're on Mac, if you're on Blueberry. Let's say NA or EU. Who are you rooting for? Let's get some hype into the matchup, guys.
You're on Blueberry, dude. What's a Blueberry?
Yeah, if anybody's watching this on a BlackBerry, then they are just an absolute legend.
Then they're in 2003. And if
Man.
even more impressive, if you're watching this from a Blueberry, dude, that's pretty dog.
Absolutely. Hey, you gotta change the colors
That's
sometimes.
pretty
Always,
dog
if you have people rooting for Australia, we
There's
have
a lot of
EU.
EU love, man. There's a lot of EU love going on, to be fair.
People love EU, but
I mean,
NA strong as well.
the continent, not the governmental body.
Yeah, not the governmental body. Well, you wouldn't know anything about it considering you have exited that, so let's not comment on that one furthermore.
We're not going down that road today, sir. We're not going down that road.
No,
EU
we're
Blueberries for the win, I think is what I'm going to go for. I want to see some EU Blueberries.
On that note,
Here we
let's get
go,
into
and
it,
out the
guys.
gate, Rivah pushing out strong. Okay, never mind. He went behind a pillar.
Yeah, pillars are
Coming
good.
down from Icyfresh.
We should ask Crack about pillars. He knows everything about it. But on that note, Caitlin, what is going on our screens?
I mean, we've got a very early pet here from Icyfresh. Rivers just popped his a little bit later. He did probably burn almost half of the duration of Icyfresh's pet by just line of sighting it. He's blinked off into a very sneaky little blink that I had problems following it. But there's a lot of damage coming onto Shadow. It looks like he might even go down that quickly. There's a full kidney. I don't think he can actually drink it. It's on cooldown. There's a cheat death. He may well go down. And the final bolt from the pet of Rivah takes him out. A very, very convincing win here from Rivah.
Yeah. Man. So much damage.
We said it before.
0 to 100.
We're gonna say it again. Rogue Mage, don't blink twice because they're gonna blink 3 times and the game is going to be over. Wow.
Take a look at that damage. Avishan,
Avishan.
13k, where the enemy rogue did 1600. That's I'm not exactly Neil deGrasse Tyson, but that explains quite a bit.
I mean, this keeps happening in tournaments that we're casting. I mean, in the PDD one, there was a Chinese rogue. I forget his name. Was it Dunkant, something like that? Fark. I can't remember. He made it to like the losers finals, but you know, he just come out of absolutely nowhere. No idea who he was. An absolutely phenomenal rogue player. And Adishan again. You know, who is this absolute mad lad that is tearing it up on rogue?
I know, man. Well, I mean, okay, so people in the chat have been roasting me all day, saying, "How do you not know who Avishan is?" I'm sorry. I wish I knew who Avishan is. Now I know who Avishan is. Tell me a bit about Avishan, chat, if you know anything about him. Apparently, he's just a legendary rogue, and that you're actually insane if you don't know who Avishan is.
We're just disgustingly ignorant people. We apologize. I know all the shamans though. Yeah. I'm
Who's your
good at that.
shaman idol? Do you have one?
Oh yeah, no, GC LOL. There's like the
Brady?
OG
Can we get some love for Brady? Any Black Crown representation, Cargos?
Who?
No? Okay, maybe next time.
No, of course, dude. Brady knows I got mad love for him. So that's game 1. These even though it's the loser finals, it is a best of 3 still, right? Best of 5 is only for the Omega grand finals. Okay. So
Yeah, so this
Icyfresh facing down a limb then.
This is it. Everything is on the line.
NA's last hope.
He does like his Lord one, actually. Something that nobody else seems to, actually. They seem to really be favoring it over Nagran. Everyone else seems to be quite comfortable in Nagran, but I see, with this sort of elementalist style that he seems to favor with the Scorch, I can definitely see him enjoying that line of sight object in the center of the map as opposed to the pillar a little bit. But I mean, let's see. What are you expecting, Kargas? Who's going to be the aggressor here? What's your money on?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know, man. Rogue mages just happen so quick, and I'm not exactly sure what makes one rogue mage win over the other one. Hey, they're just. I feel like I'd be talking out of my ass. I'll leave it to you, bro.
Well, I mean, Avishan has obviously just gone on holiday to, Mogadishu. And we can see obviously Icyfresh just taking that very dominant position in the map. I mean, that's where he seems to be comfortable. He seems to be able to be, very proficient around playing around these sort of unconventional lines of sight, using the scorches that we're seeing. But here's Avishan going for the aggressive move with his first sprint, an aggressive sap onto Icyfresh, and you can see that obviously Shadow is aware of roughly where he is. Oh, first pet Nova from Icyfresh misses, unfortunately, as he goes for an improved counter spell. Second Nova is coming out. Icyfresh is now going for a polymorph, but Shadow is taking an awful lot of damage from Avishan. A slight bit of miscommunication there by the looks of it, but Rivah is taking an awful lot of damage. Early block from, standard block from him, but Shadow is now probably going to go take an awful lot of pressure. Trinket from Avishan, and Shadow goes down again.
I mean, not exactly a five-head take here, but when you see, when we've seen a couple of rogue match mirrors now, right, throughout the tournament, and they look very one-sided. It's not like it's I don't think we've seen a cross kill yet. It's like the better rogue mage team just absolutely demolishes the other one every time. So it's it just feels like the other team is incapable of getting anything going. Like you don't even see one of the rogue or the mage dip below 50% on the enemy team.
I mean, the comp is obviously, incredibly pressure based, and you do end up snowballing. You get those tiny, you get the sort of the 1% advantage becomes a 5% advantage, becomes a 10% advantage, and it tends to snowball in that direction. And it is these very, very small micro decisions of, for example, we always see one of the things I noticed in the last two games in particular with Rivah is he always seems to pop his elemental later than his opponent. It always seems to be Icy popping the elemental first, and Rivah just saves his and burns that little bit of time of Icyfresh's elemental.
Yeah. Let's segue a little bit into the interview with Icyfresh. He is third placed Major Rogue team in this tournament. Let's pull him up into the interview lounge and see what does he have to say.
That's his final standing, huh? Third place for sure, 100% Icyfresh.
100%, third place Icyfresh. Let's congratulate him.
Let's go, man.
Welcome to the panel, Icy man. What a very, very impressive tournament, I've got to say. It's been an absolute pleasure both to watch and cast. How's it been for you guys?
It's been really fun. I had a blast. Thank you, Fark, for setting us all up.
Yeah, you're very much welcome. Thank you for all of the help organizing this tournament and showcasing an amazing skill set playing Rogue Mage. What are your highlights of this tournament?
It was fun queuing into Mirror.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to do it a second time, but it happens.
Like I said, how chill Icy was going to be when he comes in here, bro. Just absolutely chilling.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to hear it, just how chill Icyfresh is. Icy, we are going on a little bit of analysis and we're going to chill down before we prepare for the grand finals. Once again, many, many thanks for everything that you have done. If it's helping organizing and making this happen, or if it is participating and just smashing and really coming strong to the losers bracket. You are third placed Mage Rogue team in this tournament, and there will be a prize. Be sure to contact the sponsor after this tourney. You will be given a $50 prize as a team captain, and you are also getting a key. Sorry, you're getting a full license for Rested XP add-on/guide. Icy, if people want to see NA mage dominating in arena, where can they find you?
Twitch TV/Icyfresh TBC. I'll be streaming probably all of my gameplay on the classic TBC when it launches.
Sounds good, bro. Really amazing, amazing turnout, man. You did really good, bro. Got a lot of fans after today, I bet.
100%.
The NA dream, though.
The NA
Yeah,
dream.
true, man.
Maybe
Hey, at
next
least we
time.
placed, bro. We got bronze medal.
Hey, bronze medal, EU in the finals. Take it or leave it.
I mean, it's better than the Horde did, so, you know, you're beating them at least.
Yeah,
Okay.
man. Nice job, bro.
Right.
Thanks for hosting the tournament, man.
Well, thanks for coming out, man, and thanks for jumping in for this interview. As I said, it's been an absolute pleasure watching and casting. Yeah, we'll proceed. However, before we go, you know, grand finals, Rivah versus Mia. Who are you putting your money on, mate?
Rivah versus Mirror, what do you think, chat? I mean,
I believe
we already saw it
Icyfresh
play
is
out a second ago, right?
experiencing a little bit of connection
How
issue.
many times can Mir possibly live on 1 HP? I feel
there
like
we go.
Rivah got this one.
There we go. There is a little bit of delay. We in you have heard horror stories about Comcast. We don't exactly know what it is, but we do believe it is a production of Friday the 13th. Myth to us, but living reality to you. Not Shades, because he's been knocked out. But nonetheless, let's talk a little bit about the finals. I want to transition a little bit onto the infographic that we have. And we're going to see, once again, Uzbeki Mir, Rivah Mage. Let's take a look at what do we have from a Mage Rogue. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again. They have so much in their toolkit. Caitlin, implore us.
I mean, to be fair, I think Icy did point out the obvious. You know, how many lives does this man have? Has he actually just sat there with, you know, some PewDiePie cat ears on his headphones the entire time with his 9 lives, just living on a pixel every single game? But yeah, we've seen the aggression that they bring to the table. You know, they're not afraid, especially as Becky plays a very aggressive priest style, which, you know, I personally really, you know, enjoy watching. But yeah, you know, it's going to come down to these, you know, incredibly clutch, you know, seconds of, you know, tiny ticks, whether it's a little bit of a crit, whether it's a little bit of a tick here or there that's really gonna to bring it down. These guys are so good and so close in a skill level that it's near impossible to, you know, give any real prediction.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to analyze how the games went so far, right? The Rogues, one finds the other one, they delay the perception, and they start with a sap on one. The game develops a bit, and then Mir gets down to like sub 5% cheat death procs. And then in the games that they did win, he's able to just narrowly escape death. They stabilize. At that point, the Rogue and Mage are down about half their cooldowns, and they still have some bite left in them, right? They like almost kill him again, but they narrowly end up killing the enemy Rogue usually. So that's what we've seen so far with how these have panned out.
Let's keep in mind this is a
yeah,
fresh.
definitely the score. I think the score isn't a fair representation of just how close all of these matches have been between them. You know, at so many points, I thought Mir was dead. You know, we have him running around pillars on literally a pixel as he's getting healed with Uzbeki spamming Holy Nova, because that's all Uzbeki has left to desperately get him, you know, a tiny little sliver of life so that he can just live for that, you know, that extra couple of seconds. You know, that's one of one of the well, not surprising things for me, but one of the interesting things to see is the use of Holy Nova from Discipline Priests in this tournament. I don't know whether it's particularly conventionally understood way of basically creating an instant heal for your priest. Obviously, it's massively mana intensive, but if it's a difference between that and dying, you know, you're going to see priests using it, you know, as a defensive tool that is just basically an instant heal for them and others.
As a quick aside, too, has Alliance been growing on anybody in the chat? Like, a lot of people going into TBC, you know, if you're just a student of the game learning things, you always hear about Horde racials being OP in Arena, and they certainly are, absolutely, right? But you know, we're seeing a lot of alliance representation in this tournament. Almost every team has been alliance, as well as other tournaments. The winner of the Asmongold tournament was alliance as well, right? It was Rivah, Tazar, and Hydra. And it's just alliance is great PvP ratios, and it's nice to see that it's not just very horde favored like that.
And we're getting into the grand finals right now. 0-0 to each team's name. We have Mir and Uzbeki on the left, and we have Avishan and Rivah on the right. This has been an amazing tournament, really, really long. I'm pretty sure everyone is exhausted, but we have enough hype in ourselves to witness the best of 5 series that everyone wants to see and everyone expects. Veterans in World of Warcraft TBC arena. Cargos, Caitlyn, predictions, gun to your head.
Rivah, I'm rooting for my boy Rivah. I'm gonna be honest. Rivah has been like a super big mentor for me, and a lot of people would like meme on me because I'm a content creator and stuff. And he's always defended me and been like, "Yo, Cargos is actually cool. Like, you know, he's trying to learn and helping me out." So I got mad respect for Mir, but I'm rooting for Rivah. I think they're taking it. That's I'm throwing my hat in the ring for that. And let's get a little bit of energy in the chat, guys. You've been great. Thank you for watching and tuning in. Let's finish with a bang.
Exactly, let's finish with the bang. This is going to be an explosive series. Mir is opting and going into the corner. We have seen that from high elo rogues as well. They really like to go in that corner. You can see Uzbek is over here, tactically placed in the pillar, and Avishan is going over there. Oh, and he actually saps him and finds him over right there. You can see the pressure is gonna be... Oh, Uzbek is in the sap, and the pressure is gonna be everything going onto the Mir right now. We can probably expect the Polymer going after this. Yeah, he's casting it right now with his half duration. This 3 seconds. Avishan is rooted.
So much pressure on
Mir
Mir,
is trying
dude.
to
Almost dead already, dude. Just on the opener. How is he possibly going to crawl out of this, man? Going for the gouge on the mage, trying to retreat. Actually not retreating. Realizes there's no point to run away. He's just staying on the mage. Going to stem more damage that way, I guess. Looks like they're inching their way back up. The yellow bar is slowly increasing, but not for long.
There is
oh,
the
man, going back on full kidney shot on Mir, and he's so low. This is going to be... Is this it?
And he goes down.
Oh, my...
That was a very interesting opener indeed.
It's
Plus
crazy how
one.
much damage a rogue mage can put out together, man. It's truly like incredible. There's no other words.
I mean, Rivah and Avishan just put on an absolute clinic of how to be a top tier DPR. I mean, you could make an argument that getting, you know, Mir out was a little bit lucky, but it's a balance. He was in a arguably well-known position. He hadn't popped his perception. Avishan decided he was going to pop his perception, risk it. Paid off. That's part of the game. But as soon as that happened, they just felt in the driver's seat the entire time, an absolute clinic.
Hell yeah, man. So first game going to...
And you can hear that.
Rivah and Avishan, man. What do you guys think? You still think Mir's going to win, guys? I mean, you never know. Now Mir's probably taking this super seriously, facing down... Well, I guess it's not elimination yet. This is a best of 5, right, Fark?
Correct. The finals are being played in best of 5 module. You heard that invitation popping in. Both teams are going to go in a grand again. 1-0 for Rivah, but this is not over. Everything is on the line. Who is going to be the winner of the 2v2 tournament? I would even say mostly prestige is on the line right here. We saw a beautiful opener on the mirror. Let's see what's going to happen in this game.
Yep. About 10 seconds out. Mounting up. Ready to party.
And the party is indeed about to start. We can see Uzbeki is 100% itching to potentially get the revenge kill. If not reverse sweep on the series. Well, not full reverse sweep. They are only 1 down. Let's see what's going to happen.
Can I just point out that it's interesting that Rivah doesn't play Gnome. He actually... I don't know. I've never gotten his take on this. I'm going to ask him maybe like right after all this is over why he plays Human on Mage. But it's really cool, man. You don't see that much. Anyway, here we go. Pushing out Mir. Is this going to be a feign of aggression or is he really just going for it? He goes for it, playing super aggressive, gets the trinket immediately. Navishan gets resapped though. Are they going to do a different strat here and go for Uzbeki possibly? They're opening hard on Uzbeki.
Yeah, you can see Avishan is going to reset stuff. He's behind the pillar. He's going to be resetting 100%. And he does get to reset. Meanwhile, over there, you can see Mir is trying to get back into the action, really. All the pressure is on Uzbeki, but it's not sticking really that hard. Mana
It's
is
really
half,
not,
but he has all of the
Uzbeki
cooldowns
looking
still.
so thick right now. That desperate pair though, making all the difference though, right? Because not a dwarf there, he'd probably have to use more, be in a worse position. Doesn't look like the strat to swap to the priest is working that well as of yet.
No, it
but,
is not.
Mage
And
still has
pressure
a
is
decent
going on
amount
to
of
Rivah
mana.
right now. You can see Mir is getting CS right there, and possibly into KS full duration. And he trinkets that, and he really wants to get into Rivah, who opts into an ice block. And there is an MD removed. Maybe a cleanse. Nah, that's gonna be a full blind. All she wrote. Eviscerate.
Wow.
Nice, man. Oh, nice. He was thick, man. He was thick.
Super well played, man.
Oh, he was thick.
Man, it's so crazy, the rogue little finesse game at the beginning of every match, you know? It's just, that's TBC for you. And just the snap decision making to just trinket this and just knowing what that script is. You just see this .exe, you know, just playing out right there. The decision to swap to the priest, though, what do you think, chat? Didn't look too worth it. That priest was, he was pretty healthy. And the dwarf priest, I'm telling you, they're nightmare fuel for double DPS comps, man. Nothing worse.
Yeah, and they're 1-1. They're
very,
tied.
a proper thick boy there on the priest. I mean, I think that match was, you know, certainly for Abishan's point of view, was heavily dictated by his initial choice to trinket the opening sap. Obviously, he gets the return sap onto Mir, but he's then playing with no trinket, and Mir has blind the entire match. There's a little moment right at the very end where, as Mir trinkets the full kidney shot, you see actually Abishan vanishes, and I'm fairly sure he was attempting to vanish the blind, which he assumed was going to be coming. That seems like the logical decision for that vanish there. But yeah, when you've already used your trinket, you know he's got blind. You know, Mir is definitely in a position of power in the, you know, the pure rogue versus rogue matchup at that point.
Absolutely, man. So it's one a pop, huh? Still got some life in the series, man. The grand finals.
1 a pop, grand finals, game 3. Let's get into it right now. As we're on a loading screen, you can see this is going to be a Blade Edge this time.
Blade's Edge, huh? Probably the least popular arena, no? I feel like it's picked the least. I wonder why.
It's the most complicated. It has you know, an additional dimension to it, literally insofar as it has an up and a down. I think I've said this before on previous streams, but if you look across the board in esports, especially for example in CS:GO, you know, there's a map called Cache there, which is notoriously tricky to play on because it has this, you know, it has these multiple layers to it, as opposed to just being, you know, a 2D plane. And as soon as you put those, you know, that third dimension onto a map, it becomes trickier to play on, harder to learn. But also, if you can really dominate and specialize it, I think it does give you a significant advantage. So I'll be interested to see if, as TBC develops, whether we do actually see people, you know, especially practicing Blade's Edge, you know, particularly shamans. I love it as a shaman. I love the way terms work on it.
Absolutely. We're at the moment of truth now. The match should start any second now. They're pushing out of the gate. Let's see how the rogues choose to do this. Avishan cutting directly through. He's going to get Mir right here. Something's happening.
No, it's Mir onto Avishan. There is
glasses.
a CS into KS right now, and that was a kick. Nice execution right there. He really wants to go into Avishan and really push as much pressure as he can. You can see Avishan is sitting right there. He does not have a trinket. That means he's going to be full blind, potentially a sap. Nah, that's going to be a fear. No sap coming through. He's actually, look at this. They're putting all of the pressure on him. Rivah is trying to DPS as much as he can and control, but nothing is happening. This is just beautiful execution from Uzbeki and Mir.
Wow.
Just clinical. Completely, absolutely clinical. Fear, sheep, blind. The sheep was there.
Wow.
I mean, they managed to play around it. Clutch.
I feel like you know, when you're queuing twos and stuff and you have a matchup that you're fighting a lot and it just feels oppressive and there's no way to win.
Avishan did 0 damage. I'm sorry to jump in. Avishan literally did 0 damage.
Actually 0 damage.
Wait, what was it? Just like CS chaos blind into reopen? What?
That was clinical execution right there.
Man.
Let's switch over to the bracket and take a look. This is 2-1 for Uzbeki versus Rivah. That means if
Holy smokes, dude.
Uzbeki wins together with Mir the next match, that's GG. This is it. This is potentially the last game.
Yeah, this is potentially the last game. So here's the thing. I mean, doesn't it feel like they had a breakthrough though? Like Uzbeki and Mir, they're talking in comms right now, and they're just saying, Rivah always opens like this, or Avishan always does this, because that was very decisive. And the last game was
the intro into that map. The intro into that map was just so clutch from Mir. The rogues, man, they really can make it look like it's a completely different game, really.
I mean, there's nothing more. That's the equivalent, I think, of a perfect in Street Fighter. When you are playing against a mage rogue, and the rogue does 0 damage to you. But I mean, we've said it. We said it sort of early on in the cast when we were talking about Mir, and one of his strengths is this man has the best sap in the world. Maybe he's not the best rogue. We can challenge on that, but I do not think anybody is as good at sapping as him. He just seems to make it effortless every single time.
The Vanish Mind games too, right? It's not even this. Well, I guess that's part of it, like you said, yeah. But just the understanding of the stealth game, I feel like Mir is unmatched there. I've never seen him. Well, maybe not never, but he very, very rarely gets out finessed on that stealth battle at the beginning, right? Have you noticed that?
This is potentially the last match of the tournament, the last match of the series, grand finals. This is it. Rivah was knocked out by Mir and Uzbeki before. He beat Icyfresh in the lower bracket, the losers bracket. He made it into the grand finals. Yes, he has secured a second place, but I'm pretty sure they want to secure that first place as well. If they get 3-1, they win. Let's get some hype. Let's see. Who do you want to win, guys? Mir, Uzbeki, or Rivah, Avishan? Let's see some chat action as we have 10 seconds on the clock before we enter this match.
That's it, boys. Maybe the final one. Send them your energy.
Send them your energy.
Let's
give them some Goku.
Avishan pushing out the gate. Mir already sprinting.
And we can see Avishan is going to actually pull back all the way over there. Not really. Oh, and he gets sapped from Mir right there.
What? How did Mir see him from there? What? Blink shadow step deep into the starting room and gets him?
Oh, look, there was a polymorph on Uzbeki as well, and there is going to be Blizzard to slow him down. And there is a Frostball on Uzbeki. They're not allowing him to really join the fight because Mir is also in a poly, and they're going to reopen on Mir. Right there, early pain suppression. Uzbeki is not allowing any meaningful damage going to go through. Right there, and you can see he's still very, very chunky and healthy. PS is gonna go down right now. Mir wants to take revenge onto Rivah. Oh, and the MD to dispel that ice block from Rivah, and there you go. There is that mana shield. There is a frost ward, I believe, but that's not gonna do much. And there is one eviscerate on the table that is going to execute Rivah and secure him the winner spot. Oh my god, he gets killed from him, and this is it. All she wrote. Wow.
Oh man. Congratulations to Mir and Uzbeki.
Wow.
Woo! Man, the overlords continue to reign supreme, right? It's true what they say about Mir and Uzbeki, man. They're beast mode, man.
Indeed, they are. And let's take a look a little bit on the bracket in the post-analysis of the tournament. Let's have a nice transition.
Yep, let's go to the leaderboard. Man, that's all she wrote, huh?
That's all she wrote. Right there, you have your champions, you have your second place, you have your third place. First place, Uzbeki with Mir, winning the tournament. Second place, Rivah. And then third place, Icyfresh. Wow. Let's mention that. I want to give a shout out before we go anywhere. I want to give a shout out as well. To everyone that participated. Obviously, a lot of people were knocked out of the tournament. All of the participants, before anyone goes anywhere, huge shout out to everyone that played their heart out. Huge shout out to Danny Gaming. We have forgotten a little bit in the early stages. All of the hype, all the adrenaline was in the blood. Huge shout out to Danny Gaming as well. He played his heart out with Shadow Priest, playing something that you don't commonly see, really. Caitlin, thoughts?
I mean, I've just been blown away, time and time again. I mean, I'm trying to think of like a single sort of notable, individual moment, but there were just so many. I mean, I think I'm still going to have to go back to the tornado jump from Luxie. I know they got knocked out early, but the innovation, I have never seen that done. And as far as I'm concerned, that is now called doing a Luxie. That was just an absolutely fantastic innovation from him early on in the tournament.
We've seen a lot of amazing plays from so many different teams, from so many different players coming into this tournament. Let's transition into a small interview with Rivah, the team captain of his team.
Let's do it.
And here we are with Rivah right now. Rivah, first of all, thank you for taking part in this tournament. You really did play your heart out. We've seen amazing performance coming out of your team. But before we say anything furthermore, we want to see some thoughts coming from you.
I mean, it's as easy as this. He found us, he win. We find him, we win. That's the thing. That's how it goes.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? An amazing job, Rivah. It was amazing to watch you play, bro. Was it finding the other rogue in the starting room like that?
I mean, we wanted to percept late. This game, it's like a mind game between my rogue and Mir. So this game we tried to percept late, and he just rushed and just gambling, right? Like if we find him, as you see, we win. If they find us, we win. They win. It's like it's a bit. It's so RNG. Can't really do much. When they found us, it's so easy for them actually. Like, I'm not saying they didn't play good. Huh? They played as good as it takes. Like they played perfectly, but without the opener, we cannot win. If they have the opener, they win. If we have the opener, yeah, that's where we can. We can win. But yeah, it was a nice game, so I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, obviously, you'll be a bit disappointed. Do you think that there's just completely no alternative other than going for the opener on the rogue? Is the fact that Becky is a dwarf in particular, is that the reason you just feel that the priest is not a non-option, or is just priest a non-option regardless of race?
Thing is, we wanted to go priest one game, but as you said, he's dwarf, so it's like a counter for us. It's not a counter, but thing is, if he feels my rug, it's the end of the game. My rug has to cloak the fear, or we need to do something about the fear, right? It's like CS, so I don't know. And we got so unlucky, man. I don't know. They played well, but we got so unlucky. I mean, as I said, it's a mind game between Mir and Avishan, and
Yeah, I mean,
he just found him. What can we do?
We've seen a lot of good performance coming from you as well, Rivah. Nothing to be ashamed of. You really played your heart out, and once again, many thanks to you as well participating in the tournament. Now, I want to give a huge shout out to you as well, Rivah. Before I do that, you are going to get a whopping amount of how much, Carlos?
$100, man. It's a sponsor. I mean, we'll do more. We'll do more. We'll do bigger ones.
Paid.
Plus, I got the RXP thing, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
of course, man.
Oh, that's nice.
You're getting a premium license of RXP.
Oh,
RXP
with my name or with my name somewhere.
Yeah. Of course.
No, can I say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you guys for the tournament because, it was a really good tournament, well organized. I was watching, when I was not playing, I was watching it, and you guys did a really good job. And also, GG's to Uzbeki and Mir, they played really good. As I said, it's RNG, but this is just TBC, right? This is just the matchup. This is you know what I mean? I'm getting a bit frustrated when we lose because of the RNG, but it is what it is, And they played really good. They deserve the win. And GG's to Mir and Uzbeki. And also to my teammate, Avishan. He never played on the beta before like this, right? It's his first game on the beta, so.
Oh, wow.
It was a bit weird for me. Yeah.
Dude, he made some amazing plays, man. I was really, really impressed by it. What a great rogue.
Yeah.
Rivah, if people want to find you or your 2v2 partner, where should they go?
I mean, my stream is Rivah. And my rogue doesn't stream, so he doesn't have any Twitch. Okay. But yeah, my stream is Rivah, but people know, I think. I mean, I don't know. I hope so.
I would hope so
And,
too, but in the case they do not know,
yeah,
guys,
exactly.
twitch.tv/Rivah, an amazing mage player that we've seen. Trop merci beaucoup, monsieur. On that note,
Merci à toi. Merci, mon frère. Merci beaucoup. Thanks again, guys. Thanks again for everything. For inviting me, for
Been a
everything.
pleasure.
thank
been
you
a
for
pleasure,
coming
mate.
and thank you for participating.
Thanks. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
We're going
Take
to
care, brother.
transition now in
One
the
love.
post-game interview with Uzbeki representing the team Uzbeki and Mir.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Representing the Russian TBC community as well.
The Eastern Front.
Yeah.
and there we go. Uz, are you with us? Looks like
He's gone back to bed, boys. He's won his tournament. He's going back to sleep.
All in a day's work. Easy clap.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can potentially maybe get Mir as well. I believe Mir
Yo.
is here. Mir, are you here?
Yes. What's up?
Amazing. Thank you for joining us. Before we transition into post-game interview, first and foremost, absolute huge congratulations to you. Best of 3, you smashed it. Best of 5, you smashed it. Congratulations. You are the winner of the grand finals of this 2v2 tournament sponsored by Rested XP. What would you
thank
like
you
to
so much,
say? You're welcome.
Um,
What would you like to say in front of the audience?
I'm not sure about the audience, but I'd like to say to you guys, just thank you for hosting a nice tournament, and I hope there will be more in the future.
Absolutely, brother. I've never met you before, Amir. I mean, you're a legend, dude. It's nice to meet you, man. It's so cool to watch you play, and thank you so much for participating. I know it's not the biggest tournament, but many more to come. This is a kind of a proof of concept for us, and man, TBC, esports, arena, the future is bright.
No, I agree. It was a really fun tournament, and hopefully we can get a lot more in TBC. This is already I think it's the third tournament, right? Yeah, it's the third tournament so far in the beta, so it's looking up. A lot of people hosting a lot of tournaments. It's looking super good for a TBC player like me. So yeah, I'm just very grateful.
So I've got 2 questions actually. The first one is, are you aware that in the Blade's Edge arena match, Abishan actually did 0 damage the entire game? That's on the scoreboard. Is 0 damage.
Yeah, yes, he didn't get to play. Unfortunately for him.
He didn't get to play.
You sound very cut up about that. Very upset for him.
Yeah, bit unfortunate trinket there, but
And then
it happens.
The other thing is when we started this tournament very early on, when we were talking about you, one of the things that got brought up was that you are, I think, renowned throughout the community at this point of being the master of saps. How are you capable of basically sapping rogues time and time again? Do you live next to the server? Is that what it is? Are you just got a cable out your window to the server?
I mean, it just comes with experience, honestly. I've been playing this game for a very long time. And eventually, I've only ever really played Rogue too. So eventually, when you've been playing enough Rogue, you just start to sort of develop like a sort of, I'm not sure what to call it, but like an eye for it. You constantly look for people to exit out of combat. It's something that comes naturally when you've been playing Rogue for such a long time as I have. And I think the same goes for a lot of the top Rogue players.
Oh, well, no, definitely something that always stands out to me when you play is, you get these impossible saps that just, always blow us away. And it's been an absolute pleasure to cast today. And congratulations to the pair of you. Been phenomenal.
Yeah, and thank you as well from me. Obviously, this is the first. Just a couple of words from me. This is the first tournament that I tried to organize. Shoutcast worked. A little bit of pressure, 300 pounds of pressure, but dealing with it. 4 hours, 20 minutes event, 420. Pretty sure Icyfresh likes that number right now. I apologize for any technical difficulties or any delays or any misinterpretations that have happened during the games. If I have misinterpreted something, please don't hate me. Like the games are really, really fast. Sometimes it's CS into KS into Trinket into Blind, and it just gets really, really fast. Like your games are really, really fast. That being said,
that's normal, I'd say. There's a lot of stuff going on.
There is. As I said, this is the first event we are organizing. I just want to disclose that. So, I know we have some fans, we have some haters. All I'm doing, I'm asking for a little bit of consideration, if it is possible, even on the internet.
I was watching games in between our games, and honestly, it seemed really good. I like the commentary. It seemed really, really solid. I'd say you guys did a great job.
Appreciate
that.
It
means a lot, dude. Thank you so much, man. It was really, really fun. It was a great day. Do it again sometime.
It is a great day. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I would say we are solidly 2 hours over. Not 2 hours, maybe hour and a half. Didn't expect to take this long. So I apologize for that.
You said 2.5 hours to me, mate. You said 2.5 hours.
Mir, Rested XP will be giving you $200. Well, technically to Uzbeki, since he's the team captain, but your team has won $200 and a premium license for Rested XP leveling guide / add-on. That is your reward as the grand finalist for this one. I hope
Thank you so much.
I hope you are going to have fun using Rested XP as well. I know you're a veteran leveling yourself. Maybe it's going to be a different approach. Maybe you want to give it a giveaway on one of your streams. Speaking of which, if people want to see you stream, where should they go?
My stream?
Correct.
It's Mirlol XD. MIRLOL XD.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. You can find Mir on twitch.tv/mirlolxd, and I believe you can find Uzbeki at twitch.tv/USBUZBUZB. Am I right?
Who's Buzzbuzby? Who's Buzzby? Who's Buzzbuzby?
Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah.
Who's Buzzbuzby? Yeah.
Should we wrap it up, Fark?
I believe should we wrap it up? Last couple of words from the sponsor, from yourself, before we go into complete wrap mode. Cargos, the mic is yours.
Yeah, we'll let you go, Mir, man. Thanks again, bro.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, bro.
Take care.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Seriously, this is kind of the proof of concept. Sorry for any technical difficulties. We'll try to get more features in the future, stuff like instant replay. How cool would that be? More infographics. Just give it that esports feel, make it fun. And, the future is kind of in our hands with the TBC esports. I feel like maybe Blizzard won't step up and try to do a bunch of tournaments and leagues and stuff. So I'll be starting up a fall arena league with a decent prize pool and trying to get everybody involved in that. So that's coming. And let's make it happen, guys. A renaissance of WoW PvP. I'd love to see that.
I'm so
Thank
hyped,
you for
man.
tuning
I'm
in.
so hyped.
Yeah. If you want to check out Rested XP, last thing I'll say, I promise, it's a leveling guides. We have an in-game add-on, points you around with an arrow. We have dungeon cleave guides, 1 to 70 guides for both Alliance and Horde, all classes. Give it a shot. It's at restedxp.com. That's pretty much it, though. Thank you, Fark, for putting this together, man. One thing I was going to say is, where can they find you, Caitlin, as well? Caitlin and Fark for my viewers. They might not know.
Caitlin, you have the privilege.
Well, they can find me at twitch.tv/Caitlin_TV, or you can find me on YouTube at TP Caitlin.
Excuse me for interruption.
Yeah,
Is it Caitlin_UK?
So yeah, it's underscore. Everyone's got TV these days. Yeah. Sorry, it's. I know my channel. I'm good at this. Yeah, it's Caitlin_UK on Twitch. I do apologize, and then it's TP Caitlin on YouTube. So yeah, if you want to see some high-level Shaman Arena, whether it's guides, whether it's talk about mechanics, particular matchups, 3s, 2s, that's all on YouTube. If you want to see Rested XP in practice on a Shaman leveling currently, then you can find me on Twitch most days.
Thank you so
That's
much
great, man.
for joining us in this event, Caitlin. Thank you for being a support of this event, and thank you for joining us, Shoutcaster, on the desk.
It's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
Yeah,
and the two of you have absolutely, completely bossed this. It's been, far exceeded expectations, both in, production, commentary, and just the pure plays that we've got to witness today. I can honestly say wholeheartedly, I think that the future for TBC Arena is looking incredibly bright right about now.
Well said, my friend.
100%.
What about you, Fark? Where can the people find you over on my stream, if you don't mind?
You can find me on twitch.tv/Fark_TV. right now there is no PvP action going on stream. You can find me leveling my Paladin, which in the future I'm going to be playing Shokadin. So if you want to see some cool one-shot tricks from Shokadin in 2v2 or 3v3, you can check me out there featuring TBC once I have that set up. And if not, then we're going to be pumping some prot action. You can also find me on YouTube, Fark Gaming. I post cool little videos. So far there are only 2. There's a little bit of prot gearing guide and Shokadin PvP clips, stuff like that. Pretty much involving about Paladin, and in the future let's see if we can get any other PvP content on this channel as well.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you again for the event, man. I'm going to sign out here. Folks, thank you for watching. I'm going to send you over to someone, and
likewise.
Thank you so much again, guys. Take care.
Chat, I'm also going to give me 1 second before I find my host button. Everything is a bit laggy currently. Yeah, chat, thank you again so much for everyone who joined, everyone who participated, who watched. There's still a bunch of you in the chat. Huge event, huge thing, small step for a man, but I'm gonna be hosting a real blast. He plays Shades is there, Icyfresh is there, Chicken is there. Obviously we have a little bit of less traffic right now. Yo, shout out to all of you. I'm gonna contact all of you. We're in the chat right now. I'll be talking with you. Lead Star is there. It's nice to see you guys. 4 hours, 30 minutes to the clock. Obviously, I am very much drained. I'm going to add the stream. I'm going to host a real blast. I will be contacting you to get your impressions in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm sending you over to a Paladin. He's still leveling his Paladin. He's a very good Retribution Paladin. I would dare to say one of the best PvE Retribution Paladins going into TBC. Dropping a host. Say hi in my name, guys. A little bit of Fark love over there. On that note, Fark out.
You're done, man?